https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
24/7 Go Globe Evidence Fishing Part 12.
You clearly have Down syndrome, so I'm not going to believe anything you say.
The ball, the moon is a ball with only one side, right, guys? It's a ball with one side only.
Nah.
So what is the
What do
moon
you mean
then?
no?
So
How
we
many
see
sides of
it.
the moon have you been? How many sides of the
How
moon
many
have you
sides
ever
have you
seen?
seen? How many sides have you seen?
4.
4 sides. There's 4 sides to a ball.
Yep.
Wow.
So what shape is the moon
north,
then?
south, north, south, east, west. Easy. Easy, buddy.
Easy.
Moving.
There's 4 points
Easy
on a
peasy.
ball.
Yep. What's north to the North Pole? Tell me.
Are you retarded, son?
Exactly. You can't even answer the question, dude. I win. I won. Yep. Thanks, everyone, for coming. I won the argument. The Earth is
Do you know what a
round.
triangle is? Do you know what a triangle is,
The Earth
Glovers?
is
Do you know
round.
what a
Yeah.
triangle is?
4 points on a ball.
Yeah, with 4 sides. Triangle. Dumbass. See, I win again. Easy. Thanks for
4
coming,
sides
everyone.
would be a square, wouldn't it?
The
So
Earth is round. The Earth
what
is
shape
round.
is the moon
America's.
meant to
But
be if it's not a ball?
that's the thing, though, that he's saying moon is ball because he's seen one side of it. Therefore, it's a ball. But now he's grabbing a ball in his hand and he sees all the sides of the ball because he could turn it, look behind it, spin it, add water to it, figure it out that the water doesn't
Well,
attach to the ball,
let me ask
right?
you this.
And then he says, look, the moon is like this ball that I have. It's just
Let
amazing.
me
So
me
what
ask
shape
you
is
this.
the
Are you-
moon
are
meant
you
to be if
God?
it's not a ball?
Do you believe in God?
Wait, I wanted to get to the bottom of this moon thing.
Nah, listen, it's very simple. If you don't believe in God, your beliefs are irrelevant.
You
Doesn't
know
matter.
what an antecedent is?
You're the guys with the
So
beliefs here, though.
antecedent to
Where's the science in this?
You know why you're breathing air right now? There's a container because the antecedent to gas pressure, the air that you breathe in when you expand your lungs, right? That the antecedent to that is the container, and the antecedent to the container is a designer. There's no way around it.
I don't know, man. I think you're all nigger pedophiles. That's what I think.
That you're projecting. We know you're projecting.
So what shape is the moon meant to be if it's not a
You
ball?
tell us, since you know. Since
How
you've
do you
seen
see
all
it
the
as a
sides
ball,
of the
though?
moon.
Like, you just
You
No,
believe
I
in
say it's a
it.
ball. You're saying it's not
No,
a
you're
ball,
not.
so I'm
Are
asking
you
you what
seeing it
shape
as a
it is.
ball? Are you seeing it as a
You
ball with a telescope?
imagine it's a ball? It's like in your imagination?
No, you're saying it's not. And I'm asking you what you think it
No,
is then.
you're claiming it's a ball.
Right.
You're the one claiming that.
And you're saying it's not.
Prove it.
So I'm
Prove it.
asking you, what shape then is the moon?
Do you have any evidence that for your claim? Any
Am I?
evidence?
Circle.
We've been to
People
the
hear me?
moon,
Am I
actually.
muted? Hello?
I would say
Why
that's
would I
pretty
have to
good evidence.
replace your claim and give you another claim? I don't have to do
The
that.
moon's
You're
a
the one
circle,
claiming.
bro.
We have been to the moon. We have a picture on the moon.
Who's
That's
we?
begging the question,
Who's
fellas.
we?
I flew to the
Astronauts.
moon and back because I'm rich and have money.
Okay, you're trolling.
Elon
Like
Musk,
in
is
your
that you?
imagination, right? In your mind, you've been to the moon.
Come on, guys, bring the science in this. Stop with the beliefs only here.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
boring. Really
trying.
boring. Really
Nobody's.
boring. Yeah, but the moon is not science. How do you even verify it?
So,
Right.
okay.
We see
People
what we see
all
through
over
the
the
telescope.
world.
Yeah, that's the only thing we can say about it,
Right.
as far as goes.
But that does indicate a couple of things about it, though, right? Like we can
Yeah,
derive
assuming.
something from that.
Yeah,
right?
by assumptions, I guess. Yeah, that's not science.
Okay, so nothing we can say about the moon has any value?
Not by science.
Okay.
Not science.
All right.
How do you,
You can make
science, how do you,
assumptions, though. Yeah, sure.
how do you science the moon? That's the end of that.
Well, no, I there's nothing we can say about it. Like nothing I say you're gonna pay attention to. So
Hey,
what
how
does
do
it
you?
matter?
All right, I'm going to pay attention to you. How do you science the moon?
You make observations and you test them.
Okay, how do you test the moon?
Depends what you're testing.
We're testing the moon.
Okay. What about the moon are we testing?
What it's made of.
What it's made of? I suppose you would go there and get a sample.
So we can't do that. So that's out. Now what's next?
I don't know. What else do you want to know about the moon? What can we test about the moon that we don't have to physically go there?
Nothing.
Okay, so best of luck to you.
So you can't science it.
No, you're saying that. I don't think that's true. I think we can make reasonable
I don't
observations and
care if
test
you
them.
think that you can do something that you imagine you can do. You can't.
Well, I don't know what you mean by science in this context. Like there's observational science you can do. There's inferences you can make from observations that people make at different locations, et cetera, et cetera. You're saying none of that matters, none of that is science to you. So I don't know what I'm meant to waste my breath on here.
So
Wrong.
looking at the sky is science?
Sorry?
When you look at the sky, I'm going to go outside and look up at the sky. Is that science?
Depends what you're looking at and what you're trying to
The
figure out.
sky. The sky. I'm looking up at the sky. Is that science?
Looking up at the sky for what? What are you trying to get at? Looking up at the sky is not science. Looking at the sky in service to something else can be science, yes.
Like what?
Like if you want to see what color it is or test why the sky is blue, for example, that can be done through a scientific process.
So okay, so sky is blue. That doesn't mean the Earth is a ball.
I didn't say that.
Hey,
What is
hey, I'm
wrong
looking
with
at my table right here. Am I doing science? I'm looking at my table right now. I'm doing science, right? Because I'm looking at my table.
Are you
I'm
looking
doing.
at your table to try and figure shit out? Then yes, it's science. Why is this difficult? Am I saying this wrong?
So if I look
What
at
is
my
science?
table,
Do you
if
think
I look at
science?
my table and I want to know what the length and width of it is, I need science, or can I just grab my tape measure and measure it?
Technically,
Yeah.
that's science. Yeah. Taking
Do,
measurements
do you think do you
is
think science is a word that you write on a piece of paper? Oh, look, science, a word, and that's what it is.
nobody has to write down the measurements for it to be science.
Isn't science like a
I'm
method
sorry. Okay,
that
let's let's
it has
let's
certain
start over.
steps?
I'm sorry. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. What do you say science is?
Isn't that isn't it a method that
Uh-huh.
has very strict steps that you have to take one by one to come to a scientific conclusion?
Depends on the conclusion, but generally, yeah.
So you need a natural observable phenomena, right? Is that
Mhm.
correct? Natural
Sure.
observable phenomena, right? Then you need a scientifically valid hypothesis of the observed phenomena, right? Do you?
Okay.
Or can you just make, you can see boiling water and you can make a hypothesis that Superman is on his planet on the other side, and with his eyes he's beaming the water. That's why it's burning, right? Because that can be a hypothesis in your mind, but it's not scientifically valid because that doesn't make any freaking sense, right?
What makes
Because
it
not just
scientifically
any,
valid?
it has to be it has to follow. Okay, let's look it up. Let's see what makes. I'm not gonna quote it myself. Let's quote it from the actual scientists, the way they present it, right? Let's see. A hypothesis has to be valid, right? That's the whole point of a hypothesis. You can't just make a story and say hypothesis because I made it up.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just don't know exactly what you mean by that.
We're gonna go. Okay, so let's see. From Nature, let's say nature.com, California Institute of Technology physicist Shin Carl. In Ash, the hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. A scientific hypothesis is based on cause, effect, reasoning. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related, but explains why they are related. Right? That makes sense.
Mhm.
That follows, right?
Yeah.
The scientific method is hypothesis driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. Does that follow?
Yeah. I can accept that.
All right. A hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. That
Mhm.
follows as well. When planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. Independent variable, dependent variable, control variables, right?
Mm-hmm.
That follows. So when you're saying that you look at the moon, science, are you really doing science when
All
you
right.
look at the
Whoa,
moon?
whoa, whoa, whoa. When did I say that?
Or someone said, my bad, maybe it wasn't you, but some of the other guys that spoke, maybe it wasn't you, one of the other guys. So let's scratch that then. What are you saying science is then?
I'm saying
What is your question?
I'm saying when you look at the moon, in order to deduce something, there is a scientific process there.
So
Not
looking at the
just
moon is
looking at
science.
the moon. Sorry?
Now he just went over with you. Looking at the moon is not science, but you said looking at the moon you can do science.
I didn't say looking at the moon, full stop. Can you repeat back to me what I said?
So what are you saying exactly?
I'm okay for the third time. Okay. Looking at the moon, full stop. That's not science. We can look at anything. We can enjoy the view. We can marvel at things. That's not science. Looking at something, or another way to say that is making observations, in order to deduce something is part of a scientific process. That doesn't
So
contradict anything that you just read about the hypothesis.
making the observation, I will agree with you. The observable phenomena is the first step of the scientific method, right?
Okay.
So that's
So
one
we're
step, but
agreed.
that's not science because
That's
science is a method. It has multiple steps.
and those steps. Oh my God. So
Observation is one of them, not the whole
yes,
process itself.
I never said the whole process. That's what I'm trying to pin down here. I didn't say the whole process. When you
What is
say
the next step?
looking at
What is
something
the next
is
step that you're
science,
thinking when you're
you're
doing science with the moon?
misrepresenting what
What
I
is the next
said.
step? So what is the next step that makes that you're saying that science proved that the moon is this or that? Where is your next step?
So the moon is this or that is something we need to clarify to know what the next step is going to be.
You're
I
saying
presume.
moon is a sphere. You're saying moon
Okay,
is a sphere.
exactly. So let's go with
Is
that.
that science?
Okay, you're going to need to I'm going to need you to try and be slightly good faith, just a little bit. Can you do that? Hello?
All right, I just came back. I just came back and I heard we were talking about the moon and we can do science and I'm ready to do moon science.
Yeah,
Go
me
ahead.
too. But there's a
He's ready
couple of
to tell us
roadblocks.
how he came to the conclusion using the scientific method that the moon is a sphere. Go ahead, tell us.
Okay, so our hypothesis is the moon is spherical, right? And
Is that a valid scientific hypothesis? Did you took all the variables into account to be able to come to that conclusion? Did you look all the size of the moon? Did you went to the back of the moon and that's what you saw to come to that conclusion? Did you
that's
manipulated the variables? Did you had a dependent variable, an independent variable, a control variable
everything
to?
you're talking about has to do with proving the hypothesis, not with making the hypothesis. The hypothesis is an educated guess, right?
Well, I think we are in a category error because you're talking about the shape of the moon, and
Right.
that's not a that's a what is question. You can grab the tape measure and measure the moon as a sphere, and that's geometry. Right now, you're saying you're gonna use science to determine the shape of the moon, which that doesn't follow.
Oh
All
no,
you
that
need
seems
is
to be
geometry to you need geometry to determine the shape of of something, right? You don't
okay.
need
So
science
let's
for that.
use. Oh, perfect. Great. I mean, that seemed to be your qualification. I'm fine doing it with whatever method. So let's take geometry. Okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. So geometrically speaking, if we have a sphere and we put the sphere on a table, people at different points around the table we'll see different sides of that sphere, correct?
Sure, if you if you're looking at a sphere on a table and you have multiple people looking from around the table or
Mhm.
around the sphere, right, on the table, yeah, people are gonna see different sides of the sphere on the table and different sides of the table as well, right?
Right.
Yeah,
So,
that
okay.
follows.
So we can calculate how different their perception of that sphere is going to be by the angle at which they differ from each other, right? So if me and Billy, Bob, whoever are looking at this at 90-degree angles from each other, I'm going to see the front, let's call it, and he's going to see the side, right?
Sure, yeah, you can see both sides of the sphere. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you see one side, the other side, the other guy see the other side. Yeah, we already agree to that. Sure.
Okay. Now let's say we take that sphere and we put it down a hallway, right? Let's say it's like 50 meters away. Yeah?
Sure, yeah, 50 meters
Okay.
away, sure.
So now, us around the table, if we're only off by a couple of degrees, we're going to see the same side of that sphere, right?
If you're both looking 50 meters away from the same position, you and Billy Bob, are looking through the hallway, and you both gonna see the same side of the sphere.
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
have a
It's going to
question.
be off by a couple of degrees, maybe,
I
right?
have a question about that. So you started with you have a sphere in your hand and you put it 50 yards away or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that the moon is a sphere in order to do that, or what?
What we
He's
haven't gotten
trying
to
to
the
get
moon yet.
there, but he knows he's not gonna get there because you
I know
can't
where
do
I'm
that.
going.
The same thing.
All right.
He can do that
I
with the
didn't know
moon.
if you were presupposing something or not. I didn't know how this worked.
Not yet.
We can do all this with the sphere and put it 50 meters
Yeah,
away or
we're
100. We can do all
building,
this. This is not difficult. This
right,
is
we're building
we
our
all know.
assumptions. I'm going step by step here. Okay, so if we have multiple people at various angles looking at a sphere, and we all see a sphere, I see the front of it, Billy Bob sees the back of it, someone else sees a side, we can assume that we're standing on different sides of the sphere, right? Because it's the same as if it were on the table between us, correct?
We do have a record. You looking at Billy Bob next to you. You saw Billy Bob taking the sphere from the table to that point. We did it step by step, right?
Yeah.
And we can agree that we're looking at the sphere 50 meters away. Sure, yeah, we already know that.
Okay. So if we are all looking at a sphere and we all see the same side of it, we can assume that we're looking at a sphere that's far away from us, correct?
So you started with the sphere in your hand and you moved it 50 yards away. And then we
Mhm.
looked at the moon and said, well, that has to be a sphere. So we're going to put a sphere in our hands and move it 50 yards away. Is that correct? We looked at the moon and decided it's a ball. So we're going to grab a ball and move it 50 yards away.
Something like that, yeah.
Think about
Gotcha.
it, sir. I think you're being honest, but the thing is, you're trying to make the connection that the same thing you did with the sphere, you're doing with the moon. Are you actually arguing for that? That you're doing the same thing with the moon?
Okay. So I understand what you're contesting. So let's do the same thing with a disc, right? We put a disc 50 meters down the hallway, and we're all going to see the same side as well, right?
Let's do the same thing with an M&M. Have you seen M&M that has the M, and you can look at the moon, and I can say the moon is shaped like an M&M, and I'll be as correct or as incorrect as you.
Yes, that's correct.
Exactly.
With
So why
our
would
assumptions
I be
so
wrong if
far,
I say,
yeah.
hey, bro, you're wrong? It's not a sphere. It's actually an M&M shape.
Well, there's other ways we can test that particular claim. So with what I presented so far, yes, you could substitute an M&M and you'd have about the same assumptions.
All right. So the first test is out. We
No,
invalidated it.
hold on. Whoa. Hey, calm
Oh,
the fuck
okay.
down.
Go on.
Okay, so we now take these assumptions and we gather some observations, right? So we can do this pretty easily with the internet. You can Google what the moon looks like from various points of the world, right? Right?
Always looks the same.
Kind of, yes. So we always see the same face of the moon, right?
We only see the moon, yeah.
Okay, so we
There's not
always see
2
the
faces or 4 faces of it. So when you say the same face, that's indicating that there's more sides to it
no,
that
no.
no
We
one's
need
ever
not
seen.
assume that. It could be a disc still, right? I'm just saying we see the same face.
Great.
Okay. Some places, right? Let's say if the moon is low on the horizon, we'll see a different orientation of that face, right?
So, yeah, so when I take a picture of the moon when it's rising, it looks one way and then it rotates across the sky till it gets in the west and it's usually upside down by that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, wheel in the sky, it just keeps on turning. That's where the song's about, the moon. It moves in a wheel shape.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, uh, if we're just looking at it as it rises, right?
Yeah,
Hello?
you can
Yeah,
look at it while it's rising near the
looking at it when
horizon.
it's
Yeah.
rising. I'm
Okay. And
You
let's
keeping
say that
you
myself
at
can
that
see
muted.
point, okay. And at that point, let's say that it's right side up, whatever that looks like. And we're doing this from North America, right?
Yes, I can't keep coming back to my computer to unmute.
Okay. So we're
I'll
looking at it
stop
from
you.
North
I'll
America.
stop you when you say something that's wacky and wacky.
Fair enough. So we look at it from North America. Let's say we're at the Great Lakes on the border of Canada or whatever. Is that right? Yeah. We see a particular orientation. And let's say that someone in South America, what the fuck is in South America? The very bottom of South America, they're looking at the moon and they see a different orientation. What do you think we can derive from those two observations?
As Jemsy said before, take a clock, put it on your ceiling,
Nope, no, no, no.
stand in Canada and look at it, which is your north facing wall, and then go to
Uh-huh.
your south facing wall and look at it again. It'll be a different orientation.
Yes, now that is true if we put a clock on the ceiling and we crane our neck and look up. What I'm saying is we have a clock on the wall, right? We're talking about just rising. The moon is risen. It's on the
That's not
horizon. I'm
that's
standing
actually the
vertically and
ceiling.
looking out, not looking
That's the
up.
sky. That's actually above us. Even though you think it's not above us, that's above us.
Okay, but
Ceiling.
but my head is straight out. I'm looking at the horizon. I'm not craning my neck upwards.
Okay. It doesn't go from a wall to the ceiling to the wall again, so it's just the ceiling. And the moon goes over us, and we just see it slowly turn like a wheel. I'm telling you, I take pictures all the time. That's what it does.
Right. Now, I understand what you're saying, that from east to west, it's going to change its orientation. What I'm saying is, at the same moment, right, starting east, two people on, I'm trying not to say like hemisphere or whatever, but two people in different vantage points looking at the
South of the
same
equator,
object
north
are
of
going
the
to see that
equator.
object orientated differently. How
South
do
of
you
the
account?
equator, north of the equator is what you mean.
Perfect. How do we account for that discrepancy?
The moon flies over the equator.
Okay.
So when you're south of it, you would look one direction up at it. When you're north of it, you would look up the opposite direction up at it, right?
Well, no, if that were the case, we would see two different faces.
Nope, it's not a ball. We've proven that because
Well,
it
hold
doesn't
on.
spin
No, no, no.
around.
We haven't, that's what we're trying to establish. We haven't proven
Well,
that
it
yet.
doesn't spin around. We can't. How do we know there's another side if we haven't seen another side?
I don't know. How do we know is exactly what we're getting at. right? You're assuming a flat moon. I'm trying to get us there.
Wait, who's assuming a flat moon? Anybody making a claim besides the Globers about the shape of the moon? I'm not making any claims of flat moons. Who said that?
Whoever was just speaking.
I'd say the moon is flat.
There
I
you go.
mean, you're doing the same thing as the Glober, right?
I said we don't see another side to it.
I agree with that.
We see, but flat is not a shape, right? It's not a shape, is it?
I have a question, if I may be allowed to ask it.
Let's allow who is it? Manu Factum. He wants to come to some type of conclusion. Let's try him to come to the conclusion, and maybe the other person, right? Manu Factum. Are
Sure.
you done with your questioning, or?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much farther I can really go with this. All I'm trying to get at is we see two different orientations, not from east to west, but from different vantage points. And it's not up in the sky like we're craning our necks to look up. We're looking out to the horizon. I'm gesticulating to no one in my study right now. We're looking out at the horizon and we're seeing one person sees the orientation one way and the other person sees the same face, but orientated, fuck me, another way. That to me shows that these two people are not standing straight up with regards to each other, but are at a slant, which would indicate
Oh
some
no,
level
not
of
at all.
curve.
Yeah, not at all. That doesn't indicate that at all.
Okay, so what would that indicate?
Two people standing on the ground looking at the moon from two different places. How do you say they're tipped away from each other or they're not seeing something and it's because they're on a ball?
Because if they were looking at the same thing from two different places and that thing were closer, we would actually see different sides of it.
Do you actually see that with the moon? You see different sides because so you're saying that someone is in Australia and the other guy is in North America, and you're saying that they both seen different sides of the moon?
No. I'm saying we see the same face, but it's tilted. It's orientated differently.
Okay, so I see that. So let's say you grab a TV, not a round TV. Let's say a flat rectangle of TV, and you put it on the roof, and you
Mhm.
see the imagery of the TV. You're looking at it, right? You see the imagery. Then you turn around and you see the same imagery upside down, right?
You mean, so you put the television on the ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay. What if you put the television on the wall?
Do airplanes fly on the wall?
Of course not.
Okay, so we're not going to use a wall as an example because if you put a plane where you saw your moon rising and there's a plane there, you're not going to assume a plane is on the wall and you can't look at it as a wall. It's
Okay.
above you. Even
Okay.
though it's far away, it's still above you.
So if I look at my neighbor's, no, okay, let's say I go into town and I'm looking down the street and I see houses on the horizon, right? Those houses are not in the sky. Now I'm still looking at those houses and a moon comes up right behind them. Now, how do we get from there to a television on my ceiling? What
With
I'm
the
looking
moon,
at is straight
because the
out.
sky is above you. That's how you get this. The
Not
sky
all
is
of the
above
sky
you,
is.
and the houses are on the ground, so you can't use those two.
Okay, I look out into the ocean, right? I'm looking at a boat that's out on the ocean or a buoy or something, right? Now, that thing that I'm looking at, is that below me?
Well, it'd have to be unless your eyes are at zero sea level.
Okay. Are they below me to the degree that is the same as me looking down at my feet?
Only if you
Yeah,
went
bro.
over
If
to.
you are in one room and there's a ceiling on that room, and then you go to a different room, yeah, that ceiling above in the other room, it's not the same part of the ceiling that in the other room. Like, I don't. Where are you trying to get? Like,
I mean, it's
Is,
simple
are
geometry.
you coming
What
to a
it is.
conclusion that
I'm trying to,
because
but you're putting this moon on the horizon up on the ceiling, and it's
Maybe he
a
wants
little
to do
frustrating.
horizon geometry, Gemsy, because that sounds like it would be easier.
yeah, that sounds like
I don't know if anything's going to be easier. Okay, let's say this. I'm not in a house, I'm in an igloo, okay? It's all ceiling and it's a dome all around me, okay?
Okay, put the moon in the center of your ceiling in the top, and then go stand on one side of the igloo and look up, and you'll see it. And go on the other side, you'll see it. It's the same face, it's just upside down.
Perfect. Or we can put the clock from the bottom towards the floor and drag it across the top and then to the other side. That's similar to how the moon moves in the sky, correct?
how the moon moves. How does it move across the sky?
I
It
think he
goes
said
from
it
east
moves in a
to west.
circle. He moves in the shape of an igloo?
That visually, if we're talking about geometry, yes.
Geometry of the sky? I don't think you can verify that. I'm not making any claims about
I'm
the
just
geometry
gonna
of the
say
sky.
that
Okay,
Would
the
you
only thing
guys
that needs
accept an expert that works for the ESA or not?
no,
Told you.
Okay.
you don't work for the ESA anyway.
I don't. No, I don't. But I'm
I
saying
know.
if there's somebody who works for the ESA that can be verified who works for the ESA, European Space Agency, would you guys give him a platform to speak or not?
Sure, bring him on in
He
here.
can join.
We'll put him live so thousands can hear him as we tear him apart. We're not just this room. We have many, many live streams.
May I ask a question? So you open the 24/7 Flat Earth room in here. What do you try to accomplish here? What's the goal?
We're trying to get
Expose
as
the
many
lies.
people, many people as possible to trip balls when they find out that the water is just flat and level. They absolutely pee their pants. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to aggravate the shit out of people.
Well, aggravate is correct.
I have a
When
question.
you say it's not that I'm not trying to do that exactly, but when you say Earth is not globe, people just get aggravated for some reason.
For some reason, yes.
Uh,
May
go
I
ahead.
ask another question?
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
You already did.
Hypothetically, without
already
me
did.
saying I'm a glober or a flat earther, I'm trying to stay neutral in this discussion. What would be the point of all world governments making us believe it's a globe, but it could be a flat Earth? What's the goal of it? Why? What's the reason?
So they can eat the children in the pizzeria, bro.
It was a serious question, actually.
You wanted to hear him say you can eat kids in a pizzeria? Are you fucking retarded?
No. I said my question. It was a serious question, not his answer.
What's your question? Can you ask it, sir?
All right. What is the reason, hypothetically, because I'm not a flat earther, why would all the world governments say to us it's a globe? What's the reasoning behind it? What's the goal? Can you explain a little bit about that?
Well, you believe them, right?
Speculate. Why does a liar lie, right? Why will a liar lie?
Okay,
None of the
I have-
governments lie, right? We can establish a basic fact that
my
mostly
connection bad or is
everybody
theirs?
knows that
Okay.
the governments do lie. Do they? Do they lie or no?
Okay, I have a question regarding logic to the flat
There's a
Earth.
question on the table right now. Why would you ask another question when there's a question on the table?
You have not really answered my question. I'm asking the reasoning why. We can all agree governments lie. That's a fact. But why would they lie? That's the question I'm asking.
Okay, so all right, let's straighten it out. You just said governments do lie, and you want to know why they lie. Now, why are you asking
what the
us?
reasoning is about? Why do you want us to believe that the
Why
Earth is
do you
round?
ask us why the government lies?
No, but I think the point is about why would they lie about this specific thing? How
I
did
can
they
tell
gain
you.
from this?
I can tell you. You want to know?
Pack, don't troll. Come on.
Because they want to disconnect you from your creator.
That's a
How?
good reason.
How are they gonna do that?
I mean, they lie about the design. They lie about the creation, and then so they might be hiding that. That might be one of the reasons. But
Billions of people.
we're speculating about why the liar lies. So let's say maybe to hide to resources, to control resources, to control your the way you think, you behave, right? That we're speculating because I don't know why the governments lie, but they do. We know
Billions,
that for a fact.
billion.
Well,
No, but it
what,
doesn't
what
make
could be the
sense. Like,
reason?
for like, how did they gain from this lie? Like,
Yes, that's
some,
the
Let's
question.
say NASA, for example, they get 55 million or 60 million dollars a day.
they
That might be
spend
a good
much
reason.
more. First of all, their NASA's budget's been cut. You know that, right? Since the Apollo days, you know that, right?
It's been cut, right? It's been cut.
Yeah,
But
it's now been down to
spend over
private
trillions of
companies.
dollars total, right? And the all the human resources, the people working on this, right? People doing all this job. I mean, there's a lot of money involved, so there is a reason there.
But
Do you think
unfortunately, you have
NASA?
not responded to my specific question. Why are they lying about the Earth being round or flat?
Are
I'm
you
leaving it in the
asking
middle.
us why other people are telling you a lie?
We already established that a government can lie. Yes, I agree. Governments have lied, all of them, about
I have a
certain things.
question.
But
Why do
what's
they
the
lie?
reasoning?
Why do they lie?
Why do they lie about the other lies? Why?
But that's not the
Why do they do
question.
that?
What
Yes,
is
it
the
is.
purpose?
You just
What is the
asked that
purpose?
question. You
What is
just
the
can
purpose
asked
of
why
answer.
this
they
lie
lie.
specifically?
Wait,
This
I
is
can
the
answer
question.
that. Well, I can answer all of that. Yeah. So governments usually lie to keep people under control, and usually it's done for purposes of private business right now, like to
I'm
keep people under the capitalist sort of system, right?
I'm
Now, I
kindly
don't
waiting.
see now. So that's my explanation for why governments lie, right? Encompasses all of it, but there's no fucking way that governments gain by lying, at least in my understanding, about the shape of the earth that gains them like more power.
Can
and
I tell you
control.
why they gain something? Are you guys ready, or you guys rather
You
keep
already
like
said
circle
it.
jerking? No,
You
I got
said
muted.
God. You said God because
No, it's much more complicated than that. But,
most
like,
people already believe in God on the planet.
Spartacus,
With all of the
Spartacus, you are
governments.
answering a question.
You're trolling. You're
Oh
trolling
my
back.
god,
We all
bro.
know this.
You are answering a question that by your own admission you don't have the answer to. Shut the fuck up and let people speak that know the answer to it. Shut the fuck up. Stop divagating.
I'm
You're
still
trolling.
hoping to get an answer.
I have the answer, but you guys need to stop speaking for a second. Holy
Go
fuck.
ahead, sir. Go ahead. Give
Okay,
the
the
answer.
reason they would lie about it is because they want to disconnect you from your creator. They want you to believe in a universe that was created out of just space dust, out of chaos, out of just like sheer chance. This is the model of truth that they want to present
already
to you.
said
But
this.
shut your fucking mouth, you fucking midget.
Oh wow.
I'm waiting for a chance to speak here.
Let me finish my thought. When they present this idea of truth to you, what they actually are doing is they're moving a political ideology into your psychology, which is moral relativism, nothing really matters that much, nihilism. They are the ones that want to hold the truth to your life. The government, they're going to tell you through science, through all of these diverse other tools, they're going to tell you how life is, how universe is. They want to make these claims about truth, and they want monopoly over your ideas. Now, if you believe in the flat model, there is a conscious effort and design in our world, in our solar system, in the way that it shapes up. It's no sheer chance. There is an intelligent architect that created it all, and that begs, obviously, the implication that there is a higher being, and that you should follow him, and everything that all the moral and logical ramifications that come from it.
So, yes.
I would like to have an answer from a flat earther, though.
Wait, if I may respond. So this doesn't make sense at all. Wait. Because already most of humans are theists anyway. Even in the Western world, they're mostly Christians, and they believe the global model, right?
Because
They
it's
believe
their
in evolution too.
belief.
It doesn't take away at all from their religion. So what Pac is saying makes no sense at all.
Especially Abrahamic religion is corrupted and infiltrated. So I mean,
The question is very specific. What's the benefit of a government lying about a globe model?
I just
or a
fucking
flat
told you.
model? Not really. It was a religious answer.
Okay, very simple for your
Control
fucking
you, he said. To
for a sumer
control
brain.
you.
Yeah, for a sumer brain. They
How does
want
it control
monopoly.
you?
They want monopoly over your ideas and over your truths. They want to be your source of truth. They want to tell you how to think, how to behave yourself, what morality to have, what intuitions to have.
And now I have to specify the question even more, unfortunately. What is the advantage of telling us we're living on a globe when it's flat?
So they can fucking control you, you dummy.
What does the difference if it tells us it's a flat or round? What makes the difference for us as a human? Why
Because
would
you
they
will
lie
carry
about it?
yourself.
The scarcity system. Remember when they told you that we're running out of oil because the globe has a limitation? Scarcity, right? Fear. that the asteroid is gonna fall over your head one day and destroy you, so nothing matters because one day the sun is gonna just run out of energy and
That's like
everything is gonna be gone.
that's like a billion
Once
years
again,
fucking after the
Pac,
moon's
I have a
done.
question for you. Then why doesn't
See, look at that. Look at the perfect example. This guy said, "Oh, that's gonna happen in a billion years. Don't worry about it, right?" So they have you thinking, and this time track of billions and billions, and they took away God from you, from your mind, from your soul,
Most people are
and
theists.
replace it with these cartoons and these solar systems and the drawing of the sun and this fantasy land that you believe in.
Okay.
Right? So they definitely have an
Yeah,
upper
please,
hand.
I would like to get an answer to my question.
Can I?
Please
You
go.
got your
Move on.
answer. Can we move on? I have a question, please.
How was that an answer?
I don't
Yeah,
think that was
well,
a very
you just have to
satisfactory
accept it.
answer.
I think that's
That's the
you're
biggest
going in a
non-answer
loop.
I ever got in life.
Well, you're going in a loop now. Can I answer? Can I have?
I've answered your question multiple times, man.
Yeah,
I have a different question here.
Okay,
I'm
that
going to
answer didn't
moderate
really
this.
make
We are not going to moderate this room. Yuppie, your question's been answered. Next.
Yeah, I have a question. I've been waiting here. Can I kindly ask your society, your flat Earth society, for example, if
There's no flat Earth society here. What is that? What is that?
Okay, I
There is
don't mean
no flat Earth
to be rude.
society here.
Community, then.
Why are you
Okay,
labeling?
calm down.
It's a
I
flat
don't
Earth-
mean to be
No,
rude.
no, no, no.
Sorry for being rude.
Tell him,
I just want
Radwin.
to go ahead and ask my question, please.
I know, Radwin.
Can I
What
ask
do
my
you want
question? All right. So, say for example, I was.
Listen. You're not going to call us the Flat Earth Society.
How do you want to be called?
Apologize. I apologize. You guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend anyone. I just want to ask my question. If
Go ahead.
say if I was a pilot and I needed a map, and specifically I needed the day-night cycle for this map so I could know where I'm going. Can you please provide a concise map how the night and day cycle would work, please?
That's a good question.
Please, I'd like to have this map. Say, for example, I'm a pilot and I really need this, so I'd like a concise,
or you're a sailor.
Yeah, how does the day-night cycle work in the flat?
It's a yin and
degree?
yang. Okay. So this is what happens.
I think he got out.
No, it's a legitimate question. I actually want to know. I'd like to know, please.
Sun moves overhead.
Right. Is there a map, like a animated map of sorts, so I can see how the day and night cycle works in the flat Earth theory, please?
There's no theory.
Okay. In the truth of the Earth being flat, do you have a map so I can see how the day and night cycle works?
I don't have a map. I just know the sun moves overhead, and when it's gone, it gets dark out. Do you really need? Somebody posted what would be somebody's concept of it. There you go. There's a conceptual drawing.
Okay, is that the accurate accurate model of how it works?
It's a concept. We don't have a model. We're not a model. Globes don't have a model. Flat Earth doesn't have a model.
Okay,
reality is not a model, sir. Reality is not a model.
Sir, if I were to be a pilot and I were to be flying a plane, I need a map. So let's say this is, I'm assuming this is the right map, correct? This is how the sun works.
Coordinates, right? The pilots they using what partition coordinates, maps that have been established, distances and positions of the terrains, right? This maps have been done already. They use triangulation.
Okay, awesome.
So what's the problem with that? That is already there. It's
awesome.
The flat maps, the level horizontal maps that you use that show you the terrain. Hey, if you're gonna use an airplane, there's a mountain in this area.
I
fly
get it.
above it. What's the problem with these things that have been established already?
Right. So do we all agree that this is the accurate model when it comes to the way the sun and night cycle works?
Well, there's two models.
What model?
Which one are you?
The ones posted in the side chat.
You're talking about the zero cycles?
The day and night cycles, the way the sun moves around the earth, and where there's night and where there's day, and where it's dark and light, for example. Is that the accurate model?
The yin and yang model, basically.
Right.
I said 25 times we don't have a model, and you're going to say, is that an accurate model? Now,
Well,
ask your
here's
question again.
sure. Well, here's the problem. I mean, if that was the accurate way it works. So
Oh,
give me a
okay.
second. I'll post something. I'll post something in side chat right now. 1 sec.
So if you don't want to be called that word to community, which name do you guys prefer then?
Flat Earthers.
But all you guys together is another community, or how do you call you guys then?
See, here's the thing. This map I posted in side chat is the day and night cycle, if it was accurate, as it seems to be the case. Because people researched this and found out that the day and night cycle works like that according to this map. So if you were in Los Angeles, it would be day, and if you were in the UK, it would be night. And at some parts of the map or the world, it's still day and it's still night. Basically, this map is the most accurate one, shows how day and night cycle works.
Including time zones as well, to a certain degree.
Yeah, bend it around the North Pole, and let's see what it looks like.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you do bend it around the world, it bends in a globe shape.
Into a half.
No, sir. The most accurate, when you turn it into a globe, into a ball, this map I just posted works perfectly. Whereas the flat one doesn't.
Not a ball. I didn't say turn anything into a ball.
Yeah, but if you put a map, it works perfectly around the ball. That's what he's saying.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem with the previous model, right? This is from Twitter. These are Twitter statistics of people waking up in the morning. Okay, when they wake up in the morning, you can clearly see all these yellow dots appearing on the map. That's people waking up and making tweets. And if you notice, it's not a perfect line. It's somewhat slanted because our globe or our Earth is slanted. It doesn't rotate at a 90-degree angle.
It doesn't rotate at all.
Clearly it has to rotate if this map were to be accurate to explain why people are waking up in such a fashion.
That's not an accurate map at all.
It is a pretty accurate and accepted map, though.
Well, that is the problem. That is the problem, according to statistics.
The North Pole is a line across the top of the map?
Well, see how it's dark and how it's light? According to Twitter's own statistics, when it gathers data globally, see, it's called globally.
How come?
This map works.
Is that brainwashing?
No, sir. It's just statistics. It's just how things work.
So you use the word globally instead of worldwide. You use globally. Is that brainwashing?
Fine. Worldwide.
The map is not a globe. Let's call it globally. Yeah, makes sense.
All right. So it's worldwide. Let's say worldwide then. The problem is the flat disc-shaped model simply does not work.
Like the one in my image that I'm broadcasting right now, that map doesn't work. Is that what you're saying? And those are the tides, by the way, that are going yellow and blue, and that's how they work. And that's mapped out on that map from the weather service.
Well, if this map you're currently streaming worked, and the day and night cycle, which you haven't confidently
modeled on this one,
modeled out, still wouldn't work, because when you flatten out this map, the sun and moon just don't work.
The sun and moon don't work. Is that a claim?
Plus,
No,
the tides between Africa and South America don't work as well. Those are incorrect.
And you got this from what?
So
you got this. It doesn't work from what? We already know the Earth is flat and level. The water's level. Everything's level. The Earth doesn't move, and we're contained. And yet,
the problem is you have not proven it yet 100%.
In perspective, according to you, what you see in front of you, sure, it may look flat, but when it comes to day and night cycle, when you call your friend in LA or when you call your friend across the world,
in Tokyo, for example,
yeah, the day and night cycle just doesn't fit with the flat Earth,
model.
And how do you know this?
I'm not allowed to post anything in side chat, but NATO, I sent you a DM. I think
Well,
that's what they're looking
look,
for.
sir, I've traveled to multiple countries, and I have friends across the world. And when I call my friend across the world, it's going to be nighttime where they are at.
Yeah, so you called them when it was nighttime there, okay?
Well, look, say for example, I'm just making this up, right? Would you confidently also say that this map I posted, the one with the day and night cycle with the tweets, would you say that Twitter is also spreading some kind of conspiracy here? With the statistics that they gathered with all these tweets?
Good question.
Who cares about their tweets?
Well,
But sir, sir, look.
You're not missing the point.
Sir, these are statistics directly from Twitter. I don't see Twitter. I don't see a reason why Twitter would be making some kind of globe Earth conspiracy here when it's data.
They're not using
It's
a
raw
globe
data.
map either. They're not
Sorry?
using a globe map either. So why are you talking about globes with Twitter?
Because this is again. Let me break it down slowly. These are statistics of tweets around the world, and it is the tweets, the data from tweets, are popping up at the same time when the day and night cycle works. So if it's if it's daytime, if it's morning. Give me a second. If it's morning, people obviously are going to wake up.
Certain do it at night, or how does this work?
Yeah. So the tweets of people waking up in the morning and this map coincide together. So it's self-explanatory. I don't see why there would be a conspiracy here. I don't get it.
I don't see a conspiracy. I see they posting data of when their people tweet. Big deal.
Right.
but it
And
shows
then
the
when
day
you
and night
flatten
cycle.
out, a globe-shaped Earth, this would make sense because it fits with the day and night cycle.
I have another question as well. So we all know the ISS, International Space Station, has a live camera that streams 100% like real-time footage of an Earth in the shape of the globe. How can you, as a flat earther, explain that, please?
I would say it's footage that loops.
What?
They'll just say it's footage that loops.
Yeah.
Wait, but it like tracks weather too, like real time weather.
They'll say it's all rendered.
Okay.
They'll say it's all rendered.
Okay, all right, go pull it up. Let's see Florida right now.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if anyone
I
who
know
knows
what's
anything about
happening-
technology,
I know what's
these-
happening in Florida right now. You pull up the ISS. I want to see if it's right.
All right. Pulling it up. Give me one
also
second.
that satellite that takes a picture every 10 minutes or something. But
Don't
obviously
worry.
the
Don't
timings are
worry.
different.
It's not only 10 minutes ago.
No,
So-
yeah, no, I know the live stream's live, but I mean, there's also that satellite.
I thought it was. So it's not live. It's every 10 minutes it takes a picture.
No. They also have live
the
streams. I'll
yeah,
open it. Give me a second.
There's the live stream, I think, but then
Yeah,
there's
I
just a
think so.
separate satellite that takes a picture of Earth every 10 minutes and posts it online.
Play.
I don't know what the name of it is though. But
No, I want
you
the
know, anyone who
picture
knows
of
anything about
the
technology,
ISS,
these renders couldn't be
not
done
a
in real time.
satellite from the ISS live stream.
It's up.
looking
It's
at
up.
Florida.
I'm streaming it right now.
Yo, Smarticus, accept my friend request.
They are currently over the South Atlantic Ocean. So I love the curvature, and now you can see the sun coming up. Amazing, right?
Yeah. So where's
Wow.
Florida at?
Well, they're over the South Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, so where's Florida at?
They're at this over the South Atlantic Ocean. They're not close to where you at, mate.
Oh, so we'll wait till we get to Florida. Let me know when we get there. Keep an eye on it.
Hey, what's going on? There's something wrong here because Neil and even the experts that talk about the curvature, the field experts on they say that the ISS is not high enough to see any curvature. So what's going
That's
on
not
here?
true.
Yeah, I see
Whoever
a
the fucking
curvature
said
here.
that shit is just wrong.
Can you explain the curvature we see on the live feed?
Yeah, look, whoever said the ISS thing, I don't want to know where they said that. Could you link me to where they said that? Because they are just wrong when they say that.
Okay, so that curvature on the live feed, are you going to call that the geometric horizon then? Is that where the curve of the Earth is?
Yeah, you can see the curve live on the feed right now.
So
Can you see things behind that? Oh, go ahead, my bad, bro.
So, no, I want you to take it, Jemsy. I'm doing my background. Go ahead. You know where we're going.
No, like behind that geometrical horizon, can we see anything behind it? Because in this image, I don't see anything behind the
No, because
geometrical
it's a
horizon.
globe. We cannot see over the globe.
Oh, because it's like behind the wall. It's kind of like a wall. You can't see behind the
No,
wall
you see the
because
vacuum
the
of
wall is
space.
blocking your
You
view.
see the vacuum of space, then you see the curvature, and then it rolls through.
Okay, so this is a geometry-based thing, right? The globe has a certain dimensions, like a radius, a circumference,
I don't
right?
look at my
I see a
my-
curvature, and it's hard to
Yeah, look at my
disagree
live-
with,
look at
with
my
live
live stream.
footage. To be fair,
Oh,
I see around Earth.
One other thing. Do you see the
Round?
day and night cycle in the map on the bottom right corner of your stream? You see
Yes.
how it's curved?
How come they're not using a globe on and they're using that thing?
Well, it's a stretched out globe. That's the map that we use. That is a
Oh
globe
no,
map.
that's not a globe map.
You wrap it around the ball, and you have the globe.
So since we can see this globe in this imagery that you're putting, right? Perfect. We should be able to measure this curvature on the ground, right? Well, that should be a thing that we can do across the
There's a
waters.
mathematical formula for that.
Keep streaming live. We can only do it with your support. Oh, donations. NASA doesn't have enough money.
No. That's another website. That's a YouTube channel. You need to pay
Ooh.
attention.
Hey, is that right now we're seeing the Earth moving a little faster than normal? Oh, my
No, that
goodness.
was advertisement.
Advertisement. Okay. So can we measure this curvature on the ground?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, someone said no. The other said yes.
Well, why
which
would
one
you be
is
able
it?
to do it on the ground?
So no, let's not do it on the ground. So 70+% of the Earth is water surface, right? No, yes. So can we measure this curvature across the waters of the
Oh
world?
yeah, of course, yeah.
Question:
Okay,
Can you guys
has
explain as a
anyone done
flat
that?
Earth? Can you guys explain the Mariana Trench as a flat earther?
Can you provide the name and the method that was used to measure this curvature?
No. I'm talking about the Mariana Trench. Can you explain the Mariana
No, I was
Trench?
talking to the other guy because the other guy was talking about the curvature, and that's what we're talking about, the geometric of the ball that we're being shown right here, right? And you're agreeing that we should be able to measure this curvature right here directly, a direct
Would you like to have the
measurement.
mathematical formula?
Sure. What is it? Can you show it? The mathematical
I
formula
can
of the
pull it up. I
curvature?
don't know it by heart. Mathematical
Pull
formula.
the Earth's curvature formula. Go ahead.
Curvature Earth. There is one.
There should be a
Right.
formula because there is a
Yeah,
specific radius.
I'm going
right?
to mathematicsexchange.com.
Okay, so what is it? What's the formula of the curvature of the Earth? Of the globe Earth, at that.
Yeah, I mean, something that should be kept in mind is this camera may also be distorted. I'll post a little thing that explains that.
Well, even with some distortion, you can still make it out. I'm posting the formula, because I'm not a mathematics major, in the side chat. Give me 1 second.
Can you please tell me what it is? Because since you know this.
Well, I'm not a mathematician. I know the formula exists. Doesn't mean I'm an expert in it.
I still don't understand how this map, the one streamed specifically by Redwin. I mean, the day and night cycle makes absolute no sense whatsoever. If it was daylight in Africa, I mean, it's still daylight in Europe, but according to his flat map, it isn't, even though in real life it is.
Wait, what do you mean?
What?
The flat Earth map, the one streamed on his stream.
Yeah,
If
shows
the
the Earth
if
being
the
light.
sun moved in a circular fashion around this map, it just doesn't fit with what happens in real life. I mean, if it was daylight in Africa, there should be by There should be daylight in Europe too. I mean,
Because you're pre-assuming the distances and the size of the sun and makeup of the sun, but you haven't
no, I'm
verified that.
not pre-assuming.
No, there
I'm
was
You're saying
stating.
if the sun that is 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth will be doing this, it will illuminate all of the Earth.
There was daylight in Europe.
We saw that live on the video stream as well, and I am in Europe, and I can confidently say it's daytime now.
Yeah, same here.
So how does the sun and day and night cycle work on the flat? It doesn't make
Sun
sense.
moves overhead.
Yeah, we get it. Sun moves overhead.
Why do you keep asking?
Because it doesn't make sense with your flat map.
Sunlight does not travel forever. It only lights up a certain amount. Put a light in your room and walk away and see if it still lights you up as bright as it was when you're standing next to it.
Yes,
Well,
but I'm talking about your
Still
map.
the problem of diffuse light, which we don't generate. We still doesn't respond.
Even though light dissipates over like distance, I mean, you can still actually see the light. You know, like the light just doesn't just stop at one point.
It's called
Yeah,
diffuse
The
light.
light bulb analogy doesn't work.
You cannot see forever through air. Sorry.
The way you're arguing, right, is if we had a light bulb in a really long room and you walked across this really long room, if it worked how you're claiming the sun would work, at one point you wouldn't be able to see the light. It would just
No clouds in my
disappear.
room. There's no clouds in my room.
No, it's the source and the biggest size of source and light as well that you forgot to calculate. The analogy with a light bulb does not work.
Sure it does.
No.
Okay.
Light attenuation. A basic property of light is that it loses its intensity the further it travels from its source.
If the world
loses its intensity, it doesn't just outright stop.
if the world had a wall, as you guys claim, and what is beyond this wall?
Who claimed the wall?
No, so whoever's said that
what's
then.
on the edge?
More NATO. What you gotta understand? What you gotta understand is these don't actually have a model. This chat is for debunking the globe model, not actually arguing against their model.
No, that's fine. I'm just I want to actually know.
Are you talking about the globe Earth ice wall?
The ice wall, yeah, the claimed ice wall,
That's
yes.
a U.S. military term. That map is a U.S. military flight map. That's what they use. Those are all straight lines on my background. So
the surveying that the surveyings that do the survey around this Antarctic region, they call it the ice wall. So what do you want me to do?
Okay, what is at beyond this edge? What's beyond the edge?
Ask those people that went there and called it the ice wall. It's not a flat Earth thing.
Why is there no pictures of the ice wall?
It's not a flat Earth thing. It's not a flat Earth thing.
So what's at the edge of the disc
then? Ask them about the ice wall. Go into a room, make one called ice wall. Have the people come in that went to the ice wall, and they'll tell you about it.
So what is at the edge of the disc then?
What's on the edge?
They say ice wall, and then you go. They say Operation High Jump, right? They went above the ice wall, and then they went inland, and they found mountains and
the US
geography. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Are you saying the US military is covering the entirety of the world, protecting the entirety of the border of Earth?
No, I never checked that. I never seen that myself. So maybe whatever they claim, that might be the truth. Whatever they claim.
Okay,
Right?
question. As a diver, I have a question about the model that's being streamed. So where do the currents go to if there's a disc? They cannot fall off because on your model they touch the edge and they move away.
What model? What model? Do you have a wait? Let me ask you this, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Let me ask you this.
Rather than streaming a model, and I'm looking at the tides. Why do the tides stop at the edge of the circle? Can you explain that?
Wait, this model here I'm showing Africa?
I didn't make that. That's from the tide place that follows tides all day. You might have to ask them, how come yours...
But you're streaming it, so you believe in it. Because you're using that model to prove flat Earth to us, so I can ask a question about it.
I mean, you don't have any models...
That's not how you prove anything, by looking at
just
that.
a minute, just a second. Just a second. You don't have a model. You don't know why the tides stop there. And I'm asking a legitimate question. And again, I put up a hypothetical. If I was a pilot, I need to know for a fact what I'm doing here.
I put the
So
pilot map up. That's the one that's underneath it. That has all the distances from place to place for World War II. They're all straight lines, how many miles they are, how much fuel they're going to need. That's what the map is for. They didn't go around the ball when they did it.
That does not make sense.
Does anybody not like Africa?
Question:
Look,
Can as a,
look,
why
the
does a
reason
marionette
why.
lens fit in the flat Earth model?
Okay, so like you made this point earlier. If Africa's light, why isn't Europe? Whatever. But the thing is that Africa is like a trillion times larger than Europe. Okay, so if some parts of Europe is day, some other parts in Africa isn't gonna be fully day. It's gonna be dawn, or dusk or some shit. Because Africa is so fucking big. Does that answer your fucking? And the sun
No.
is a yin and yang
Not really.
symbol, okay? Not Ra. Horus and Set are the moon and sun, okay? I have some images that
yeah, but just a minute.
it's
The yin
the
and yang.
firmament. It's not. There's no ice wall. It's the firmament, okay? The
Yeah, don't
firmament
listen to
is the
crazy
stars.
people.
What is a firmament? Explain.
No, wait,
Elaborate.
Hold up.
Oh,
Hold
sorry.
up. Hold up. If there's a firmament, so
Mhm.
beyond that firmament is what? Nothing?
So
It just falls off?
No. It's the
Caused
astral
this
plane. It's the
problem.
astral plane.
What is
The
We are
astral
beings
planes.
of light. We're beings of light trapped on
Are you
Earth.
guys trolling
Okay.
us right now?
Okay.
I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. Like
So
I just know that for sure.
okay, so you know that for sure. The gases that we're breathing, the oxygen, the smoke, the carbon, the all these gases, the nitrogen, at the firmament, does it just go out into
It
the astral
does.
plane?
It does.
Bro,
Look,
listen, this guy, you're LARPing. That's pretty obvious. Stop it.
I got rid of him.
Yeah, he's just LARPing, trying to make shit up on the spot. So
Think
you're
about
talking about the
it.
gases.
Hold on.
You're
To be
talking
fair,
about gases,
annoying.
right?
He
Gas
isn't laughing.
pressure. When you talk about gases, gas is gas pressure, right? Because that's the way you kind of measure the gases around you. There's a pressure to them, right? No, yes, gas pressure.
Well, I was referring to the atmosphere, and yes, the gases that are present in the atmosphere, and yes, there is a pressure.
So atmos is air, gases. Sphere is a shape, and gases don't have any inherent shape. So you add in a shape to gases. That's a contradiction in terms.
They actually have a shape. It's on a molecular level, but they do have a structure.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
They all have molecular structures. That's
Here's the
basic
thing.
chemistry.
You were
Here's
talking
the
about
thing.
the firmament. Let's say the
Sir,
reason that you're breathing air, that you can expand your lungs, and the air
Sir.
pressure around you rushes to your lungs, the volume when you expand your lungs, right? Their antecedent to that gas pressure is containment. That's why some people say firmament or whatever. I wouldn't put a name on it, but the container that is the antecedent to the gas pressure that you're breathing right now, it must be there. The container has to be there for you to breathe.
So you're saying that there's a container that's keeping our atmospheric gases on this world?
Could it be an ozone layer?
It's not that I'm
No.
saying that. It's not that it's my opinion. That's the antecedent to you breathing air.
Okay,
Right.
other question.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
If this is our container and the gases cannot escape this container, correct?
Dynamic system. If it's a container, you can have a container that can have a valve.
I understand.
The pressure can move in and out a little bit. It's not an isolated system. I mean, I'm not making a claim about the whole construct.
Just a minute. Wait.
We know based on demonstrations, based on laws of nature, that to have gas pressure, a container is the antecedent to that.
Okay, so if there's a container and we have, I assume the same pressure, atmospheric pressure, which is sea level pressure, and the assumption here is that this container makes the gases not leave our atmosphere, then does that not also apply for gases not coming from outside of the container?
We don't have
or
gas
anything coming from outside the container.
We don't have gases coming from outer space.
My
Everything
question. Wait. My question here is, how do you explain comets then?
I don't
Yeah,
explain
like,
that.
where did the hydrogen come from?
Comets. You seen a comet? You seen a comet fall into your backyard or something? We see the phenomena in the sky that is a light, and
fuck
people
off.
label it comets, right?
I
make
to be fair,
wishes
I
and
have a
falling
watch
stars.
around my waist. It's a GMT Master 2, and it has a meteorite
The-
dial in it, so
But
pretty
wait a
sure we
minute.
have them.
Wait a minute.
The
If there's a
observable phenomena that is labeled comets, yeah, we can observe the phenomena. Sure. What's up with it?
But hold up a second. So if this was a container that does not let our gases basically escape, and there's a firmament, why is there the phenomena of comets then and rocks falling from the sky?
No rock has ever fallen and hit my yard.
Has it hit your face?
Yeah.
So here's a question about if you say we have the atmosphere here because it's an enclosed thing, right? Right, there's a firmament, right? Closed pressurized system, right?
A dynamic pressurized system, sure.
How come do we have strata of pressure and density of gases?
It's
Of the atmosphere?
a pressure gradient. The antecedent to
Yes.
the pressure gradient is gas pressure, and the antecedent to the gas pressure is the container.
Well,
You
I
know
don't
this
understand.
already.
Wait, I don't understand. Right. So we observe.
You have a container. You can have a container, and you do have a pressure gradient within the container.
When you pressure container, there is no gradient of pressure there. You understand that, right? It's equal pressure. That's basic laws of physics.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. How come do we see strata?
Isn't there gases being produced on the
gradients of
ground?
density
Remember
and pressure
the gas
on our
cycles.
planet.
Hey, the gas cycles, right on the ground, gas being produced, the carbon cycle, all of
Gas being produced.
the different cycles of the gases, right? So
Oh, okay.
you're gonna have a gradient because most of the gases were being produced on the ground. Where do you have most of the gas pressure?
The pressure
on the ground.
should be equal. No.
It's,
In a closed container, the pressure should be equal.
Yeah. 1 second. About that.
A dynamic system.
on the ground is a fallacy.
One moment. If there's a container and the atmospheric pressure is there, hold on. And you said it yourself that the ground produces gases such as, for example, volcanoes, those heat geothermal. What do you call them? Those things that spit out vapor and so on and so forth.
Geysers,
geysers, the smoke and all that. Don't you think by now that our atmosphere, after millions of years, if that model was true, don't you think our atmosphere would be full of gas to the point where we can't breathe?
No.
Like the pressure would be so high, we'd probably die.
Well, he doesn't believe in a long time.
You said
period
there's
necessarily
you said there's a container, and I mean, if the Earth constantly produces gases, by now we shouldn't be breathing. We should be dead.
No.
Monoxide poisoning. It would happen. Yeah.
Trees. That's why we have trees.
That's why you have trees.
Have you ever seen a terrarium? Have you seen a terrarium?
Hey, hold on. Gems, wait. Trees love pollution. When Canada was on fire, I had so much fruit and shit coming off my trees and my vegetables. It was amazing. I have tons of it now in my fridge and on my counters. Keep Canada going because we love that dirty smoke.
So are you saying trees can clean up hydrogen?
Yep, they clean it all up. That's what their job is.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure trees clean up just carbon, bro, and some basic nitrogen, but
they're an air filter.
I wish we had a space engineer here to help us out.
I can name the chemicals. I can name the chemicals and the elements.
Your chemicals.
But sir, the gases. There's multiple gases the trees don't ingest.
Who cares? Then something else cleans them up.
No, sir. If you're going to speak scientifically, you don't say who cares.
You cannot explain how a tree can help with hydrogen. That does not work.
This is not how science works. You just say I don't care when you have no answer to a question.
So I'll give you the science. I'll give you the science, right?
You're all fucking just yelling over each other. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'll give you the science from chemistry, elmos.edu. the pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the wall of its container. From grc.nasa.gov, the molecules are in
Container for gas
constant
to
random
exist.
There's
motion
a difference
and
between a
frequently
container for gas and a
collide
planet.
with each other and with the walls of the container. Because the
Come on, tell 'em.
molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container.
Tell 'em,
Since
bro.
density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container
It's
in
that
which
simple.
fixed mass of gas is confined.
Yeah.
From chemistry.elmore.edu.
Tell 'em, bro,
Kinetic
please.
molecular theory explanation of Boyle's law. Observations about pressure may
I think he's
explain
reading
using the
something
following
from
ideas.
Wikipedia.
No, this is
You
not.
can't have gas
No,
pressure
this is
without
not wiki.
container. You get me? Come on now.
Okay.
Question: How does the Mariana
Pressure
Trench
is
work in the
pressure
flat
is
Earth model?
caused. Let me finish. Pressure is caused by
But do
gas
you understand what
molecules
you're saying or not?
hitting
Because I have the idea you
the
don't.
walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases.
Tell 'em, bro.
I
All right.
mean,
So
this is
how
not
do you
an
explain
opinion thing.
the pressure gradient on our planet?
There you go.
If it's a closed container.
System.
That's where that is where you're missing the point. The planet is impossible because there is no container around that planet.
It
And in
No, 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 no.
reality,
But that was your argument from the
listen,
beginning. We were in a
in,
container.
Yeah, you're
in
saying we're in a
reality,
container.
but listen, this guy is saying, "Oh, how this fantasy thing that cannot exist in reality is possible if reality is possible." Look, you're
No, no,
breathing
no, no,
air,
no.
you're breathing gas pressure right now. You're breathing gas pressure right now. Yes or no?
Yes, we're at
Okay, so
we're at like one
antecedent,
atmosphere right now, correct? And when we
the
go higher
antecedent.
and the pressure gets lower, how
And the
can that be
atmosphere
the
gets
case?
thinner.
Yeah, how can that be the case then in a closed container? Because in a closed container, pressure is equal uniformly there,
Oh
everywhere.
my God,
Why do I not
that's
have
a
Well,
pressure
that is a
gradient.
fact.
side chat?
How can you have pressure gradients in a closed container?
You
Show me
have a
that.
dynamic
That
system.
is also true.
You have high pressure, low pressure, heat and cold, right? You have an action, you have a
The pressure
movement
would be the same if you
pressure.
heat up.
When the,
If you
when
heat up a closed container, the pressure will be equal on all things. Doesn't matter if one part
the
is
pressure is
colder,
not
the other
gonna
one is
go up
hotter.
if you heat it up.
Then there's a leak.
It would go up, but would be the pressure would be uniform. You would
So
not see a
there you
pressure.
go. The
You would
pressure
not see
goes
a
up and
pressure
down.
gradient though.
That's why we need
You
pressure
have
tanks when we go diving, because the deeper you are, the higher the pressure gets.
Yeah, but the whole tank, the gas in a tank there, right? No matter the temperature, is at uniform pressure, right? Be it higher or lower. It's not stratified pressure.
so if you put multiple gases inside the container, right, and you let it sit over there,
Same gas, atmosphere, oxygen,
and so you have all the
air,
gases, you
air,
have all these gases in the system, and then you add heat and cold.
air.
You change it, the
Heat,
temperature
air.
is changing. The
Your
temperature is
spectacles.
changing. Content during day and night is changing. Are you saying that is not gonna cause a change of pressure?
No, wait. Can you show me that? Like, first of all, we have one atmosphere, right? We're breathing air, which is a mixture of different kind of like atoms, right, of gases, right? But it should still be the same, should it not? Like, if I mix like a part of like oxygen, part some other gas in a container, and I pressurize it, the pressure would not stratify, right?
You have most of the gases being produced on the ground. You have most of the
But the
pressure is
pressure
near
would
the
be.
ground, right?
Why would show me that in show me that in a closed container that you have gradients of pressure?
Spartacus.
Sir, I hope you realize that our air not only has oxygen and carbon in it, it has things like
A bunch of different things, right?
Helium.
yeah, it has methane, for example. It
Yeah.
has helium. It has
Yeah.
hydrogen. It has
Yeah.
ozone gases.
Exactly.
It has all forms of gases that cannot be consumed by trees. So that doesn't make sense when you say, "Oh, in our enclosed."
Other things clean it up.
Consumed by trees.
What cleans up what?
Sea?
Trees
The
don't
earth
eat
takes care
hydrogen.
of itself.
That's not true.
The
Yeah,
earth
but
takes
how?
care of itself.
How
Yeah,
do we
in
use
a globe
hydrogen then? How
shape,
does it
sir.
disappear? Where does it go
Hydrogen
to?
is hydrogen is rising, right? Helium is rising. Other gases are
what?
going up.
Because we're in a
So
container.
we are in a dynamic system, right? We can agree to that.
So if you go to the top of the globe or the flat Earth, if you go top, you will only find like a highest amount of helium.
The problem that you're having is that you think
It
this
is
is an
also true.
isolated system.
Yeah,
In this system, you have a dynamic system where energy can be
If that
exchanged
was
in and
true,
out of the
we would
system.
have airships collecting that stuff.
Collecting what stuff?
Helium,
Yeah.
sir.
Helium.
Helium.
It's
Helium,
a
sir.
resource.
If there was a firmament, there would be helium at the top.
Actually, that's true. Like
What?
every helium ever produced on Earth will be trapped
Oh
like
my God.
at the top, right? And you can have like balloons that collect it. Actually,
Okay.
Oh, so
Let's slow
yes,
this
that's a good
down a bit.
theory. That's a
Look,
good idea, actually.
you said there are gases
Why do you think when you
produced
fly
on the
plane,
ground.
your voice gets super
Correct?
high? It's all the helium.
You said gases are produced on the ground, correct? So in that case, helium is also
A
produced on
lot
the
of
ground.
gases are, right?
Right.
Helium produced in the ground. I mean,
Helium is the lightest
helium is
gas.
like a result of some type of decay of certain materials, right? That's what we harvested, right?
Just wanna rolly with
Sir,
the
helium is a light gas, and this light gas usually goes up. So if you had
it
a
goes up.
firmament, so if you had a firmament, this, your globe, your glass
Your globe.
dome,
The
your
globe doesn't
glass,
have a container. That's why
your
it's impossible.
your glass dome or your container would contain this helium at the top.
Dome?
There's no helium at the top. Or there should be massive amounts of it, but it's not there.
It would be like big
How do you
business to collect it.
yeah, the gases should all be trapped at the top there.
Do you miss the part of the dynamic system? Do you miss that part or no?
Okay, can you explain this dynamic system?
Is it-
Where does it go then?
Don't you say that the sun is burning hydrogen and burning all these gases? Don't you claim that?
No.
No.
No. What is it doing? No. What is what is the sun doing? Isn't it burning gases?
The
Well,
sun
I mean-
itself burns gases for energy, yeah. But the
Oh,
sun
so
is
someone said no. The other guy saying yeah.
The sun is a bit far away. That does not mean they're burning up the helium at the top.
How do you know that?
Our
You
planet.
checked?
Well, we have sent planes up there. If there was be like a high doses of helium, I'm pretty sure we start to collect them. The data is out there. Pretty simple. Take a plane
you
and go
send-
measure it, and you will see it.
You send planes out there, and since they're not collecting the air that is around it or the helium around it, what do you mean by that?
We have did measurements in the atmosphere. There's not like piles and piles of helium and hydrogen up there.
You just make up shit.
Sir, we're not making shit up.
We're talking
This
facts.
is how helium
Makes up
works.
us.
The molecule helium, this is how it works. It's light. It travels upwards. If in your model,
Who cares?
if your
Who
model,
cares? It's still inside a sealed container.
okay, you
no
concede.
matter how
When you
many
say who
times you
cares,
say
when you say the
gas,
words, the very
trees,
words,
and
who
smoke,
cares?
You
every time
concede
you
it,
say
yeah.
gas and trees
Sir.
and smoke, it doesn't stop the world from being flat.
Sir, when you say the words, the very words, who cares, without an actual argument, you have conceded.
Indeed.
Oh, you're the ones claiming that there is no container on the globe and you can breathe air.
No.
We
You
have
make
the
a theory
antecedent.
about the container, and we picked it
gravity.
apart.
It's not a theory. It's the antecedent of pressure.
Again, you cannot explain it.
Hey, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Do
Yeah,
you have that?
gravity.
Yeah, it's called
You
gravity.
what's that? You saying a word? Gravity, a word on a piece of paper.
Yes,
It's a
yes, sir.
phenomena.
Yes,
which
sir.
Which you can experimentally prove, by the way, and we
Yes.
have been for
So
like
can I go to the
centuries
propane
now.
guy?
Sir,
Can I go
the
to the
reason
propane? Can I go to the propane guy and say, hey, can
I'll
I have
wrap it
some
up.
propane? But I don't need the container because I have gravity to contain it, right?
I'll just say a few more words, okay, and then I'll
Yeah,
be
it's
quiet.
so unanalogous, you fucking retard.
The reason the atmosphere
I
goes
go to
into
the tire
gradient.
guy. I go to the tire guy and I'm gonna say, hey, can I have some air pressure
Listen,
around
when you
this?
go to the
this
planet
ring?
guy, he's gonna give
But I
you a
don't-
gravity
I
well.
don't need the
Go to the
ring. I don't need the
planet guy.
container. I don't need the container around the rim. Just give me the pressure.
You're being bad faith, dude. We're talking about scales of like fucking like billions and billions of like cubic fucking meters of these
Things that you
gases,
don't
right?
know,
Like
that you just
on a
think
These are
huge
flat
planet,
earthers.
right?
They
Like,
don't believe in
so we
gravity.
measure. Yeah, I know they don't, but they're wrong because we have experimental evidence showing this for centuries now.
We know they're wrong, but it's fun to
where's
listen
the
to them.
Oh, I
experimental
will. Do you
evidence?
want me to show the experiments? Sure, I will show you at least one.
Why
Where's
are
the
you
experiment?
arguing with
Sure.
these guys?
I know.
I
Well,
want
I
you
have
to
no.
take a
We
piece
have
of.
nothing
It's like
better to
arguing
do.
with
Why are you
theists,
Sure,
dude.
wait. I will show you.
arguing
I will
about
show Jimsy.
this
Jimsy.
guy?
I will show you a Cavendish experiment where a professor of electrical engineering
Spartacus, just turn on your camera and
does
drop
this
a pen.
does this in his garage. Well, I can do that.
Drop a pen. I'll drop a helium balloon.
Does this
It's
in
gonna
his
go up.
garage, right? He has like two lead spheres which are like 50 kilos each, and in between them he has a very sensitive tensile mechanism, like a thing that measures like force, right? I will show this, right, and it's gonna show that they're attracted to
Bro,
each other, right?
there's something simpler than that. Much
Is
simpler.
that mass attracting gas?
Sir-
Mass attractive
Mass
gas? That's what you're
attracts
saying?
mass. Gas is mass too. We know this.
Do you know that you are parroting the wrong pseudoscience, right? You're parroting the wrong pseudoscience because that's Newton's gravity.
Okay,
That's Newton's gravity. That's Newton's gravity, and that has been superseded by Einstein's gravity.
Okay, if it's pseudoscience, wait, Spartacus,
Come on,
wait.
get
If
up to
it's
date with the correct
pseudoscience.
pseudoscience, bro.
Okay, if it's pseudoscience, how do you explain fog? How do you explain the fog? Why does the fog slowly like sit down on the ground? Yes, fog, white fog, white fog.
Oh,
White
that's an
fog
adult
is gas.
conversation. If you want me to talk about fog, I mean that's a total different topic.
Fog is white. It's humidity. It's gas mixed with water. It's a heavy type of gas. It sits down on the ground because it's heavy.
It doesn't get pulled to the ground.
So why does it settle on the ground then? Go on.
The fog by me isn't on the ground. It's about 80 feet in the air when I'm driving. It's over a bridge.
All right, but why isn't it all the way up in the sky? Why is it like
Are
laying
you
down on the
saying that
ground?
the sky is the ground? What are you talking about, bro?
I see clouds when I look up.
Do you see clouds? Because that fog is basically a cloud that settles on the ground. Why does that happen?
Yippee.
Yeah, why does
You
that
know
happen?
about where does gas? Where is the vector of
If there's
gravity?
no gravity.
What
If
is the
there's no
vector
gravity.
of gravity? What is
If
the
there's-
vector of gravity?
Give me a second. If there's no gravity, why does the fog settle on the ground then?
Is that?
What is the vector of gravity?
Are you claiming that that's like a gravity pocket that's pulling up and making fog right there?
No, oh my god. Fog is vapor.
gravity.
It's heavy gas. It's humidity. It's heavy gas. It's not light. It's heavy. This is why it settles to the ground.
Okay,
But
it's
you-
denser than the medium, and you're saying that it's this.
Just saying, one of the people here is a traitor and works for a space agency.
Bruh.
Ooh, everybody open the door.
Who's the space agency guy?
Roll the red carpet. The priest has come. Come on, the priest is here. Go ahead.
All right, come on. Tell us about how. Tell us how you got the curve of the Earth measured.
Yeah, what did you say? He's a space engineer.
Yeah, so he has to know this to get rockets to go in orbital mechanics.
Yeah, he must know the radius of the Earth because you have to take that into account for everything else space related, right? He knows the radius, right? R in the equation.
Sir, if fog is a gas, why does it settle on the ground?
Why not? Why doesn't? What's the problem with fog?
No, you're clear,
Do you have an issue with it?
but sir, you're
Nobody
clearly
has an issue with fog.
You clearly have
Because it's not
answers
super
for
windy outside. That's why.
What?
Because it's not super windy outside.
Because wait,
that's
You're saying fog, therefore globe spinning through the vacuum of space and no containment for the gas pressure. That's what you're saying.
Fog hitting the ground. First of all, fog does not always hit the ground, and how low it goes is a determination of how much the condensation is actually apparent.
There
yeah,
you go.
but it has it does have a weight.
That doesn't equals globe through the vacuum of space. And you know what?
Explain the
designs
behavior
the
of
globe.
fog. I don't know if you missed that part.
Fog debunks the globe without the container because you require a container to have the pressure.
Dude, again, why do you have a pressure gradient? How can you have a pressure gradient within a container? Show me that ever. Show me that ever. Go ahead. Pressure gradient within an enclosed container.
Pressure gradient. The antecedent to
closed
that is
container.
gas pressure. The antecedent to the gas pressure is the container. There's no way around it.
What is this antecedent? What do you can you answer the question?
You know what an antecedent is? You know what an antecedent
I
is?
know what antecedent means. I'm asking you a question.
What an antecedent is. Serve him up some dinner.
What? Can you answer the question? Can you show me a pressure gradient in a closed container?
You know when you get a steak on your plate and you know there must be a cow before the steak? You know that?
The fuck are you talking? You cannot answer a question, can you?
You know the
Is this what
antecedent
flat
to the
earthers
steak?
do? Show me
Do you know where
show
steak
me.
comes
You
from?
can convert me to flat eartherism right now.
No. Please
Show
don't
me
convert
a
into
pressure gradient within a closed container.
Answer
Are
his
you missing the
question
point?
about the
I
steak.
asked the question first.
Well, we're not going to
The
answer it until you
antecedent-
understand
Oh, you're
what an
dodging the question.
antecedent
Cool.
is. When you understand what an antecedent is, he can answer your question.
What's an
You're
antecedent?
dodging
Can
the
you tell us?
question.
What's an antecedent, sir? What is it?
Dodging the question.
A thing or event that existed before or logically precedes another, right? It's the thing before the other thing, right? Like the container, the gas pressure, the pressure gradient. That's how it works. I don't know what to tell you, but that's how it
Are you
works.
gonna answer my question?
When are you going to answer the question?
Are you gonna ignore the antecedent to the pressure gradient?
Are you gonna answer the question?
Yes, you need an antecedent to the pressure gradient. Gas pressure. What's the
Why?
antecedent to gas pressure?
Can you answer
A
the
container.
question?
Yeah, that's the answer to your question.
What?
You can't have the pressure gradient without the container.
There you go.
You said you can have a pressure gradient without a container. What?
You
What do mean?
cannot have the pressure gradient without the container.
What you say? So you're saying in a closed container there will be pressure gradient?
Yes.
Oh, please show me that. Can you
There
show
is, the
that?
thing is, Radwan, the problem is that he's thinking about an isolated system that is like a propane tank, right? That's you thinking in your mind, hey, we don't live in a propane tank. We don't.
Well, even a
Therefore,
propane
Show
tank.
it. Show it. Show it anywhere. Show it anywhere.
Even a propane tank has pressure gradient. That's why there's liquid on the bottom.
Could you,
Yeah.
What?
There's liquid on
That's
the bottom.
no. Is the pressure though the same? That's basic physics, is it not?
No, here we're going to have to show you how this works. If you don't know how it works.
Is that liquid under different pressure than the rest?
So, an isolated system does not exchange matter or energy with its surroundings. A closed system may exchange heat, experience forces, and exert forces, but does not exchange a matter. An open
A
system
closed
can
container.
interact
Is that a
with
closed
its
system?
surrounding by exchanging both matter and energy, right?
Is a closed container a closed system or an open system?
Is a what? Well, I didn't hear what you said. I'm reading.
Is a closed container a closed system or an
Closed
open
system.
system?
Closed system.
You can have a closed dynamic system and a closed isolated system. There's differences between those two.
You're talking about like the container being heating up and like cooled at the other side, right? Let's
So
say.
you can have a closed
Sure.
system that
Show
you can
that.
have a,
Show me that.
Hello. You can have a closed system because you're asking this question, right? You can have a closed system that is dynamic where energy can go in and out of the system. That's a dynamic system. We live in a dynamic system.
Cool. You added energy. Sure. Is the pressure in that closed container gonna stratify?
It's gonna change. Remember, you insert in
It can change, but will it be uniform, aka the same everywhere in that container, or will it
doesn't have to.
stratify?
It will have a different. It will have a like you were saying earlier, the pressure gradient. Yes.
Show that. Show me that anywhere happening.
Anywhere happening, just go
Yes.
up in a mountain, bro. It's the pressure up in a mountain is gonna be
Up in a
less than the
mountain?
pressure at the sea level.
Wait. That's what I'm trying to ask you to explain. How come you have that on Earth, on our, let's see, on our
How come?
plane? No.
How come? Because we live in a
No.
contained system. That's
You're
how.
begging the question. You're begging the question because now you're saying
No,
our
this is not my
planet
opinion or your
or whatever
opinion.
plane of existence here is that example. That's what I'm challenging because I don't think it is a closed container. I think it's an
You're
open
thinking
container.
this is my
And
claim.
gravity.
You're thinking this is my claim.
Show
The
me.
antecedent to gas pressure is containment. You have the container. You have the gases inside of the system, and the gases exert pressure on the walls of the container. And you, with the pressures within the pressure system, you have a pressure gradient.
You're not making sense. Show me a closed container which has a
Tell me what
pressure
part of that didn't
gradient.
make sense. Tell me what part of that didn't make sense. Go ahead.
Nothing what you said makes sense to me.
Go
I'm asking
ahead.
the question
Which part
again.
of it didn't make sense?
What you said didn't make sense. Like,
Go ahead.
What is some
Explain what doesn't make sense so he can clarify it.
It didn't. What the fuck do you? No. Answer the question. Show me a closed container that has a pressure gradient.
Cup with water.
What? How does that help? What? That's
That's
not a
not
closed.
closed.
That's not a closed container. First of all, cup is open. You know, like
Not if it's got a lid.
but it's not really okay. Show that. Okay, show me a cup with water that has a pressure gradient.
Not if it has got a lid.
Yeah, with a lid. Yeah, sure. Show that. Go ahead.
I don't need to do that.
But that's the question. Because flat earthers are saying we're living in a closed container. That's why we have the atmosphere. That's why the air doesn't go anywhere, right? And it
Could be
doesn't
a
exist on a
gas.
globe, right? Somehow. And I'm saying, well, actually, no, it does make sense because of gravity, and
Ozone
also
layer.
we have this phenomena called pressure gradient, right? The more high you go, the lower the pressure of the gases is, right, and lower denser it is. Where is that in any closed container?
That's temperature related.
Show me that too.
Hey, sir,
Apply
if
different
you
temperature. You can show that too. You can do this in a.
Take
No, honestly, guys. Look.
with a pressure gauge and heat it up.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, that would no. You would
Are you playing
increase.
fool? Are
You
you
would
playing? Are you
increase.
playing fool?
You would increase the
Do you know there is
total pressure if you heat it up, right? But the pressure will be uniform. You would not see a pressure gradient. You would not see a part of that. You would not see a part of the gases there or whatever medium is in there to have one pressure and one density and another
There we
part,
go.
another pressure or density.
Oh, you posted it for you. There's the temperature gradient inside a container. That's the one I was looking
Show me.
for.
Where? Interesting.
It's in the chat.
What is this video? Oh.
Have you noticed that there is daytime on one side of the system and there is nighttime on the other side of the system, and you have high pressure and low pressure? Have you ever heard of high pressure and low pressure systems within this system that we live in? Have you ever heard of that?
I don't see there. I skimmed through the video. It's like 6 minutes long.
Oh my
It
God!
has
this
one
is your whole
pressure.
life.
Wait, it has
You
one
better
pressure.
just watch it from the beginning till the end, and don't sit there and say, "Oh, I couldn't watch it; it's too long."
Oh, I'll check. Okay.
And
I'll be
please, once
furious
you
as fuck
come,
though if it's not.
once you realize that you are in a dynamic system and this pressure gradient, it's in reality. I mean, you can just say, hey, yeah, pressure gradient. It's pretty simple.
I just want. Actually, I assume everyone's watching something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out one thing when it comes to gradients in the atmosphere, right?
There's no
you see-
atmosphere.
Okay, assuming there's no atmosphere.
Air.
Okay, well, assuming that there's no atmo something, right?
There is.
Okay. Okay.
There's
Assuming
You're talking about a vacuum? You're talking about a vacuum or something? A vacuum. You're talking about a contain. You grab a
Look,
container
all right,
and
all
you
right, all
pull
right.
the stuff from the container, and you have a less
Okay.
pressure system.
Look. If there's a firmament, and these gases were contained within this firmament or this container, and your position is that there's no gravity, it shouldn't exist, right? Well, in that case, it would, the reason.
Oh my god.
In reality, wait. In reality, because gases do have a weight, they do have mass. I'm
What's mass?
using.
You know what mass is? What is that?
Yes. The more the mass, the more the weight, right?
Is that what mass is?
Well, keeping it bluntly and shortly and simple, right? Let's say
Do you
that
have a
gases.
citation for mass? Do you have like a citation for that?
Can you let me finish?
Go
So
ahead.
gases. So assuming gases have weight, let's keep it that simple, right? The lighter gases will be at the tippy top, and the heaviest gases will be at the bottom, right?
Wow.
This is how the
Amazing.
atmosphere works, because there's gravity and it keeps heavier gases nearer to the sea level, and the
What
lighter gases
sphere?
all the way at
Are
the
you
top.
What sphere are you talking about? Do
The
you have the
sphere-
sphere in the first place to make a claim
Right.
that the gases are taking a sphere shape?
The
Where is
big,
that? Show me.
the massive ball, this massive ball of Earth.
Where is the ball? Where is that ball? Where is it?
The ball you're standing on right now, or sitting on.
Wait,
So this ball of air is inside a vacuum chamber?
No, the ball of the ball
So
that is
where
the
is the
Earth.
container around the ball? Where is the container around that ball? The volume, the antecedent to the gas pressure. Where's that?
That's the thing. There is no container, sir. It's not a
What?
container.
How are you breathing? How are you breathing air?
Yes, the gravity keeps the atmosphere on Earth.
What is the
oxygen,
vector of gravity?
Oxygen has weight, sir.
Where is gravity pulling things toward?
Let me let me break it down. So in this global Earth that you live in, right? The gravity is keeping oxygen on this Earth, the oxygen and the nitrogen and the hydrogen that you need to breathe. You're breathing hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and all the other gases. If you weren't aware,
And it just rejects helium?
you can include helium if you want to, but I doubt
can.
there's helium on
And helium
ground
doesn't
level.
want anything to do with gravity.
So what is the vector of gravity? What is gravity doing? Can you say what is the vector of gravity? Where is it
Yes,
bringing things toward?
gravity's pulling all these molecules down to Earth. And this is why on ground level you're able to survive because you can breathe that air in.
So the vector of gravity is downwards, towards where?
The center of the Earth, sir.
Okay, so what is the vector of gases? Do you know that?
Yes, towards the center of Earth, sir.
Do you know that gases go to all directions?
Yes,
All
but
of
they
them.
fall towards the center of the Earth, which is the center of gravity, sir.
So gravity has one vector, and gases have all of the vectors in direction, right?
So here's the thing.
Gravity debunked right there.
Here's the thing. In a vacuum, if there was a perfect vacuum with no gases whatsoever, when you start filling that vacuum up with gases, eventually they will settle. But the way they will settle is the heavier gases go at the bottom and the lighter gases go at the top. And if you flip this container, the gases will still be at the bottom and the lighter will be at the top because of gravity. And the center of gravity is in the center of Earth, the center of mass of Earth.
So I just came back from watching the video. Sorry, I'm interjecting conversation. Because who posted this, do you know what the pressure of the container is? Who posted the video? Redvan, that was you, right? What's the pressure of that container?
I didn't post a video.
Oh,
Those
sorry, you're
old dude.
right. You're the old dude did, right? It's 0.1 bar.
And
it's not even simulating a whole atmosphere.
You said pressure in a container.
You're heating up. You're like heating up.
You
Like,
said
of course,
gradient pressure in a
no.
container. Now you're changing the goalposts.
Simulate
Sorry.
at least one
That's your
atmosphere
problem.
there.
That's your problem.
No, like in the experiment there, like he's using different gouges for this, right? One is through like a rubber hose there that connected to the bottom. Like, what the fuck? And it's not even at pressure
Wait,
almost at
that
all.
debunked what you
0.1
said.
0.1 bar. Do you know how little
Hey,
pressure that is?
Hey, we understand. You don't have to freak out. It happens every day in here.
No, it's like no pressure there at all. And all he's doing is he's heating up the top while cooling the bottom. You know, shit, you're gonna see difference there because just it's already at 1 bar basically.
You told us that if you heat it up, it won't matter. It'll all heat up the same, and you were proven wrong.
If there was pressure, there's zero pressure there. Like 0.1 bar.
Yeah, gas. That gas is gonna fill up that vacuum, obviously.
Yeah, there's
Because
nothing.
there's space in there.
Yeah, there's nothing in the tank almost.
Gases are molecules, sir. They take up a space, sir.
Yeah, like if you have no pressure there, like of course the molecules at the top, right, will be more heated up and will stay up there, which is why he's heating up from the top, even though in the video he says how it happens in the atmosphere, it's the opposite, right? The top of the atmosphere is cooler, but while the bottom is warmer. But for some reason it's doing the opposite way. No, show me an experiment at like at least 1 bar of pressure, which simulates at least 1 atmosphere, which is literally what 1 bar is, right? 1 bar is 1 atmosphere.
Spartacus. You know those playgrounds for kids when they jump in and there's like lots of balls.
Yeah. Never gonna play with that.
The pool, the pool with the small balls in there so that they can play around and stuff. Would it make sense to explain what pressure is if you use that example? Like if you added more balls inside a container, that it would, eventually become very pressurized.
Yeah, that's the principle because it is just like molecules, right? Of like atoms.
Right.
Of like
Are you saying that plastic balls are gases?
Well, that's the analogy there because gas is. I mean, I hope you don't dispute this, but gases are just like molecules which are made up
molecules
of atoms.
and particles. Yeah.
Yeah, of tangible things which we have proven, right? Like
Container I posted
experimentally.
produces its own gases, and it didn't blow up.
Wait, what? Where? What did you post, sir? What did you post?
What is this supposed to be?
I don't understand. Thriving since 1960s, must garden in a bottle seeding. Okay, so what is it?
So maybe that plant just doesn't need gases, I guess. I mean, what kind of plant is that even? I mean, every different plant has. I mean, there are some plants that do photosynthesis and some plants that don't.
Yeah, they sell those at Brookstone.
Yeah, but
There's
does this
like
have
self-sustaining ecosystems in a glass jar.
Oh, that's cool. Is the pressure enough to like simulate our atmosphere, and does it have a pressure gradient?
It is our atmosphere in there.
Like a 1 bar?
Well, put a pressure gauge on it and see what it is.
Well, you're the one posting
Build
it. You should
build
tell us.
one and put a pressure gauge on it. What is so hard about that?
Wait, that's your burden, dude. You're presenting this.
No, I just showed you what some guy did, and that thing produces its own atmosphere.
Wait, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the pressure, right? You do understand, right? It just means there's like a self-sustaining like ecosystem of like gases, right? Doesn't mean it's like under the pressure of like.
You got debunked with gradient air pressure inside.
Where's the gradient?
Sorry
Show me the
about
gradient.
that. Don't
Show me the
spiral
gradient.
out. Accept it.
To be fair.
Show me the gradient. Where's the gradient there? How much pressure is there?
I wouldn't call it debunking, sir. You didn't really debunk anything.
I think this is sad.
Well, the thing is that you guys are denying the laws of nature, the thermodynamics. You guys are denying that the antecedent to gas pressure and pressure gradients is the container. You're saying, nah.
Gravity.
Can you provide any? Where is the scientific paper that says that? Bro, you said that the vector of gravity is towards the center of the Earth, and you're saying that gravity is pulling gases, but then we have gases going up, down, left, right, and all of the angles.
What do you mean gas is going
We have
up?
also planes flying too. Does that disprove gravity? We have helicopters from left, right, up, and down too. Does that disprove gravity?
It's an airplane gases, bro. Like the vector of gases.
It's even
That's
heavier
what
than
nature.
gases. How come
What do
that
you
be
mean
the
by
case if
gas
gravity
is
is
going
true?
up?
Okay, so it's an airplane anti-gravity device. It's a helium balloon an anti-gravity device.
Helium
No,
goes towards
neither
the
of
Earth.
them are. There's like
Hey,
different forces
Jemsy,
applied to them.
Jemsy,
It's a complicated
Jemsy,
dynamic system.
Jemsy, I posted what a container is for them. It doesn't say anything about gravity in it, so.
And it doesn't even show that there is a gradient of pressure there. So how the fuck are you debunking anything?
Yeah, helium, by the way, is still falling towards the Earth. It's just that the air around it is heavier, so it gets out of its way. It's still gravity.
I mean, this is like buoyancy, right? You guys should be familiar with this, right? Buoyancy, but only buoyancy only works with gravity, though. Like part of any buoyancy calculation, right? Then I'll bet my balls on this.
What is gravity?
Has
Because you
G
guys
in
say
it.
this word like a parrot. Why are you guys parroting the word and you
That's the
cannot even
explanation.
demonstrate it?
I mean, you're asking for the explanation of the phenomena many times. We're giving the answer many times.
Where is the scientific paper? Where is the hypothesis?
Oh, I will show you. I will
Where is
show
it?
you one. Oh, sure. I'll show you one. I promise.
The
you. I
actually
mean,
scientifically valid
yeah,
hypothesis.
Cavendish
The
experiment,
scientific
right?
paper.
Cavendish
That's not an
experiment strategy.
experiment.
Yes,
That's a
it is.
man-made device.
Not
That is a
an
man.
experiment.
What? Cavendish is not an experiment
just
because it's
because
a
you put
man-made
experiment,
device. He said.
just because you put the experiment on the word, that doesn't mean that it's the gravity that you're claiming, the warping and bending of space-time.
It's literally trying to measure. It's trying to find out if objects with mass, like lead spheres, in that example,
Which gravity are you claiming?
exert an attraction force, right? And they do. And not only do they. Well, I didn't wait. Yeah, sure, go ahead. But
It was originally made to weigh the world. How did you get gravity out of that?
Okay.
You know what that means?
So what papers do you have that denies gravity? How do you explain things falling, and how do you explain weight?
Something that you can't prove.
How do you explain weight, sir?
I don't have to come up with anything that you can't prove. I don't have to deny shit.
I think you can. I mean, if you're so confident in your position, please explain what weight is. What is their weight?
Can't prove.
What?
I'll post the proof. Also.
I don't have to deny something you can't prove.
I'm posting the proof
If
right
I
now.
drop something here, I'll drop like my
Okay,
lighter.
so, all right,
There, I
I'm going
dropped
to
it.
get your drop experiment. Ready? Here's how it works. I know for a fact, because I can prove this, invisible unicorns with invisible ropes pull things to the ground. I dropped a
Correct.
pencil, it went
Yeah,
to the
so-
ground. I just proved invisible unicorns pull things with invisible ropes to the ground.
Okay.
So
The
I
experiment
proved
doesn't show
all
that.
of those.
The experiment doesn't show that.
I think a better one is
wait for my response to
invisible
that.
three toes gnomes are actually pulling things down to the ground, and then the unicorns are flying with the helium, and those are causing the helium to go up, right?
Cool.
With
You haven't
rainbows.
shown
They
with
cause
that
rainbows
experiment that
too.
it's anything to do with unicorns or gnomes, but what you have shown is that.
Bro, you're sending gravity like it's a unicorn on a story.
Can I finish?
I can replace gravity with unicorns.
Okay, look. So I'm gonna just. Can I play the video, or do you want to click on the link? Right. I promise it's a safe link, even though it's like direct like video download. It's from webarchive.org.
So which gravity is this? Which gravity are you claiming? Which one?
Which gravity? We're talking about just the phenomenon of gravity, not anything like.
But which
deep
one? You
behind
know
its
the
mechanism.
current claim of gravity. Which one is it?
G.
Like
do you know the letter
big
G?
G or
what
little
it
G
stands
or which?
Yeah, the big G.
Oh, the cause of the effect, the actual cause of the effect.
No, the effect itself, right?
Oh, so you're talking about the effect. You're saying
its
things
magnitude
go
itself.
down.
Okay,
and
wait.
that is gravity because
So-
things go down.
So this guy Spartacus here provided multiple things. How about you provide now something that disproves gravity?
What did he provide? I cannot tell us. Tell us what he provided.
It's in a side chat. I already posted.
Provide something that disproves gravity, please.
Yeah, so this is from Norman.
Where's your
Schenenberg.
wait? Where's your research papers? Where's your papers? Where's your institutions that prove that
Our
paper
research is,
that gravity
our
doesn't
research
exist?
is your lack of proof.
Where is
You
it?
don't,
Where are your
bro,
institutions?
you don't even know which gravity you're claiming.
Where are your institutions?
mean,
Where are
which
your
gravity?
scientists? Where are your
Where is your which gravity are you claiming? Tell us
Bro,
which one.
again, G, right? Like objects with mass attract other objects with mass. We're talking about the phenomena. We're not talking about quantum
so the
gravity.
letter G.
We're not talking about like the in-depth like theories, like attempted theories or other hypotheses to explain the mechanisms of gravity. We don't know that yet. We're just talking about the
Okay.
phenomena, the fact of gravity, which is that objects with mass attract other objects with mass relative to their
disagree.
masses. Well,
You
the
can't prove
experiments show that. I posted one of them. You can do this yourself. You can disprove gravity
Definition is
yourself.
not an
This experiment will cost you like $20 or something. You can do this in your garage.
So you know it's not an experiment, right?
Excuse me? What? How is it not an experiment?
Cavendish experiment?
Yeah.
You're saying that you're observing a phenomena, but the science will demonstrate a cause and effect relationship and will establish the cause of the effect. But you're not. But you're saying you don't know the cause of the effect. We're observing the effect, and you can say the cause of that is gravity, the warping and bending of space time, or Newton's
We don't
gravity
have
or
to.
Einstein's.
We don't have to go. You guys don't even grant space. Why the fuck we would talk about even that like in depth like understanding of like gravity? Right?
Are you saying
We were
that
talking
the
about
observable
we're talking
phenomena
about
that you see things going to the
wait. Can I
ground that
explain?
is causing
Can I finish? Can I
Are
finish?
you claiming?
The
Can
cause
I
and
finish?
effect that we're
Let
talking
me
about
finish.
here, and I'd like to finish. The cause and
You're,
effect,
you're saying that this
bro.
effect that we're observing, how is that causing the spinning globe cartoon that you're claiming? That doesn't cause the globe cartoon, does it?
Bro, if you can let me finish, I'll explain. So the cause and effect here we're explaining is the relationship between mass and a attraction force between objects with mass, right? So the hypothesis is when you have two objects with mass, there should be a cause of an attraction force between them relative to their masses. And that the last part is very crucial too, because it's not just random, right? It's a universal thing, right? So it's per amount of mass, right, density that an object has, it will exert relative to that an attraction force, right, to the other object with mass. And we've measured this, right? So it's not just we observe there's an attraction force, we measure the universal variable that applies to all masses, right, which we can scale up, right? We can apply them to other planets, right, or our planet too, right, and see if it actually fits, right? Because from this experiment,
Our planet. What you mean? The thing under your
I'm
under your
using
feet?
planet. I'm using planet. I'm using planet because I don't have any other word. You can say it's because of brainwashing, but I can just say plane, whatever, plane of existence, right? Because
Yeah,
from
in the
this
thing that we're
experiment,
standing, in the
so
medium that we're in, there is a phenomena that if you pick something from the floor and you release it, it's gonna go back to the floor, right? It's gonna drop to the floor.
it's more than that because this is a sideways
Okay.
experiment. So, do you know it's a
Okay.
sideways experiment, right? That's
So
why
I
the camera.
I can grab a magnet and I put it next to another magnet and they will attract or
That's
repel each other.
magnetism. That's
Okay.
magnetism. We know.
These are non-magnetic objects.
Yeah, like that's the point of this experiment, right? Is we try to isolate we try to account for all the other possible
So
forces
how
that we
can you
know of, right?
correlate this phenomena into the curving and bending and the water attached to the spinning globe and the vacuum of space that
If
goes against natural laws and thermodynamics?
If it is the case that objects with mass attract other objects with mass relative to their masses, then such a large object as our whatever this is would have a fucking gigantic one. And holy gee, if we use the same calculations, right, the same like devices, right, to like measure how much is this object, if it was hypothetically projecting a gravity field, how much is it for projecting, how much gravity is projecting? Turns out it fits, right? It actually, I'm not explaining this correctly, right? But so
This is like
in the
plane
experiment,
stacking, fallacy stacking all put together.
No, okay. So in the experiment, right, it shows that these like 15 kilos, I think it is. No, sorry, 32 kilos lead spheres, right? Two of them uh, exert a force, right? And then when you do the calculations, you like ratio the force, right? Divide the force that it projects by the mass there. You get a universal constant, right? Of how much gravity force an object will produce per unit of mass that it has, right? Now, that creates predictions, right? Like, if that is true, we should then measure a force, right? That our potential planet, right, plane of existence, also
How do you
exerts
get
if
to
it has
planet
gravity.
from there?
And we,
How
yeah,
do you
yeah,
get from observing this phenomena
because it
in a room,
fits,
in a
because it
warehouse,
fits.
and you're saying, therefore, the Earth is curving and spinning? How do you make those connections, bro? Come on.
Because gravity explains the whole universe, right? Like 90% of the
Gravity
observed universe.
explains the
Yeah,
whole universe.
orbits of
Oh, dude.
planets, the shapes of planets themselves, right? Like explains like 90% of this.
Is gravity like your God or something that explains the whole universe? That's what it is?
It's a fundamental force of nature, one of the four.
A
You
force?
can call
Did you
that
know that
God.
gravity is not a force? It's not even being claimed to
That's a
be a force?
technicality, dude. Don't do this like fucking shit. So from this experiment, we know
You gotta
gravity
prove the
is a
correct
fact.
pseudoscience. You can't just make your own
Gravity,
pseudoscience, bro.
gravity. What's pseudoscience? This is literally the definition of science.
You just said that this explanation of gravity that you made that makes the planet and makes the water be attached to the planet and spinning in the vacuum of space, this claim that you haven't demonstrated, explains the whole universe, bro. That's such a claim.
I didn't say the whole
That's
universe. I said like
pseudoscience.
90% roughly of like the movements, the motions of heavenly bodies, right? At least like the planets orbits, for example, right?
And the
Newton like calculated.
distances and the sizes
But
and the
wait,
mass of
but wait, let's
Jupiter,
not
all
let's
that.
not no let's not
And the
like
black
push
holes.
let's not push the goalposts, right? Oh, like there's some interesting things about
I mean,
black
you
holes,
said
right?
that the gravity that
Hold
you're
up.
claiming explains the whole universe. So you have
I didn't
like
say
a
the whole
limited
universe. I
amount
said
of goalposts that you put
90%.
in
I
the
said like
universe.
90% because there are like things that outer forces account for, right? And there's some unknowns. But the fact of gravity that we can experimentally prove, right? And you can do it yourself. You can disprove gravity, right? You can disprove that objects with mass attract other objects with mass relative to the masses. But no flat earth has done this for some reason, right? Now that fact standing and being repeated
That's you rooting
experimentally
into a
and being
claim.
repeated experimentally like hundreds of times in like high schools and colleges by kids, right, who do the same experiment, right, like variations, right, like they construct their own Cavendish experiment, is a strong explanatory like strength
That nobody's
behind
negating the phenomenon. Nobody's
behind
saying that this
behind
phenomena in the room
behind
happens.
behind the
No,
quote unquote global.
no one
bro
here is
bro bro bro
denying that
bro
the
bro bro
phenomena happens. You're saying
yeah,
that
you
that
are.
phenomena explains the whole universe.
I mean, look,
So you now accept gravity exists as a flat
hold up.
earther?
We have these studies that can give us an idea of what gravity is. It's the best we have. And you of course, okay, like for example, you don't want to believe it, that's fine. That's you do you. But what better method, what better science do you have to explain gravity?
What science? He just said that he's observing a phenomena, but he doesn't know what is causing it. That's not science.
My question, it was pretty clear. The pseudoscience, the one you claim is pseudoscience, tells us gravity works this like so and so, and tells us
No,
and
I'm not
predicts how
making claims
gravity.
about gravity. You are.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The
Wait a minute.
the thousands of institutions, scientists, mathematicians, and blah blah blah. All of these people study everything on the basis of this model of
Everything.
understanding, yes, of gravity, the best model we have, right? So please tell me, what do you have, scientifically speaking, that is better than what we currently have?
You don't
What do
have
you have?
anything scientifically. You don't have it.
We
You
have an
think you have it, but you
experiment.
don't.
What do
We
you
have a
have that is
repeatable
better
experiment.
then? What do you have that is better than to deny what is currently the consensus?
Not a claim like yours. Not a claim without evidence. Not a
So what
baseless
do you
claim like
have?
the one you.
Okay. What do you have?
You're
What do you have
claiming
though?
that you're claiming this observable phenomena that we have here explains the whole universe and causes the Earth that
Okay.
you stand in the waters to be attached to the spinning globe in the vacuum of space.
Right.
It's
Right.
fantasy claim stacking that you don't have evidence for any of that.
Okay. So what evidence do you have that it's wrong, or
You
infactual,
don't.
or anything?
What is wrong? You don't have anything. What you don't have
Well,
anything,
what do
and
you?
you're
Seem to know better, so tell us.
No,
What
you're
is
the one with the
gravity?
claim. You're the one with the claim. You're the one saying gravity, like a parrot, but you
Yeah.
don't know what it is.
Yeah. This is what people from my side say, I guess. Gravity, or what we call gravity, this force, this action, this thing, whatever you want to call it, the act of something falling because it's got weight and other things happening, we call it gravity. What do you call it? Magic? What do you call it? Magic? Would you call it magic? Would you call it hocus pocus? Unicorn magic, pixie dust? What would you call it? What? Bro, who's talking? What the fuck?
Your mic is really cutting out, Jimsy, by the way. It's like really bad.
So what would you call this? Oh, he left. Okay, cool.
He'll be
back.
I think it's just
You're the one calling it magic, not Gemsy. You are.
Yeah, I'm asking Jemsy what he would call it.
You're calling it
he's
magic.
he's denying it. He's denying what we refer to this thing. We call it gravity. So what would
Which is
Jemsy
magic.
call it?
A magical force.
Mic check. Mic check.
It's what?
I hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
So go ahead, Creed. Go ahead. Reply to something. Go ahead.
Yeah, he tried to say you were the one calling it magic, and he's the one calling it magic, not you.
Yeah, he's claiming he's claiming that this observable phenomena that we do, he said the Cavendish, right? Oh, so we see this attraction between two things, right? And that is gravity, and therefore we live in a spinning, curving water ball to the vacuum of space. And he's saying,
I simply said we define this as quote unquote gravity. So
Magic.
if it's not gravity, and you're denying it, well, what is it then?
Yeah,
Please
Cavendish
take the
doesn't
floor.
work all the time. There's a
No, I
there's
wasn't
a
asking
failure
you. I
rate.
wasn't asking you. I was asking Jemsy.
Yeah, Gemsy said
I
he has
wasn't
the
asking
mic
you.
problem.
Jemsy can speak for himself.
He said,
yeah,
I
Creed
guess
is
you're not listening.
gonna give
But I don't need. You don't need to input. He can speak for himself.
Yeah, he said he's having some mic problems.
He can
asked
speak
me
for
to step in.
himself.
No, he
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he just said he's having some mic problems. Dude, you got some issues.
Well, he's fixed it, so now he can answer the question.
Yeah, no, he
Go
said.
ahead. Go
There
ahead,
it is,
Creed.
see?
Right, Jemsy.
Yeah,
So
Cavendish doesn't work 100% of the time. This gravity that you think is a constant.
no,
is really
no,
an
I don't
average.
want your answer. I want Jemsy's
Dude,
answer.
no one gives a fuck what you want.
I
though.
don't
You can
want
just
your
get the hell out of
answer,
here.
sir. I wasn't asking you. I was asking Jemsy.
I will be releasing my remaining time to Creed. Go ahead, Creed.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, you can giggle all you want. You're just being a retard right now.
All right, sir, Mister. What's your name? Crit. So the scientific community that made
You're
a
not part of.
consensus here. No,
But you
I'm
have
not
nothing to
I'm
do
not a
with.
scientist. No, absolutely, I'm
Yeah.
not a scientist. Never claimed I was one. The
Okay,
scientific
you could
community.
if you wanted to, though.
Hang on. The so-called scientific community that thousands of people are part of, scientists, mathematicians, physicians, whatever
Would
you
they
want to
take your
call it.
call? You could go
Give me a
get
second. Why are you interrupting?
Because I'm trying to find the easiest way to
And
fix
it
your
go
problem.
back.
So
Here.
number one was
Will you let me finish my sentence?
Yeah, you don't need to because there's multiple exits you can take.
Let him speak. Stop interrupting him.
There's
Right.
multiple exits you can take
Will you-
through your statement. So get to the point really quickly. Then I
Right,
can
I'm
solve your
trying
problem
to.
for
Maybe
you.
if you
Number
stopped
one would be
interrupting me, I
you
would
could
get to the
Let me
point.
become
explain on
part
his
of the
answer.
scientific community. Number two was if you can't do that, then you could go get somebody from that community. So there's two answers for you right now.
And even if I got someone from that community, what
Or
do you
become a
have?
part of that.
What body of research or
Yeah,
institutions?
we're not even
do you-
there yet.
Excuse
We're not
me,
even
I'm
there
still
yet.
talking.
Number one,
I'm trying to talk.
number one.
Let him speak.
Your first
calm
mission,
down. Hey,
yeah, your first mission
hey,
is number
buddy,
one.
I'm trying to talk.
Become part of the scientific community.
Hey,
You
buddy.
can't do that. So number two would be go get somebody from that community.
This guy's a retard.
Two
What the
things
fuck?
right there.
So that's your answer? Go get someone from that community?
Yeah, because you clearly aren't listening
Okay.
or paying attention to anything.
All right,
So go
Yuppie
do you,
Banker.
boo.
All right, Yuppie Banker here is a person who works in the European Space Agency. I believe that's what he mentioned. He's a member of that community.
Go talk to him.
Right. So, Yuppie Banker, I'm going to ask you the same question. You have a body of research. You have thousands of scientists worldwide. You have universities, institutions, all revolving around a consensus scientific,
Well, it was my friend who wasn't here. And anyway, what was the question? I might help out.
Yeah, they want me to ask you because they don't want to answer, I guess.
What is their question?
No, I was asking them, but they just don't. They refuse to answer it. So I'm just simply asking them, and they want me to ask you instead.
What is the question?
Oh, hold up. So here's the thing. We have a consensus. We have thousands of universities, teachers, students, blah blah blah. The community, right? Of
Scientific research, yeah. What was the question you asked? Because I just jumped back in.
any of this consensus.
Well, why we believe the Earth is round? Is that
So
the simple question?
I find it interesting. Crit left.
Well, we have our mathematical model that has been proven. How we calculate the diameter of the planet. We have our satellites in the sky. That gives our video and photographic evidence.
Awesome.
We have the curvature, which you can see. The simplest experiment we can do is climb in a tree and see the curvature. It's pretty straightforward. My main question is to flat earthers: why do they hold on their model? Why is there an open debate? There was somebody in here, and they muted him instantly the moment he opens his mouth, and he actually worked for ESA. It was not me. He got muted within 5 seconds and then got kicked out of the room. That should say enough.
And the guy that I asked a question for to provide his body of research left. So, would you care to answer, Gemsy? Do you have any body of research that denies?
Just because he left doesn't mean he left. They pop in and out. Can't help it. So do I.
So, Crit, did you hear what we said?
No, I don't care what you have to say because you don't care what I have to say. I'll meet you at your level. What level am I going to meet you at? My level or your level? Whose level? My level or your level?
Mean?
Whose level am I going to meet you at? My level or your level?
What is your level? Expand.
Your level. I mean you at your level.
What is your level? Maybe you can dumb down.
Yeah, I'm meeting you at your level. You're not listening to anything anyone's telling you, so no one's going to listen to you either. Starting with me.
It's not about my level, your level.
Who gives
it's
a fuck
about
what
the
it's
body
about
of
for you?
research, and I think we should talk about facts. Yeah, there's no reason we're not attacking you.
Why are you being so aggressive?
Yeah, you can add in whatever you want. I just told you I didn't want to listen to you because you're not listening to me.
We just heard you out just now.
We did.
So are you listening to us?
Same answer.
So you're not open to an open debate or discussion if that's your stance.
Because I met you at your level. You're not open to it.
They clearly are.
And what level would that be?
Your level.
And what is that level? Can you expand it? Can you define it?
Same answer. Just over and over again. I see you're not even listening. I can
Well,
tell
I'm
you're not
asking you the
listening
question.
because you're not even able to follow anything presented to
Yeah,
you. at all.
elaborate what this level, the supposed level is. We
It's
don't know what you...
pseudoscience
level.
What?
The really is level. At the really is level. And at the really is level, you're not paying attention to anything presented to you at all. Therefore,
we are.
there's
We're
no
willing to read
reason
bodies
to
of
continue.
work. We would love to, if you can link us to scientific research that prove your case, please send it to us and we will read it. If you have scientific articles, with pleasure we'll read it.
You do that for you, not for me. For
But-
you.
But I'm asking you if you can give it.
Yeah, can you provide us some research so we can read and better get a
You
better
provide
understanding?
you with your own research so you can read.
Why
But I would like you to provide me with your research so I can get a better understanding
Exactly.
of what you're trying to tell me.
I agree.
Yeah, and I met you at your level, so you're not understanding, so I'm not listening to you either.
Crit, I don't think you're understanding. You're just speaking gibberish.
Ditto, right there. Testable claim.
The fuck?
You think I'm speaking gibberish. That is a testable claim. Let's see what you do next.
Well, okay,
if you really
elaborate,
think I'm
please.
speaking
We're
gibberish,
listening.
you will not ask me another question.
Okay, we're
Because
listening.
Inside
We're listening.
your worldview, I'm speaking gibberish. Therefore, you would not ask me another thing. If
Well,
you
we're-
are full of shit and you're not paying attention,
Sir, you have
even
all the
to
floor.
your
You
own
can-
words, you
Would you
can't
like to have
even
the floor?
follow
You
your
haven't said
own
anything.
logic. You will ask me another question. I
Okay,
predict
so
you are not
Okay, we'll
paying
have another
attention.
question.
all right. So if you tell me
Bingo,
that the
you
gravity
debunked
doesn't,
yourself.
so if you tell me that gravity doesn't exist because you told me so, I'm just gonna go with trust me, bro. It just doesn't
You
exist.
go with what you want to go with. I don't care what you do. And
Would
that's
you
you
like
don't
a
care to
definition?
discuss.
because you don't care what I do either.
Can you explain how
We're
the
asking
Mariana
for
Trench
Super
fits in
simple.
the flat Earth
You
model?
think I'm speaking gibberish and you keep asking me questions if you think I'm speaking gibberish. You won't even listen to yourself.
Can you prove that there's no gravity?
You're not even listening to you if you. You haven't even
You're not
convinced
He's going off
listening
the
to you
rails,
if you.
unfortunately.
you haven't even convinced yourself of your own
So,
bullshit.
what keeps us on
Yeah,
the ground?
can you show us evidence that gravity doesn't exist, please?
Yeah, what
There it
keeps
is
us- okay.
again. You asked me another question. Let me
Why
know
can't
when
you
you've
answer?
convinced you
The
of
whole
you.
flat Earth is crumbling in front of everyone's eyes right now because you can't.
Wow, what a
Can-
freak out. He thinks he's not even paying attention to himself, and he thinks it's my
We're pretty
worldview
sure you're having
being
the freak out,
challenged.
right, mate? We're all being polite and
No,
you're going
you're
on the
the one who
rampage,
said I'm
unfortunately.
only speaking gibberish. If Globe,
I didn't
I've
say that.
only spoken gibberish, and you keep asking me questions. You
Well, is it
challenge
say that.
your
to
own
ask questions about a certain
worldview.
model?
Your
Isn't that
own
fair?
worldview has been eviscerated by you. Because
That's hearsay, and you don't have any model for that or any proof. That doesn't make any
because
sense.
you
That's a
said
weird claim.
what I said, what I'm saying is complete gibberish. You're not listening. You're not paying attention at all, and you keep asking me
So
questions.
is it too much
This is
to
a
ask if you
logically
make a certain
contradictory
claim?
worldview. You are very broken right now.
Isn't it not logic
Your
if you're making a claim?
worldview
We
is very
ask
broken
for
because it's a
research about it.
contradictory.
I think that's a
You are
fair argument.
contradicting yourself. You are
Wait, hold
contradictory.
up. Oh, I
Because
am
number one, you
contradictoring.
think A, I'm speaking gibberish, and number
right.
two, you keep
All right, sir.
asking me questions.
All right,
Words
You are
hold up, they don't have that called
contradictory.
you
hold up,
gibberish.
Your
hold up.
worldview is contradictory. It's
Hold
very
up.
broken. Or my answer was, you're not listening.
Do you have?
Therefore, I'm not listening to you.
Okay. Do you have anything
Once you
else to
start
add
listening
except
and
going
you
in a
prove
loop?
that you're listening, then I can present something
We'll
or
be
here's what
listening.
you have to say.
Would you like to have the floor? Please explain something and we all will listen.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
listening.
same answer. I met you at the really is level.
But you can explain something. We're listening.
Yeah, we're listening, sir.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask a question.
To the subject. Wait, hold up. In the subject of gravity, and we're listening here, right? To you.
Gravity? What's that?
They don't
Yeah.
even know. It's magic, they said.
Magic.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
a
so-
long-winded answer for he doesn't know, so he has to ask
okay,
me.
okay.
Then he doesn't listen into claiming he worked for a space agency into
I'm
claiming I'm
listening
speaking
to you.
gibberish.
Hey, buddy.
You're broken, dude.
Buddy, I am here sitting listening to every single word you're saying, very focused to every single
Yeah,
word you're
if you
saying.
know something, why would you ask me about it
I will explain you with the simplest term what gravity is. Gravity
you
is
don't
a
know what it
force.
is.
Just
I will
wait.
give you the simplest way.
Just wait.
I'm not listening to
Forget
you.
about gravity. Forget the word gravity
You're
even
wasting
exists,
your
right?
breath. I'm not listening to you.
So let's assume I'm stupid. I'm really
You could
dumb. I
find
really
someone
don't know.
that you would think would
Teach
listen
me
to you.
as
No one's going to
a
listen to you.
okay, as a toddler, and I'm asking
Yeah,
you the
you're a
question.
toddler. Okay,
Yeah,
inside your worldview, you're a toddler. I agree.
Right.
Why
So
are
I'm
you
a
being
toddler.
impolite?
You're kicking
Wait,
and screaming
hold up,
like a little toddler.
So I'm a toddler. Please explain
Yeah,
why
you're a
do
toddler.
objects fall? Why do objects fall?
Yeah, you're a toddler. That's my
Okay,
answer.
I'm a
Inside
toddler.
your worldview,
Explain why objects fall.
you said you're a toddler, dude.
Why are two objects
Dude, why
attract to
can't
each
you
other?
explain?
Why do
He's
objects
asking you
fall,
a decent
sir?
question.
I'm a toddler, right? I don't know.
Yeah, okay, you're a toddler.
Okay, explain it to me. Why does stuff fall?
Yeah, okay, so you're a toddler.
Gravity.
Right. I will
That's
explain
your
what gravity
explanation?
is. Then.
Is that your
Gravity-
explanation? I'm a toddler?
You said
This
your
channel is
explanation is
entertainment.
you're a toddler.
No.
Not mine.
No.
That's what you
Explain
said.
to me.
See, you can't
Ex-
even listen to you.
Are you listening to
You're-
me?
You're not
Why?
listening
Why
to
would he
yourself.
listen to you?
Are you listening to me?
You're
Are you listening
not
to me?
listening to
No,
you.
he's going off a rampage. That's what
Bro,
he's
are you
doing.
You're
schizophrenic?
There it is.
Who will listen to a toddler?
That
Who will
is a
listen to a
testable
toddler?
claim.
This is
That-
he's like just
schizo.
making
We got
flat
it.
Earth
We
look
got
so
right
bad.
now. A
Oh yes,
testable
he's
claim.
making a real good case for it though.
Schizophrenic.
Are you
Schizophrenic. Let's
are you a
see what you
schizo?
do
You're
next.
talking like one.
Let's see what you do next. You think
Right.
I'm a
I'll give you a definition
schizophrenic.
of gravity and why it
Let's see
You're
what
exists.
you
acting
do
like
next.
one.
That's
Yes, you're
fine.
It's
acting
so
like a schizophrenic
easy
right
to
now.
destroy your worldview because it's deeply contradictory.
Nato, would you like me to give the definition of
Okay.
gravity to
So
him?
if it's
Your
deeply
worldview is deeply
contradictory,
contradictory.
okay, bro, I'm a toddler. I don't really know any
You've
science.
And
single-handedly
Please
based
explain
destroyed
off
why
flat
your
Earth.
stuff
toddler
falls.
level thinking, you think I'm schizophrenic
Why
into
does
asking me more questions.
stuff fall? Why does
I
stuff
can't.
fall?
Hey, toddler, listen real quick.
Why does stuff
So,
fall?
I have twins that were running around here for the past
What?
4 years now. Listen, they've never asked me why something falls.
Well, I'm a kid now, and I'm asking you why does stuff fall. So please explain to me why stuff falls.
Yeah, you think that means that other people are schizophrenic
Why does
and you're
stuff
very
fall?
broken.
Why does stuff
Yeah,
fall?
you're broken.
Why does stuff fall, sir?
Go grab stuff and watch it fall. Go do.
Why does it fall?
Go
It's
go do
heavier
it.
than air. It's not. It's not light like air is.
What is weight?
I don't know.
You don't know?
It's a measure of how
Well,
much
no,
stuff is in
no. Let them
something,
talk.
by
Let
the
them
way.
talk. So you don't know what weight is.
Or the
So
pull of gravity.
no, I want you to explain me what weight is.
What is weight? What is it?
What is
Do you
weight?
know?
No, you tell
He
me.
doesn't know
Downward
any of this stuff.
acceleration.
You're a toddler. How will you know?
He's a toddler.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Tell
You
me.
said
Tell me
you're
what
a
is weight.
toddler.
Explain.
You're
What is
me
weight?
and
You little
you.
spastic, hold on.
You
Get a
said
breath,
you're a
get a drink of
toddler.
water and calm your ass down if you want to keep going.
He lets
Weight
people come
is-
in. He's LARPing as a toddler and expects people to take him seriously.
It's the only one.
Why
that's
don't you
like
explain what weight is and what is gravity? I mean, what is why does stuff?
How about you press somebody to explain that when they make a claim about what it is? How about that?
The claim has been made.
By who?
That's the
By
reason we're
Glovers for
on this
sure.
whole.
Who else?
Hey, heretic. They've been saying that they know the gravity knows everything, explains everything because they observe Cavendish experiment, and that explains everything.
And that's
Nothing
what
even
That's the
falls
claim.
in it. Nothing even falls in it.
Yeah, and also there's a failure rate too. I tried to explain to him, but they didn't even listen. Not all Cavendish apparatuses even work. If gravity is a constant, which it's not, it's an average, but if it was a constant, it would work every time. There's a failure rate. They don't all work. They don't always get the same result.
But they're claiming that because Cavendish experiment, therefore curving spinning water ball in the vacuum of space. That's their claim.
Can you show an example where the Cavendish experiment failed? Just curious.
Go do one, dude.
No. You said you had examples.
You said
Dude,
they failed.
listen, go do one.
Yeah, go
Can you
do
provide
one.
an- You said that they fail, but you haven't been able to provide an example.
Go
of them failing,
do
so
one and watch it fail.
it doesn't. Okay, so it seems like
His mom gave it to the room.
You can make a claim, but you can't defend it. I guess you just
Yeah,
tell
so
people to go
I-
do it themselves.
So I don't need to reject that.
I mean, yeah, it's a claim with no evidence.
Exactly.
Just dismiss it. Yeah.
I mean, I showed already experiments.
Yeah, there's
The globe is
several
the
in the
claim.
chat.
And that experiment
Yeah, and we have evidence.
assumes that is experiment that takes circular reasoning to assume
Hold
that it
on,
does
hold
what it
on,
does.
hold on. Did you just say circular reasoning?
Yep, it's just you have to go in a fucking circle to even make that assumption. But okay.
So you do know what a circle is.
So this
Yeah,
one's
put a
gonna
piece of
go
paper
real
on your
quick.
table and draw a fucking circle.
What's the circular reasoning in the? You're referring to the Cavendish experiment?
You're making an assumption about shit.
What's
No, he
the
asked you a question. How is a question an assumption, you dumb fucking retard? Answer the
I think
question.
he's talking about the
The entire premise is an assumption. The experiment you're
What
talking
is it
about, it's
assuming?
all based off of a fucking assumption. Because you
What is
guys
it
are making
assuming?
What's the
assumptions.
assumption?
You're making an
Which is-
assumption that this experiment proves your point when you've
What the
never
fuck?
experienced
That's not an
testing it.
That's not an assumption.
Okay,
it's
everybody
really bad.
I don't know
asked
what an
you if
assumption
you've ever
is.
tested it. Do you even know anything about it? And you're making assumptions. But you
What
actually
assumptions am
can't
I
even
making?
explain what the fuck it does.
The experiment
Yes, I
shows the
can.
phenomena.
This is just hilarious.
Do you know
I'm
what
just
The
saying,
experiment
yeah,
doesn't
and you take
prove gravity.
circular
It just
reasoning
measures a
and
gravitational
assumptions
constant.
for
There's
a
no.
phenomenon that
You
you're
don't
assuming.
need it to prove
Yeah,
gravity.
you're making assumptions. It's kind of like gravity is
What?
the cause and the force. You're making
You don't-
assumptions and
I
circular
don't
reasoning for
understand
all
what
of that
like
shit.
no. Okay,
I know you don't
so
understand. I
use
get that. We
no,
understand.
I don't
but
understand
you
what
don't
you.
understand.
Okay,
The
okay.
claim being tested
So
is
the
that
Cavendish
massive bodies
experiment just
attract.
measures the gravitational constant. That's all it does. You don't need the
Oh, I've
gravitational
already
constant
said
to
everything I have to
describe
say
the
to you.
effect
I'm
of
not here to
gravity.
teach you shit.
It's
I'm
just
just
that when
straight
you
up
don't
laughing
have the
at what the fuck
gravitational
this is.
hold on, I'm still talking. I don't know why you interrupt people. Okay, so you don't need the gravitational constant to actually measure the effect of gravity. You can see the effect of gravity around you on Earth, and you can see the effect of gravity when describing the movement of planetary bodies. If you don't have the gravitational constant, what you can't do is actually measure the masses of gravitation of these like astronomical bodies, and that's what the Cavendish experiment is doing. It's measuring the actual constant, so you can actually derive the other masses of the other objects that you're talking about.
Okay,
Wait,
write that out
when
as
that
a
was started,
hypothesis.
listen, when that was started, that was he wanted to measure the weight of the world. So how did you decide that you changed that all around?
What?
He did not start out to try and weigh the planet. That was not the
I
original
wasn't talking about
objective.
weighing this planet. I'm talking about weighing other planets. You
can't
can
weigh
make
shit.
you can weigh no. Okay, so you obviously like if you know Newtonian gravity, it has multiple unknowns. One of them is the gravitational constant. It's not something that is predicted by the theory itself. You have to measure that constant. And so that's what the Cavendish experiment does. It measures
So
the
that
constant.
constant's not constant. Now what?
It is constant.
It's not. Things don't fall at the same rate.
It is
in a
constant.
vacuum.
Every measurement of
everything
the
falls in the same
constant
rate.
it no, it's not about everything falling at the same rate. The gravitational constant of like big G, Newtonian constant, that is a fundamental constant of nature. It is not it does not change. The theory doesn't predict that it changes, and there's no experimental evidence that it ever changes. So I don't know why you're saying it changes, because it doesn't.
Yeah, this claim that things do not fall
pure-
at the same rate in a vacuum is. I would please show me an example of something
There's a
in a
video
vacuum
in the
falling in a
VC
different
So
chat.
there's two
distance.
things posted for
There's a video
you.
in VC
The
chat
first one
to prove
is
you're
the
wrong.
experiment, and the second one is the place where they
He
did
says
it in the drop
Einstein is
tower.
wrong. Let's see here.
Are
Yeah,
you
have
gonna
a look at
listen
the
to
video
me, or
and
you
shut
gonna
up.
talk over me?
I'm still waiting for that body of research that disproves gravity.
So you're
Two
talking
things
about
for you. The drop experiment by Flat Lloyd Wright, and then I posted where it was done in the tower. It was done in.
The drop experiment?
Yeah, it's a vacuum.
And what's this supposed to... What's this
Things don't fall at
experiment
the
about?
same rate in a vacuum. So we debunked you there. Go ahead now. That we know that there's not a constant. Go ahead and continue.
Wait, you debunked what?
What? You
What
didn't
did you
debunk shit.
debunk?
This is like
Use toddler level right now. Like you said, you're going to LARP as a toddler.
Thank you for the insult, sir. So what have you debunked? What
Okay.
is this
Things
supposed to
don't
debunk?
fall at the
Dude,
same
you're
rate
not
in a
listening.
vacuum.
He's not listening to himself again.
I know things
They
don't fall
do.
at the same rate in the
There's plenty of
vacuum. I'll just
evidence
keep
that
saying
shows
that
that they
over and
do,
over.
and yeah,
Dude
I
straight
don't
up
even know
says
what
he's
this
gonna LARP
experiment
as a
is.
toddler. I say, okay, sure, you're LARPing as a toddler, and then claims I just insulted him.
Dude, wait, that's dishonest. Come on. You know what he meant by that?
Now, all this is so. Have you looked into this experiment that you just posted a link to in the drop tower?
Yep, plenty of times.
Okay, so this took place on June 21st of 2004, and it was not measuring the drop speed. Notice everything is at rest, right? It's measuring the initial
Shows that
it
things
is
don't
demonstrating
fall
that
at the
inertial mass
same
is not
rate.
equivalent to gravitational mass.
It shows things don't fall at
For
the same
lithium
rate.
carbon, no, that's
The
not what it's
end.
showing. Because
Well, they didn't
what
fall
it
at
is
the same
showing
rate.
is,
Okay.
hang on,
What the hell
what
is
it is
that not
showing
showing?
is that the inertial mass is not equivalent to gravitational mass for lithium carbon and lead. This is not demonstrating that things fall at a different rate.
Debunked.
This has to do with inertial mass, not like the gravitational mass. That's why it's important to know like the studies that you're
Debunked.
posting.
Sorry.
I mean, but you didn't. Saying
You're
that you debunked
debunked.
is not the
Just leave
same
it
as
alone.
actually debunking. Saying that you've debunked something is not the same as debunking something. So again, these are not all. This is an experiment dealing with initial the initial mass compared to the gravitational mass, inertial mass, excuse me, compared to gravitational mass. Not like whether or not things fall at the same rate, which we do know that they do. Things do fall at the same rate no matter what in a vacuum on Earth, 9.8 meters per second squared.
Do you live in a
I'm
vacuum?
gonna need like an actual article that describes what's going on in the experiment, the actual initial masses of things, and like what the stuff is. I don't think like an 8-second video is a debunk of anything. It's just like you think it shows something that it doesn't, and so you're saying it debunks it, even though it doesn't even appear to show anything. Like it just shows a bunch of things. I don't even know, like, I mean, obviously we're in a frame of reference where we don't actually know what's happening to the objects. Like, it looks like they're falling under free fall. Is that right? Is that what I'm understanding? Like, they also, like, have some initial velocity or something as well.
The other video shows you exactly how they do it. They show how it hits the ground, how it gets piles way deep into the ground when it lands.
Cool.
All right, here's a page about it. By the way, I'm gonna post. I actually did the research and pulled up. If you check the chat, it's talking about the drop experiment right there. That link I just posted.
Mm-hmm. So one of the like responses to this experiment was that there are unspecified initial velocities. Basically, it's like not a perfect experiment, and so those initial velocities will affect how the things drop. Like with all things being equal, they have the same acceleration and they will fall at the same rate. But they have to start out at the same rate. They have to start out from rest together. If they don't start out from rest, the accelerations will be the same, but they'll end up having different instantaneous velocities as you go forward because if you don't start out the same, you're not going to end up the same.
Yeah, they dropped it at different rates, so that debunked everything falls at the same rate.
That they didn't
No,
drop
they
at different
didn't.
rates. They just
Literally
started out at
didn't.
different velocities. Like they started out at different velocities before they dropped. Also, like I'm seeing that the it appears that the objects are also touching the sides of the container, which will
Yes.
actually induce forces on those objects.
Yeah,
Those
it
are going to be
clearly
friction,
sitting.
changes of
Yeah.
momentum. Those things are not accounted for in free fall like you would when you're saying like take two objects in a vacuum chamber and just drop them without it. That's the whole point of the vacuum chamber is you don't touch anything. You don't interact with even air. So why would it be acceptable to interact with the edges of the container? That doesn't make any sense.
Says it wasn't even done in a vacuum, and the camera has 25 seconds and is not.
It wasn't even in the vacuum?
I mean, that's what I'm reading. I don't really know for sure.
Yeah,
I'm
and the
just
objects
reading.
have different shapes and stuff. They're gonna displace air differently and
You
have
didn't read the
different.
paper. Stop lying, you piece of shit.
What?
It wasn't
Hold
in a
on. Did you
vacuum.
read the paper? Hang
It was
on.
in a
Why are you being
vacuum, dumb
insulting?
fuck.
Have you read the paper? Because I didn't know he
If he's gonna
released the
lie, he's gonna
paper.
go on mute, okay?
Where?
It was
What
done in a
paper did he?
vacuum.
What paper?
No. The drop capsule fell in vacuum, but the capsule itself was normal air pressure.
So what?
So it's still subject to
little
air pressure.
The little,
Okay, show another
the little
experiment
tubes
that
that they
otherwise
were
then.
falling in had normal air pressure in them, so they were under
So
the
what?
effect of air.
So what?
So it's
how is that a
still
so
affected
what?
by air.
That's not falling in vacuum. It's not falling in vacuum.
So gravity is not pulling
friction.
apart here, but the drop rate?
Oh yeah,
As you
yeah.
would
He
have-
didn't
What?
disprove Einstein, believe it or not. Shocker, I know.
You
Yeah.
guys are
Didn't
fucking
prove-
stupid.
No, but
disprove-
I'm always
Did-
skeptical of
did
anybody
anybody
who
ask-
claims to have disproved like some famous physicist.
Did
Like
anybody
I've
ask
disproved
why-
Einstein.
Can I
with
ask you a
this
question
YouTube
about
video.
that real quick?
Did anybody
were you
ask a question
skeptical
about
of
how-
that famous physicist at any point? Did you ever ask what they proved and how?
Of course not.
I got muted for some reason. I don't know why I got muted.
Probably because you're all talking
'Cause
all
you're
over each other.
giggling.
But did you
You
apply
got
any
your-
of that
Because
same
I'm giggling. I
skepticism to
wasn't
Einstein?
giggling. I'm
Did you
just
apply any of
smiling.
that
You can
same
tell I'm talking
skepticism?
with a smile.
Hey, you're gonna be quiet. Did you apply any of that same
Eat
skepticism
shit,
Yes.
to
man. Fuck
Einstein?
you. I don't give a fuck.
We can
Yeah.
do the calculations. We will
You're
apply
done
the
for.
same skepticism.
God,
Einstein's
burn
math
out.
turns out to be correct.
But that's not how you apply skepticism to Einstein.
That's literally, you check
scientifically.
his equations because his work is mathematical.
No.
my
Yeah,
God.
his work is
His work is
mathematical.
mathemat-
There you go. So you
therefore
can do that,
globe.
but can you
Nice.
experimentally validate it?
Yes, the predictions it
How?
creates validate
How?
the maths.
Can you provide a hypothesis test that confirms relativity?
General relativity or special relativity?
I don't care.
Okay, so we have to pick one.
Okay. Pick the bending and warping of space-time and use whatever framework you need to get it done.
Sure.
Use
For
light
example-
as a constant if you need to, whatever you need to do to experimentally verify this claim.
For example, the existence of black holes predicted by Einstein's general relativity was
Okay.
confirmed when we actually
So what's
took
the
a picture
what's
of
the
one.
hypothesis?
Because we found out that in that specific area of space, there was this distortion in time-space, right?
Some of them might have patience for your cool stories, but I'm just
Wow.
asking for a hypothesis, and that
A
wasn't it.
hypothesis for what? General or special relativity?
For the bending and warping of space-time being the cause of things falling. How about let's start
That
there.
would be... Sorry, could you repeat that again?
For the bending and warping of space-time being the cause of things falling.
For the bending and warping of space-time. So, hold
Okay.
on. Are we talking
It doesn't
about
sound like
gravity?
such a hypothesis test
Are we
exists, so
talking
I'm
about
just-
gravity or
Yeah,
space-time?
well, we're talking about what Einstein says gravity is.
Yeah, here, check this one out. Let me just jump in real quick. So right now, news today, live science. James Webb Telescope reveals a universe has far fewer black holes than there is mathematically predicted.
Okay.
There you go. There's a hypothesis, right? What would you do? What would you come up with? Think of its cause and effect.
The general relativity. So,
Yeah,
just
you
to
could go
be...
look at. This is why it was breathtaking for me. Every day, the scientific communicators are
How can I
presenting.
respond to a question if I'm never given the chance to respond
I
to a
said
question?
to come up with a hypothesis. That's not an ant. That doesn't mean just start talking again. It means think about it. Go read the article. What did they
What?
say?
Sir.
Live science right now. James Webb Telescope revealed. Okay, the James Webb Telescope has revealed. This is now. If you believe their story, you've got to change your model. The science.
I don't understand what you're asking
Okay.
me.
I'm not asking you anything other than why don't you care about this content?
What
That would be
content?
my only question.
Sir, what content?
Today, Live Science just released an article. I'm looking at it right now. James Webb Telescope reveals a universe has far fewer active black holes than is mathematically predicted. You said the math was perfect. It works every time.
No.
It
I
works so
said
well that you don't even need an experiment
there's no
anymore.
need to misrepresent me. Do you want to hear what I actually said, or are you gonna misrepresent me?
I'm just curious why you think there would be less black holes as mathematically predicted.
I never said that. I
Well,
said that.
what would you think? What would be a cause
I
and
said
effect
that we
relationship there?
observe. Sir, I'm very cordial to you. There's no need to be rude.
Yeah,
There's no need to
I'm
overtalk
trying to
me.
follow your
let Zoidberg
worldview
finish?
and your logic
Sir,
here.
you're being
Okay,
incredibly
sure. I'm doing that. I'm doing
rude.
all these things. Now, can you talk about the topic or you want to continue to talk about me?
No, I would like for you to stop being rude so I can respond. Can I respond?
Yeah,
very reasonable.
just go through why you think the math is right and wrong at the same time. Logical
Sir, I
contradiction.
never made that claim. I made an entirely different claim. Would you like
I'll
me to
go ahead
reiterate the claim?
this bridge with you. Maybe the black holes are bigger than we thought they were.
There we go. There's a good one.
That was not my claim either.
Hey,
No,
who's
that's
seen
a
a black
good-
hole? Who here's seen a black hole?
May I speak?
I have.
Really?
Let's go to this
May I
guy.
You
speak?
saw
This guy,
something that no light comes from.
dude, you're talking about people instead of the topic. Let's go on to
Sir,
someone
may I
else.
speak? I would like to reiterate my claim.
No, forget it. Don't speak. Just mute yourself because you've been asking, can I speak? And you don't even
Because
want
I
to
continuously
we're talking in.
interrupted.
No,
Sir,
just
you're
mute
being
yourself.
rude. Sir, I've been
No,
nothing but
don't
kind
speak.
to you.
Don't speak. Don't
Spartacus.
speak. Forget about
Yeah.
it.
No, you can't. How about that? Use no as an answer. Let's see if you can understand the word no. Let's go to who was the next
Guys,
guy?
this room is not going to last long if you're going to be assholes to people here.
Dude, we just had somebody
No.
say that we're harming all of humanity. The room should be shut down. We should all be imprisoned and locked in the gulag. And you think we're the ones being rude?
Sir, I never
Yeah.
made that claim either.
Don't know
Or
who
at
made
the
that
very
claim.
least, take out your retainer. Jesus, man. Oh, Spartacus
The guy
is in here?
has the mic open to reply, and he's gonna ask again. Can I reply?
And you
How
told
about
no.
you reply?
Sir, you are being toxic to me for no reason.
You're just
use
talking
that.
about people.
Yeah,
I'm
use
not
that.
talking
Everyone's
about people.
being toxic to you. So let's go to Spartacus, who saw a black hole. I think that was Spartacus, right?
No, that was Buddha.
Okay, go ahead. You saw a black hole?
So I've been of the perspective of like, yeah, the absence of light and what have you, but light isn't like the only thing that you know asserts an object to being like in space or of relativity. Just because it can't be perceived with the light that we see doesn't mean that the object isn't there. And the multitude of the analysis that I have been of a study about when it comes to astrophysics has only been like 100 years, maybe 200 years. You know what I mean? Of like written history or you know what I mean, actual scientific study about it. So like maybe we haven't caught all the dimensions associated with these, you know what I mean, galactic objects like suns or like how what do you call it, a polar star works. You know, where it has gone through a little bit of change, becoming a black hole, what have you. So there might be reasons why these things are changing in our time. But, you know, and there also used to be a theory about you know there being another planet in our solar system. You know, with the mathematical tenets of gravitational pull being you know what I mean causal.
Is that a scientific theory or just a made up story by someone?
No, it was a scientific theory. That there was another planet between like Mars and Earth, but that's been unsubstantiated.
So they use the scientific method to establish that as a scientific theory. Do you have a paper for that?
I have. Well, there was a
Scientific
YouTube
paper at
channel that
that.
covered it. Hold on, I can go back into my history. I was watching it a few weeks ago, where they thought because there was a shadow over Venus or something, that there was another planet. So
Yeah, I just read that too. That was just a couple weeks ago. They talked about scientists. There's a number of scientists who are convinced there's another planet inside the solar system. It's just always on the other side of the sun, and it's never really visible. But in the math, the math, I'll look for it. I kept it, but I was gonna do my news of the day with plot twist in there, but I ended up going to something else because I was like, the whole idea of Nemesis, has been floating around for decades.
I was gonna say that sounds like recycled news.
X?
Yeah, or Planet X or Nemesis. It's always had a few different names, but this is a different story. This is a smaller planet that's inside, it's not visible. The Nemesis or Planet X is further out than Pluto, and then Nemesis is on the exact opposite orbit of Earth. So it's always on the other side of the sun. So I mean, there's a lot of ideas. This is what blows my mind about when globalists come in here and talk about flat earthers are entertaining. Dude, your model has endless entertainment in it. Just right there, those are three things just dealing with one topic that could keep you entertained for months.
Well, that's meta, dude. I don't.
No, I mean, that's why it blows my mind when they say flat earthers are funny and they're entertaining. You've watched this episode already. It's the same thing that happened yesterday.
Postulating a planet is not as crazy as denying gravity.
What is it? What is that? You want to talk about gravity again? Can you define it, or are you just gonna say you don't know? It's magic.
It is a downward force for us on the planet.
Yeah, you probably want to look that up again. It hasn't been described. It hasn't been described as a force for over 100 years.
Yeah, it's also
it is literally described as a force.
It's literally not described as a force.
If we open a textbook, we will not see the words force of gravity, a gravitational force.
Gravity is the shape of space-time.
Oh my god. The Glovers also say that gravity is also a container.
Yeah,
gravity is a container.
What the fuck was that?
They don't even agree with this stuff, right?
The warping of space-time. That's what's described that today.
Time is a concept. Time is a construct of
it's not even tangible. What you're talking about, hypothetical stuff. Fucking Christ.
Exactly, it's intangible. Now, if you
were if it was hypothetical, you would be flying off the planet.
It's physical.
Right?
You can't touch it. You can't do anything with it. You can't manipulate it. So what's the point of hypothetical fucking theories here, man?
But gravity is not a hypothetical theory.
You can definitely manipulate it.
Sir, if it was hypothetical, you would be flying off the planet.
You see, gravity is all of these things, but they cannot demonstrate it. They cannot show it.
Already talked
Why
about
do you
the
think
Cavendish experiment.
Why do you feel like you would fly off the planet if gravity was anything other than hypothetical?
Because if matter didn't attract each other, there would be no purpose or no. How can I say not purpose? Purpose is the wrong
Remember
word.
earlier I told you how
reason.
Unicorns pull things to the ground, and now you have to debunk that.
That's
I don't have an experiment for
You
them.
can call that buoyant.
You can't call it buoyancy. It only works with gravity.
True.
See, buoyancy is another word for gravity. Density and buoyancy.
God, how many different words do you have for gravity at this point?
No, buoyancy includes gravity in its calculation.
So we got gravity, buoyancy, density, unicorns, three-toed gnomes, invisible rope.
Container, remember that one?
Oh yeah, container. A force, it's not a force, it's fabric of time.
It's a pseudo force. A pseudo force.
You guys are all just making this up. This is just your.
Earlier, the guy said that gravity knows everything. Gravity knows everything.
What does it mean? Knows everything?
I don't know. You the guys claiming that shit.
Who's the you the guys?
Oh, I forgot. We also have. Hey, we
okay.
also,
Okay, wait.
we
So
also
do I
have,
get do I now get to put like every fucking stupid thing that a flat earther told to me on
That's
YouTube?
the
you
problem,
can do
bro.
that.
That,
You can do that if you want to. This is the main
Then
thing.
what is the point
when,
of the room if there's not
when-
going to be conversations but just mocking each other?
when flat earthers, right, when we talk about I think this, you guys come in here and you're always saying we. You hardly ever talk to yourself about I. Then when people address you as a collective, you get
He
mad.
got us. He got us.
I
We're
don't
communists. We're all
understand.
communists.
Why do you explain that part to me? Okay,
Sir.
you identify as a collective. When you're addressed as a collective, you get mad and say,
Sir,
"Oh, all
what
globalists have-"
collective?
Glober.
I hardly know most of the people
Yeah,
here.
but you keep saying we.
I never said we, I said I. I
you said the
represent
gravity is
only
a
myself.
force, right?
I said, yes, correct. I represent
So
only myself.
listen this, math.ucr.edu. Strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. Physics.org,
Strictly speaking.
according to this theory, gravity is not a force. So although Earth appears to pull towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. That newscientist.com. So which one is it? Is it a force? Is it not a force? Is it a pseudo
I
force? What is it?
believe gravity is a force.
It is literally a measurable fucking force.
I'm
You
going
just
to
have
give
to
it to
believe
you
it.
a little simpler.
No, we can prove this. What
You
are you
can
talking
measure
about?
it.
No.
It
What's
has
the
been
cause?
No,
proven.
you don't even need
What's
to
the
go
cause?
far. When you put,
What does it
What's the
matter?
cause?
It does matter because then you don't
Why?
know what it
What do you call
is.
it?
So
right
what?
now,
What do you
right
mean
now,
when you don't know
right
what it
now,
is?
we
So
are
what
not
that we don't know the
exactly
mechanism?
sure because our tools are not advanced enough to see the
Oh, really?
gravitons, who are the
Gravitons.
speculated
Are we talking
particle
about DC fucking
that
cartoon,
generates gravity.
We have to
cartoon
see
terminology now?
Yeah,
gravitational
we also
waves.
don't know.
We
We
have
also
seen
don't know.
gravitational lensing,
Wait,
yes, but we
wait.
have
What's
not
a
seen gravitons, which are the hypothetical
No, you haven't seen
particles.
fucking
what's a
shit.
what's a
You know
quote?
nothing about
Never
it.
seen
Wait, what's a
anything.
wait? What's a
Stop
quote?
lying.
Do you believe in magnetism?
Electromagnetism is another
Wait,
force.
wait.
Is it a
What's the quote?
religion?
Do you believe magnetism is a real
Why do I have
force?
to believe in it? I don't understand.
Is it a
Does it
religion?
exist? Do magnets exist?
I have magnets on my refrigerator.
I
Can you
got
answer the question?
magnets
Yeah,
right
sure.
now.
They do,
Right
but right.
here.
So,
I
so the
use them for
magnetic
welding too, for holding stuff
force
in place
exists,
when I
right?
weld things
So
in my
magnetic
garage.
force exists. We can measure it,
Electromagnetism, that's the force.
though we do not know what it is, its ultimate cause, right?
What you mean? I can
So why
order
name
a
something
magnet
you don't know what
right
it
now
is?
in
But
Amazon.com.
do you know
Can I
why it
order
works? Do you know what the
gravity?
cause is of magnetism?
The attraction, I guess.
No, wait, no,
The
what?
force.
No,
Are you
attraction is the
guessing?
phenomena.
Of the magnetism? What is it?
Guys,
Oh,
calm
that's the
Attraction
down.
is the
effect.
phenomena. That's the effect.
Attraction is the effect, yeah.
Not the cause, right? But yet you accept that that phenomena exists and it's legitimate, right? I've heard flat earthers, in fact, use that explanation as an explanation for why the Cavendish experiment shows what it does, right? That it's just magnetism.
What?
Right, so you believe in magnetism, but yet you don't know what the ultimate cause of it is, but you believe it's existing
God.
phenomena.
I can use the same
God.
ultimate cause that Newton used. You guys revere Newton. Newton said God did it.
Okay, cool. Let's say God. Yeah, God made gravity.
Okay, so why? See, this is what's breathtaking. A flat earther will say exactly the same thing as Newton said, Isaac Newton, and you guys spurg out. Isaac Newton said
you
that
deny
Big Bang-
gravity, dude. Like
you denied the cause.
What? No, I can accept for the sake of argument now that the cause of gravity is God making it so. Like that would still like be
Yeah,
problem
Newton
for you.
also said that this is just a supposium. Don't attribute it to him.
Say that again.
I feign no hypothesis and don't attribute this to me.
He changed his mind later on. Like Newton was like quite an oddball. Like
Yeah, because he drank
But
mercury
the
because he thought he
fact
would
is-
shit gold and play with dolls.
Yeah, people back then did a lot of fucking stupid stuff. But the fact is, right, Newton
then? How
provided the
about today?
calculations for gravity, and he would do the experiments to show that he was correct. Right? Like we can say, yeah, God made gravity. That's the cause. There we go. Cool. Now what, flat earthers? How are you gonna deal with that?
Show your God.
Yeah, where's God on the globe? Where's the container,
f-
the antecedent to the gas pressure on the globe?
What?
You know,
No. So now we accept gravity exists. I'm sorry, wait. So it provided the ultimate cause to gravity, which is God now, hypothetically.
So
No,
go ahead.
because
Okay, show
Go
that.
your
ahead
claim,
and
your
show. Go ahead and show how that creates a container that holds air around a ball.
What? That's what gravity would do. What are you talking
Do
about?
it.
there you
Show
go.
it.
Gravity is a
Don't just
container.
explain
I didn't show it.
what it
How can I
could do
show
in
that?
the future. Yeah, we don't want to know what it could be doing. We want you to show it.
You
Wait, what do you
live
mean?
on the
How can we?
live
No, no, no.
experiment of that.
Wait. How can we possibly
got you.
show this at this scale?
Dude,
It's
you've got
a question
people
of
right
scale, right?
now.
You would have to have an incredibly large body. Well, by
Okay,
the way, wait.
Spartacus, listen
So
for a second,
we have
okay?
we
Here
have
you go.
experiments showing that gravity is a fact, right? Like mass attracts other mass, right? So
Okay, Spartacus, listen.
That's the
of
wrong
mass. Wait,
pseudoscience. You're
gases of
parroting the wrong
mass.
pseudoscience.
Gases of mass. Our planet have mass, right? Or our body, whatever it is, mass, right? That we live on.
Hey, you're parroting the wrong pseudoscience.
You guys are not okay.
Okay, listen, Spartacus, okay? Right now, we're good, okay? Because you're saying that you've got access to a supernatural being. That's not unique. Lots of people believe they have access to a supernatural being. The current director of NASA said he has personally spoken to God, and God told him to lead NASA at this critical juncture to return manned spaceflight to humanity. Okay, so I'm asking you, can you show this God, or is this only a personal relationship that you two share?
Bro, no, I only postulated God because I think you even mentioned this, because I thought you thought this would be a satisfactory explanation for the cause of this phenomenon.
No, I
That's the whole thing
invoked
you're
it.
harping on. I'm an atheist
The reason
myself,
why
actually.
I invoked it because if a flat earther says, I don't know what the cause is, it was made this way. This is a natural law. You can't adjudicate a natural law. It's just a fact. It's just an observable fact. And then you guys will spurg out. So then I said, how about this? I'll just say God did it, just like Newton did, and see if you still get angry. And you instead
didn't.
of no, you didn't, right? So that you
Didn't
passed.
get angry. That's what he
And yet-
expected.
and yet-
he
and yet
expected
you
you
did not,
because
like,
flat
refute-
earthers said one thing, I don't know, versus magic guy in the sky did it. You accept magic guy over, I don't know.
That was only hypothetically for the sake of argument because I thought that would be a satisfactory answer to
Okay,
him.
I don't know
Because
how this
it
place was
doesn't
built.
matter because it doesn't matter to the phenomena itself. The phenomena
It does.
exists.
The cause.
We can
the cause
experimentally
matters.
prove it.
You
It
can't
doesn't
because
matter
you
if
never.
fairies or God did it or
You
just like
can't
the nature of
vary the
existence
cause.
itself. It
You
doesn't
can't
matter. The
prove it because you
phenomena
can't.
exist in our universe, right?
Okay,
In our
Spartacus.
reality, objects with mass, scientifically, provably, experimentally, repeatedly, attract other objects with mass, right?
Because you can't vary the cause, so you can't prove it.
What?
You
Yes, we
can't
can
prove
vary
it.
the cause. We can literally vary the objects that we're testing, right? And we can measure how much gravity they like exert, right? The force attraction that they exert. It's literally it. That's the independent variable.
Yeah. So no IV.
Say
Yeah,
that again.
you
So no
don't
IV.
have.
You're not following the scientific method at all. You're just disregarding half of it.
Wait, say that again.
You just disregarded the IV. Why?
The IV, said sir?
Yeah, you said DV, man. How do you not know what IV is?
I'm not, sir. I'm not, sir. IV
Sir,
or IT?
you just said DV. You know what IV is.
DV, IV.
Yeah,
you mean dependent variable?
Yeah.
Using sure. Yeah, okay. No, I didn't disregard any of them. No. So the dependent variable there would be the I
IV.
guess the position. What? You want the IV, the independent variable?
Yeah, you're describing DV as effect. We need the IV.
Well, the independent variable, which is the thing that changes, that we manipulate in the experiment, which would be the mass of the objects, right, or one of them. That would be the mass, right? And the dependent variable would be the thing that we're looking to be affected on by this change, which would be in this case, I guess, the position, right? The position
Mass
of the
again.
objects.
So mass causes
How
mass,
much
or
they
gravity causes
The
gravity.
mass causes attraction force.
So
So
mass
wait.
causes gravity.
No, we don't.
So mass
know
is
that.
God now.
No, we just see the correlation between mass and attraction force. Right. Whenever there's mass, there's an attraction force relative to the mass. Right. Specifically. Right. That's the GD. Right. That's the GD.
So mass causes force.
Not causes. We don't know if it causes. I mean, in a sense, it is a cause. Like in many philosophical schools of thought, it would be a cause.
Then
but it's not definitely the ultimate cause.
Then it's not a scientific method at all. You're not
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
it
talking
is.
about
Oh,
some
yes,
sort
it
of
is.
logical
It's still
deduction
showing. It's still showing
based
a
on a
phenomenon happening.
worldview with God in it.
So you're gonna
You
use
just did the same thing with the flat Earth. I don't want to hear it, bro. You're doing the double
Dude, you're
thing.
spurging out, man.
what is Buddha
I'll
talking
do
about?
I
that.
said I don't know, and you flipped out over that. So then I tried to
I
shift
didn't flip out
and say
over.
what
I
Newton
didn't flip
said.
out. Until,
You just flipped
oh
out
my!
right now.
Anyway,
I'm totally of a
Wait, guys. So
mind.
wait,
It's
Dude,
just
take a
you
breath,
wait.
okay?
So you guys do
I'm
accept
trying.
the results of the experiment, right? That whenever we have mass, that it exerts an attraction force, which is measurable, right, on odd objects with mass. You accept that.
you just picked apart the scientific method and then you call it science. That's not science, man.
That,
Come on.
Okay,
that
wait.
wasn't his question.
That wasn't.
He just picked
You can shut
apart
up,
the
man.
method he used to get what he got, and you cannot. So,
Wait,
like,
I don't
there's a serious
understand how
difference
this.
there.
How this is like this should
The
be like this is a
recognition isn't
yeah, like the
being.
Cavendish experiment is supposed to be, I think, like
Yeah, it's not
the
controversial.
textbook
It's not.
textbook
Not
example
though.
of a scientific experiment, right? So you have a
I
hypothesis, right, that objects with
okay.
mass
So no,
attract
hypothesis is
out
not the
of
first step in the scientific method.
hypothesis.
No, it's
That
not
is
the
the
first
first
step.
step.
No.
Hypothesis is
Observation.
not the
No.
Go
first step.
Google it and then come back and excuse
Maybe
yourself.
like
Just
so. What am I
tell me.
missing?
Observation.
No, because
Oh,
that's not
sure. Yeah,
including
whatever.
what.
Yeah, sure. Cool observation. Yeah,
Okay, so what was the
Well, why do you get muted? Why do you muted the other guy? He had the right answer.
He's interrupting. You
observed
speak.
Well, that's
Okay?
fine. He's on my side.
Coherent conversation needs to be applied here, so he's not going to butt in whenever he feels like it. So go on.
Well, no, he had the right answer. Yeah,
What?
observation first.
What was the observed phenomena?
What's up?
Oh, that objects with mass attract odd objects with mass. Like things fall, right? Like
Oh, falling things. Okay, next.
yeah, we hypothesize that it's because it's their masses, right? That have an attraction force between them, right? Whenever there's an object with mass,
So
All
my
asteroids.
listen, all right, great. My pencil fell on the floor, so I'm going to hang 2 balls in the closet. That makes a lot of sense,
the
right?
fuck? Okay, that's completely irrelevant. Do you understand this, right? Like you think that disproves the Cavendish experiment?
Not an
Because
experiment.
you said that?
Go ahead.
It's not an experiment? What is an experiment to you? Describe a valid experiment.
Hypothesis.
No, hypothesis is what you do
The
before.
hypothesis is that bodies attract based on mass.
Yeah, that's,
The experiment is the realization of the
Is that
hypothesis
what you
or
observe
not.
in a natural phenomena? Where can we see that?
yeah, in the experiment.
No, in a
experiment.
natural
Accelerator.
phenomena.
You said
it.
the observed
It is a
phenomena.
natural
was
phenomena
something.
because the
It's not a
experiment
phenomenon.
works
It's
based
not.
on a
You're
natural
manipulating
phenomenon.
it.
You
I'm
could
sorry,
take
wait.
2 bowling balls and do this, man. Like, what the fuck?
Actually, yeah, people have tried
Yeah,
to
you
do
got
this,
2
but
balls
there's
hanging.
like
You can use
question,
it.
but it's better to be
Yeah,
like
they
like
attract
much more.
and touch eventually.
Yeah, but it's better with
Exactly.
lead sphere because they have like very dense, right? Like they're much denser than bowling ball. But then so yeah, look, so we have a hypothesis, right? Objects with mass attract odd objects with mass, right? You
You
test
said
this, right?
fall.
You test it, right? Because if that's
Hey,
by the way, the
that
reason
big
the reason why the
first.
experiment is done sideways
What
to
the
the
fuck?
Earth's potential gravity,
So not
right?
falling.
Possible gravity, right? That
So
is
not falling, right?
because if the hypothesis was true and you
What's
So
going
he's
on?
going to talk through me. So is it falling or not falling? Is it going sideways or falling?
It's
why?
always falling towards the core of the Earth
Wait, I
because the
was
core of the Earth is
Okay,
heavier.
the
So
question was to
now you
Spartacus.
invoke the
Stop butting
now
in.
you invoke the core. Great.
I'm sorry, wait. I was in the middle of talking. I didn't hear you talking there.
Well,
What
then
was
you
the
must have
question?
me turned down.
No, I hear you. Perfect.
No,
No, that was
it's
some,
okay.
that
It
was
sometimes
someone else.
happens. It's Discord.
No, it was someone else. He was butting in. Go on, repeat it.
So should I go ahead?
Yeah, he
should
asked the question. Does
What's
it go
the question?
sideways or does it fall straight down?
What gravity? You're asking about gravity? How? Where does the what is it called? The vector of gravity towards the center of the mass.
So you could test that, right? And see and look at other
Yes.
observations.
Yes.
Okay,
And the
so how
sideways
about
and the
gas?
sideways experiment, right? Then a sideways
Which way
gravity
does gas
experiment.
move?
What do you mean? Which way the gas moves?
Huh?
What the
Yeah, what
Let's
direction
say
do gases
you don't have
move?
any
It moves relatively
to
upward
yeah.
in other
No,
less
it's gonna
dense
move
bodies.
relative to
Okay,
like
remember, dude,
no,
one
no, no, no,
percent
wait.
at a time,
The
if you will.
question is flawed, right? Because if asking which way
How is
does
it
gas
flawed?
move? It has to be in
How does gas
context
behave? How is it flawed?
because
Does gas have
it's in a
mass?
it's not gas doesn't move in virtue of like in any direction like in a way you're talking
No, he
without
just
like
asked you how
without an
does it move.
external without another thing added to it like some kind of force, potentially gravity, right? So you have to add to the question which direction does gas move, given that there is a like something that exerts force on it in this like relative to its position, right?
Okay,
Because
Spartacus.
gas itself
Okay,
doesn't
pump
move
the
in any
brakes for a
particular
second.
direction, right? Like it's not.
Okay,
Oh,
let's
really?
pump the brakes real quick. Ready?
That's
Let's pass through logical gates. Okay. Number one, is like solids, liquids, and gases? Are these states of matter?
There are four
You-
states. Plasma is another state.
yeah,
there's some other ones too. There's condensate and a few. There's like 9 states of matter if you really get.
Condensate.
Oh, actually, there are four only. But sure.
Yeah, there's
condensate. I heard about plasma. I heard about the fourth.
Yeah, there's condensate and there's
Can
a
I
couple others.
chime in?
No, real quick. We're just doing this one thing. So they have mass, right?
Yeah.
All the states of matter share mass. They don't change mass.
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. And you think, in your worldview, masses are attracted to the center of the Earth?
No.
Mass attracts mass. The center
Mass
of
attracts
mass.
mass.
Okay, you
It
guys,
just-
come on. Just bear with me for a second here with Spartacus. So everything's moving towards the center of the Earth, right?
There's no, because we're not moving to the center of the Earth, right? Like it's an attraction force. It's a force applied, right?
Okay, yeah, towards the center of the Earth, or what direction?
Even
And
though
that would be
gravity
your
does
down.
vary, even though
Right, that would be your
gravity does
down.
vary, even on our planet, yeah, we measure this.
Yeah, that's what the one thing I talk about too. That gravity is it's not constant. It's definition, but it's a average. But that's another
there's a
topic.
limitation.
So right now we got all the mass. Yeah, we got all the mass moving towards the center of the Earth, right?
Sure.
Okay, what directions do gases go?
Well, again, that's not a. You have to like add something to the question. Okay, let me just answer it simply as the way you want me to answer it. Like, sure, gravity's attract on a planet, on our planet, it would be attracting anything that has mass towards the center, roughly. Yeah.
Yeah, except for gases move freely in all directions.
Wait, what? There's the reason why gases are or even on our planet is because of gravity. Right?
Okay,
Yeah,
gas moves freely in all directions. It doesn't
What do you
move
mean?
down. There's no vector for gas.
Gravity wouldn't apply to like sideways movement right on a planet anyway. So yeah, that would be like in virtue of like some complicated like thermal, fluid dynamics right there or something. Right?
Yeah, like how about the rain cycle? So the rain cycle
Well,
is
that's to do with a lot of variables on our planet. Well, like why?
yeah, but it's directly
clouds
contradictory
and
to the
rain.
idea of
No.
gravity.
How? There still are the reason
Yeah,
why
that's
we
not it.
have even an atmosphere is because of gravity.
Well, that's a contradiction in terms too. Atmosphere, atmo meaning gas, sphere meaning shape. Gases have no shape.
Bro, okay. Pickle, do you want to take
And I chime in. Yeah.
Go ahead, Pickle. I tap you in.
So I posted a very fun picture. Took me some time to remember when they did this for us in school. Here's the thing. There's a profundity that seems to escape. So in elementary school, you don't learn about relativity. You don't learn about gravitational fields, etc. Can you guys chill out with the memes in the slide chat?
You
So
don't need to
this
post it once.
particular thing-
I can tab up and see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
great.
Damn, we're a
great.
hot
So,
pickle there. That
little
means
do you
we're so
know,
hot.
there's
Density towers. Is that what you wanted to talk about?
yeah. You see how the density tower works in a gravitational field, bud? You
Oh,
missed that
Pickle, I was
part.
talking to them about this thing
Sure.
Can I
before.
please
about,
finish? Can
there
I
a
please finish what
gravitation-
I'm trying to do? Because
Is
I know
there
how
a
to get to the point.
Is there a gravitational field?
Oh, for sure. You can't
Oh,
help
go
but
ahead
be
and
in
prove
one.
that.
You're on Earth.
Go ahead and prove that
Excuse
so
me?
you can tell us
It's
that's why
right.
that's happening.
It's right there
Prove,
in the
listen, you
density
can't
tower.
just say, look, I already proved unicorns pull things to the ground. So fuck it,
Because
I win.
buoyancy is dependent upon gravity. You didn't
It's
know
because
this?
unicorns.
That there's no such thing in space for a reason. Right? So buoyancy,
For a
right,
reason.
in this manner is based on a gravitational field. And that's why the heavier stuff sits at the bottom towards
So
the Earth's core,
a magical
and the
field.
lighter stuff rises to the top, and that's how the whole Earth works in terms of
Ma-
atmosphere and all. You
So-
didn't know that?
So it's just magic.
No, it's right there in front of your face. It's gravity, bud.
So you showing a density towers equals gravity?
Well, I got a question.
I have
Pretty
one
much.
simple
Pretty
solution
much.
to this.
You just
think
seem to
it's-
know that. You didn't seem to know that.
Eddie's
Yeah.
okay. AI.
Well, I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask where he could circle the
Congrats.
gravitational field in his image, so I could see it.
Yeah, let me get another diagram for you. It's Archimedes' principle, dude. I didn't want to get into the complexity if you didn't get this basic shit, but we can do that too. Yeah?
Well, I mean, I was listening, and it sounded like you said.
It's Archimedes'
You sounded
principle.
like you. I know, but you sounded like you said the more
I try to
dense
keep it
things.
simple.
Okay, fine, but it's also simple to allow people to just finish a simple sentence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is. So it just sounded to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, if you said denser stuff in the media goes towards the bottom. I mean, isn't that what you said?
Yeah, because gravity is a relationship. You didn't know the gravity equation contains two masses and a relationship between the force of gravity. So if you
Oh,
have a
but
heavier
that don't
atom,
matter.
bud, right, or a cluster of molecules, that sinks to the bottom where the Earth's gravity is pulling on it, and it is attracted to it. So the heavier stuff is more attracted. The force is actually relatively higher. So it goes down, right, and the lighter stuff goes up, and that's how all of the layers of the Earth, all the way up to the atmosphere, work. That's how we know that's true, because you could just go in your kitchen and do this experiment, see it for yourself. Yeah.
Right. So density
Beautiful.
distribution, therefore pulling, right?
Oh, density distribution. When you get into fluid dynamics, that's like Nobel Prize winning like physics, bud. This isn't simple stuff. So the fluid dynamics that you observe, known as buoyancy, is definitely based on gravity. Yeah?
Well,
You didn't
actually, you
know?
just told me it's just based on denser things going down and displacing the less dense things up.
Well, if we go in space and there's less gravity, where do you think things go? This buoyancy thing doesn't hold because there isn't a manifold of
I
gravity
don't
for
know, dude.
things to
I
go
don't know,
towards.
dude. Are
We
me and
do
you
know.
holding hands? Are me and you holding hands together in space? Are we going to space?
Oh, you can if you have enough money, you can buy a little plane ride up, and then they drop the plane, right? And then there's no gravity, and you can do your fluid experiment there.
Oh, okay.
The
So it's
fluid
a
isn't gonna.
differential reference frame, right?
Yeah, and we're on Earth, so we're in the same inertial frame.
Right. So you haven't
How did you
proved
flat
anything.
earthers not do this, man? It's like elementary school. I forgot they taught this shit to me back then. Yeah.
Dude, everybody knows a density tower.
Well, you don't seem to
That's
know the
basic.
profundity of it. That's the problem with not having a high education. I just explained it to you. It's actually based on gravity, relationals.
Right.
Yeah.
So you make a mathematical construct to explain it, and then you reify the mathematical construct.
Do
And
you
then
have
you
a better
demonstrate your
framework?
mathematical construct. Oh, so it's a framework, not actually real.
Oh wow! You didn't know science is nothing more accurate, precise, repeatable frameworks. We just use them because they work. Do you have a better one? If you don't, then
Oh,
nobody
excellent.
cares.
So if I don't have a better reification fallacy than you, yours is true.
No, if you don't have something that you can actually repeat, have accuracy and precision for in some kind of experiment, then you're just talking out your ass. But, right?
Dude, density distribution is consistent in
Yeah,
a
that's
tower
because
like
there's a
that.
gravitational field. You keep trying to like
No,
loop
that's
around this. There's only two ways
it's
to this.
because
There's little to no gravity and there's gravity. When there's gravity, you get a density tower. When there isn't as much, you don't get a density tower because there's no field alignment.
Okay, dude. If you got to be able, if you're explaining something, you should be able to answer some questions here.
Oh, I'm
But-
answering everything. Don't be slick. Do you have any other ability to posture against what I'm saying? Because it's really hard.
right. So you're saying that
Okay,
when things
go
are
back to
in
the
a
drawing
zone,
board, dude. Yeah?
yeah. So when things are in a zone where the density distribution disperses itself in part A, you're claiming that's a gravitational
Density
field.
distribution is a actual artifact of the gravitational field. Stop trying to like mince the words. That's what it is.
Dude, you're the one creating a circular reasoning with your
No, I'm
reification.
not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you
Because you can
are.
go up in the air and you don't get this alignment, but you don't get
So
the
what?
liquid tower. So why
So
don't you tell me why that is, buddy?
So you said when you're in free fall, you don't, correct?
No. You go further away from the Earth's. If you have money, you can do this, right? You just go far up. You don't get this density tower because there isn't this gravitational field alignment that is forceful enough to determine the fluid
Yeah.
dynamics
So how far?
and how they
You got
arrange.
to go?
You want me to go look up some videos? You're gonna deny. You're gonna say they're CGI or some shit.
Well, I mean, I
They
know this.
actually take
You
elementary
already said
schools
the
up.
same
NASA does
effect.
this all the time.
What? They don't take
Yeah.
elementary kids up there.
Here. You just gotta have money, bud. Elementary school. Up to space.
Well, that's it. Well, I mean, look, if they take an
Yeah.
elementary kids up there, that's interesting.
Where we got this at?
It's a movie.
So what do you want?
It's
Do you
called
want it in a
Space
free
Camp.
fall plane or do you want it up just up?
Well, no, actually, what I want to do is go back like 5 sentences to where I didn't get to finish my sentence because you cut me off and assumed what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
Right. So all you're really saying is that in a particular zone, there's a certain effect, and in a different zone, there's another effect. And now I have a mathematical construct model that I reified into reality and claim that that's the cause.
No, you keep doing this like there's no explanation if none of us say anything. You claim you have an explanation as to why this phenomenon occurs.
I
Yours
did. When?
sucks, right? Well, if you're not, then what value are you adding by critiquing something that calculatedly works? You're just being a stick in the mud?
Dude, there's plenty of things that calculatedly work that aren't true.
Well, you're not supposed to subscribe to the sci-fi conceptual words, man. It's the math. You didn't know that? Like
Yeah, but
space-time
math
isn't
isn't
actually
reality,
curved.
dude.
It's okay. Here's the thing: space-time isn't actually curved. It's just that the gravitational field has an r squared in the denominator. So the actual effect of the gravity follows a curvature. It decays with r squared. So if you thought space-time was curved, congratulations. That's just some stupid words Einstein chose after the scientific community spoke against his ether theory. That explains GR and SR. They didn't like ether because it was religious, so they forced him to change it, and he just pulled some shit out of his ass. That's actually the real story there. So when I talk to somebody else, and they say, "Hey man, I got a better framework than these assholes over here," hey, show me it. If you don't, then what are you saying? At least theirs does something. No? Okay, let me find this density tower in space thing so you can laugh
Yeah,
at the whole idea.
it just describes motion. Is all it
No, it's
describes.
fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics, right? It's a very complex aspect of physics, right? When you get a mechanical engineering degree, the guys who can actually do fluid dynamics get into particle physics, get into high energy particle physics, plasma physics, and deal with fusion reactors, right? It's actually the most complex because all the crazy dynamics. So if there isn't a determinate force of affecting the whole gradient of all those liquids in that tower, right? They'll just do fluid dynamic local things, right? And that'll just look wonky. Like you'll have all the fluids all mixed in and conglomerated, doing all this localized gravity thing. The only reason why you get a density tower in that clean way is because Earth's gravitational field is pulling down. That's why if you tilt the thing sideways, it'll arrange. If you take the top, you put a top on the your density tower, it's sealed. If you turn it on its side, the density tower is going to flip and then be along the other axis, the perpendicular, because gravity. So, right, you can just spend $20 and do this experiment at home to understand how gravity works. It'll literally align to the field of gravity. If you keep changing how it's arranged based upon where the ground is perpendicular, it'll just align towards that. That's it. That's how
Oh,
all the
perfect.
matter
So
works.
a horizontal striated alignment to a horizontal baseline being the Earth, like you just said. Great. I agree with that.
You would agree? No, it's the Jesus Christ.
Well, I
You
mean,
just
I'd be
said
more than happy for you to show me. I'd be more than happy for you to show me a curved gradient tower.
Okay. So I could even do this on my desk. So if Earth
Yeah,
was
a
flat,
curved
right, and
gradient.
I
Hold
did
on, a
this,
curved gradient tower on
yeah,
your desk. That's what you just said you could show.
you're not listening. If Earth were flat, right, and I drew, let's do, 10,000 miles or some stupid shit, right? It's over here, it's over there, right? If I draw a perpendicular line and I start going up, right? That's you know what a tangent is, right? So literally, they've done this even in the past. You can kind of just keep going up from different points at Earth, on Earth and see where you end up when you go up in relation to other points, you'll see that you end up out in space in a projection of a fucking sphere. So Earth
Oh
is
my goodness.
round.
What?
Holy shit!
So if you
Yeah,
draw if you draw a
all the
picture
math
if you
works out.
draw a picture if you draw a picture on your table of a circle and you draw a line out from it, you'll show that you end up in space.
Yeah, you know how they do that with those things called observatories, dude. When they look out in the fucking space and they try to align all the observatories across Earth, they have to pitch their angle in because Earth is fucking a sphere.
So where's the
Boom,
curved
gotcha
gradient?
again, gotcha again. Huh?
What?
You didn't get him. You just tried to get off the
Here, I'll
hook.
show
What's
you.
the
I'll
curved
show you
gradient?
in the side chat since you
So
can't
they
understand
point
words to show you pictures.
They
Can you
point
stop with this
observatory to
smirking shit
observatory.
talk, or you're gonna get
Yeah,
fucking
when
muted?
they look, you didn't know how they network
Yeah,
the
stop with the smirking.
observatories.
Stop. Okay, stop with the smirking. We don't need that here. We can have a
Yeah, they
civil,
don't point.
honest, intellectual, honest
So how about we
discussion
not
here.
rush
Okay?
through something that seems basic?
Yeah,
right?
we can if you stop smirking throughout
Yeah,
your
just
fucking
go
talk.
step by step logically without
Great.
adding in observations about the person you're talking to.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
You don't need these little
you.
gamma comments, okay?
Can
You've been given
you?
quite a bit
I
of
got it.
leeway. It's ending right now.
Okay.
But you know what
After
he
all, I'm
asked you for, right?
patiently explaining
Wait,
something to you.
hold on a second, because it seems like you're doing this thing where it takes forever and ever and ever to ever address the point. What he asked for was a demonstration of a curved gradient tower. Is that where we're going?
Who asked for that? Huh?
You're not even listening to the guy you're responding to. So
No. Do you even know what that means? Curve gradient. What?
Yeah, he wants you to show him the layers of the gradient curving, like they
Okay,
would.
you want me to
Like what?
show you? Can I please? Okay, so what you want me to show you is when they link up observatories to get like more high resolution pictures and stuff.
No,
Can I
no.
please finish? So you don't believe anything that comes from an observatory? They just build these stupid mirror big things just for looks or something, and they just align them to random shit.
I don't think you understand what's being asked of you.
I literally was going to show you the gradient they use for the observatories. You're missing what I'm saying. It's composed in that example. I'm just asking if you accept that so I don't waste my time. Because if you say observatories are a conspiracy theory, my head's going to blow off. So what is it before we get going here?
Observatories seem like you want me to say are a conspiracy theory. I want to see your head blow up.
No, I mean, if you're just doing it for shits and giggles, we can skip that and I can say haha, hee hee, and you can do the same.
So I guess I'll just dumb down what he's asking
serious.
for. How about this?
Serious.
Would you be able to show a curved
I'm telling
one?
you what I'm going to show you, right? And I'm
It
asking
has-
if it's
it-
sufficient.
I don't know, because it doesn't seem like it's addressing what he asked. But
Just let him
I can explain how it
argue his-
does, but I'm telling you what I'm going to show you, and then I'm asking if it's sufficient. If
fine,
you even
dude.
explain
Just
it to you, we
argue
can
it.
just do that.
Just let him argue it to a conclusion. Shouldn't take long.
All right.
Well, before we get started, I need to see if you accept the observatory thing. If you have an issue, please point it out, because I can easily squash any issue you have.
What do you mean by accept?
Oh, the observatories and the way they align them is the grid I'm talking about. So,
Dude,
I need to make sure you
how do I
accept that
know if I'm going
observatories
to
are real
accept it
first.
or not? Oh yeah, observatories aren't real. Wow.
Well, they are. So can I go forward? Because when I
Well, no
do this
frickin'
and
God,
you
because
accept everything along
observatories
the
are
way,
real.
you're done at the end of it, is the idea. The logical conclusion
Well,
is
so
Earth
says
is
you.
a sphere. Huh?
Logical conclusion.
Well, yeah,
Look,
it's
that's
going to
your
follow.
claim.
So I'm just
Your
asking, hey
claim,
man,
yeah,
can we
your
just
claim
get
is
on
that
with
you have an
this?
argument that follows to a necessary conclusion. Okay, go ahead and
Yeah.
present it. I'm not
Great.
doing to agree to the conclusion.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure you can't wiggle out, so I'm going to take my time. So observatories are stationed all across the Earth. They're pointed up into the sky to look at crap. Do you believe the sky is real? There's no artifacts and that the observatories are observing the same thing in the sky? First question.
You mean same thing?
That means if I just go in my backyard and point my telescope up to the sky and you do the same, bro, we're going to see the same thing, man. Like, more or less with the
Oh,
image
no, we're
transfer.
not, dude.
We're not. We're not. So if I point my telescope to the moon, you're not going to see 1, 2 from your backyard, buddy. You draw
Oh,
an
well,
angle towards
let's
it.
say I'm seeing a moon, sure, but I'm not seeing the exact same image or instance that you're seeing.
Of course you're not. The object that is the moon
Okay,
that's giving off photons that are hitting your telescope. You're seeing that thing, yeah?
okay,
And I am
fine,
too, the
fine.
same object. Great. So the issue here is if you're in a certain place on Earth and you point your telescope to look at something and I do the same, the math for the lines, bro. If the Earth is flat the way those lines will trace into the sky and how we will actually pitch our telescopes to see the same thing is going to be very different than if it's a sphere and I'm on a tangent of a sphere and I'm looking up at the moon. I'm going to have to pitch my thing a lot
I gotta
more,
go this way.
actually. And in that math, you can actually show that the Earth is a sphere. And that's how the observatory example works. And that's how the grid, the geodesics moving away from the Earth work. And that's how all of the math checks out. You can do this experiment if you know somebody in a different country far away.
So he asked you a question about the density layers that you show him, and then you just completely changed the topic.
He was talking about astronomy or
What?
something.
I was talking about the geodesics because that's where I thought we got past the density thing, bro.
Thank you.
The density thing proves it no matter where you're at on Earth. You just don't know how to do the experiment. And I already told you, you could just seal the thing and just turn it around. It'll literally follow the geodesic, dude, as you move across the Earth. And that's proof the
The
Earth is
curve.
round.
But all
Huh?
I saw was a flat horizontal water level in every single
You wouldn't be
demonstration,
able to do that
and with
if you just...
which you said was perpendicular to vertical up and down. So
Okay,
sounds
here,
like you're
let me
describing a flat Earth.
Okay, let me tangent to circle. I thought this was just a given.
But yeah, tangents to circles is true.
Yeah.
You could
All
draw
right,
that on
great.
paper,
So,
though.
if you try to just travel across with this sealed thing, you're just gonna end up like going off the Earth, man. Like to maintain it. If you follow the geodesic of the Earth, it's gonna literally tilt inward, indicating the angle because you're on a
What
tangent.
device? Hold on, I might have missed that point. What device?
Buddy, you could just here, man. You just take your density tower, right, with your liquid, seal it, right. Make a little cylinder, really long cylinder. Then go straight across your wonderful flat plane that you claim is a flat plane. I should be able to just go straight across that cool little thing, and it just stays the same. What's gonna happen though if I go straight across? I'm gonna shoot off into space, dude, to maintain the liquid
Excellent.
layers and the
Yeah,
angle because it's a tangent
absolutely.
on a
Yes.
circle.
Yeah, if it was a
Uh,
tangent, yes. Now demonstrate that happening, please.
Great. Well, the thing is, since Earth is not flat, when you go across the geodesic of Earth, the thing is going to tilt in, dude, as you go around the Earth. It's
Okay,
going
yeah,
to change
excellent.
angle.
So now provide a measurement that it's changing its attitude in free space relative to its previous orientation.
You go from the starting point, right?
Yeah.
And you do it relative to that. Do you know how to do
Okay,
that? It's
so
very
yeah,
simple math.
so yeah, so okay, that's great. You can chart that on paper. I'm proud of you. Now show that
Yeah.
happening in reality.
Oh, well, the beautiful thing is, I think some autists, you know those things when you have an accident and they put the tape measure thing down, they just walk and they walk? Some autists actually did that across a long fucking length of the United States. So you can even see the curvature there. It's too long, bro. Too long.
Oh, you made a curvature
You
claim.
don't get it. You don't get it. Here. It's
You
too
just
long.
you just
The
don't have
geodesic is
like,
longer
see?
than a straight line, dude. Fuck.
So somebody walked in a pure geodesic across the United States.
Yeah. Some autists did it a
Wow.
long time ago. I
I
could
didn't know
find
the
it.
states had no
There's a lot of
topography.
people who've like tried to like prove this crap wrong. And when I'm 38 now. When I was a kid, I remember the autism of lakes people would go to, and I'm just
Yeah,
surprised that you
sure.
guys still try to carry this
So
narrative on. There's so
You
many
have
experiments.
autism, or did you get
Let
it
me
beat
put the
out of you?
tangent thing up. Huh?
You still have autism.
No, you might.
You might.
It's highly irrelevant who has autism.
All right. Let me find some of those tangent things and wonderful. Is it a pedometer? Earth's curvature.
Yeah. So where's the verification of his orientation relative to where he began?
Buddy, we use your flat Earth model. That's the thing, and they're not going to end up where they're supposed to be.
No one claimed a model here, so you're making
No,
a
I
straw man
asked for the
fallacy.
verification
So
of
you
what he
don't have a
did.
model compared to
You're making a
everybody
straw man.
else? This
Straw man
math works?
fallacy. Straw
No,
man
no, we're
fallacy.
getting back to what I said before. You either have
Yeah,
a better
we're getting
model than
back
what
to every
exists.
time I ask you for the actual verification, it seems to elude you.
I just gave you the fifth, buddy. Okay, you know what? It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I enjoyed it.
I really thought you wouldn't fall for like an elementary school experiment. Fuck.
Hey, buddy, next time.
I don't know, dude. I asked you for the consequent, which
There's
is
no next
a curved.
I did
I
you a
asked you for
favor,
a
not the other
curved
way around.
gradient. Yeah, I'm so happy to have been in your presence. I asked you for the curved gradient. You didn't provide it, so I don't know what to tell you, bro.
He left.
You could have cured me of my flat Earth disease with your curved gradient, brother, but you failed me. My hero has let me down.
Man.
Thought this was
Those
going to be it.
stupid globe earthers.
I thought he was
They
the
just
I
one.
don't
know.
know anything.
So I got a guy telling me that during an eclipse, that's just an optical illusion. We never actually see the sun or moon.
So where do we see it then? I don't.
It's insane what people will say.
Where's
Well,
the
you
actual
definitely
location?
don't see the moon on a new. You definitely don't see the moon on a solar eclipse.
Well, Ross, let's put it this way. He was trying to say that if you have an object, right, that's assumed to be in free space relative to you, and you look at it, right, you have an angle of looking at it. If somebody else looks at it from a different angle, therefore the Earth's a globe.
That's right.
He smuggled his assumption that the moon is a ball into that.
Yes, but what he was trying to do is say these angles don't intersect in perfect triangular manner, right? So since they're not intersecting in a triangulation fashion, and I have to have a different angle to look at the object, then I have to either decide that the object I'm looking at is not fixed in free space in the way I'm thinking it is compared to me and the other person, or the ground is curved. He just chose the ground being curved because it's mathematically simpler to his bias.
And then if you pointed that out to him, he'd probably have just been on a new tangent about something else completely.
Failure to kindergarten. Now, notice, I want you guys to notice that the same thing happened to me last night when I was trying to talk to someone brought up laser tests, right? To try to say, okay, we can use laser tests to effectively create a straight rule from which to gauge the drop off of the alleged curve or the non drop off of the horizontal plane. They then started talking about flashlights, and I was like, dude, I thought you were talking about lasers. He provided a graphic about charting what a laser would do with a straight line collated ray, right? I was like, hey, yeah, let's talk about lasers because we got Dr. John D that did laser tests over a frozen lake. We got the Lake Edgehill laser test, all kinds of laser tests. We got the Hawaiian Islands laser test done by the military. We got all kinds. They didn't want to talk about it. You know what they want to talk about? Why can't I see Paris? So they start out with a fundamental premise. If we had a straight edge to put against the Earth, and the Earth dropped away from that edge, would you accept that the Earth was curving? Right? And let's say it's not, topography or anything that's causing that curve. It's actually curve of Earth. Well, then yes, that would be an objective measurement of that portion of the Earth being curved. That's true. The problem is that they then immediately say, okay, why can't I see Paris? So the premise is a straight rule against the Earth to measure, and let's make an objective measurement. Then the bait and switch, let's talk about why I can't see Paris from New York City. It's like, which is it? Are we trying to use a straight rule, or are we trying to use your assumption that I can't see it because the Earth is curved? Which I don't know. I mean, it seems a very disingenuous way to go about it. But keep in mind that between the laser test, which you could do within I think the military was 120 kilometers, right? So let's just say 100 miles. They want to skip over the things you can do within 100 miles, right? Skip over the portion between 100 miles and thousands of miles, like continent, because there's plenty of observations of things we shouldn't be able to see. They always want to focus on the things we can't see rather than the things we can see, right? So there's plenty of observations at distance that supersede the globe geometry by orders of magnitude. For example, you can see the Canigou mountain range in infrared at hundreds of miles. For example, there's a high altitude plane footage where a guy can see across the United States in infrared. There's testimony of him talking about it. There's all kinds of things we shouldn't be able to see. So when we can see things that we shouldn't be able to see, their claim is light effects. And then when it can't see things, right, all of a sudden it's curvature. When you can see things, it's light effects. When you can't see things, it's curvature. But then you say, okay, what about the superseded observation? Well, then they'll say, oh, but I can't see the very bottom. So then they'll say, oh, you can see things because of light effects that are beyond the curve of the Earth, but you can never see the bottom of it. Well, if this magical curving light can show me the tops of things around the curve, why can't it show me the bottoms of things around the curve? It's not very consistent. By the way, if you took a level, right, or a density gradient in a long tube level with a level bubble level attached to it, and you went across the Earth, it would maintain itself, right, minus any jarring you do with it, right? Because allegedly it's keeping itself true to what they claim is the vectors of gravity, which are radial. So in their view, the level would constantly change to a pure horizontal. So how could you possibly use a level to fly off into space? The idea is ridiculous on its face. Now, keep in mind, you can see it in him. He doesn't even know it. That's how much on a one-track mind he had. He said density gradients, this is what they would do. That they arrange themselves in essentially a horizontal manner, right? Perpendicular to the previous position if you turn the tube 90 degrees, right? You know what that sounded like to me? Okay, I have a level tube, horizontal, 90 degrees from vertical, right? So up and down, you got up being vertical and 90 degrees to that being horizontal. So if you have an environment where you have up and down is 90 degrees to each other, you have a flat plane. And like I just previously said, if I took my level across that surface, it would stay level. So how would I be receiving any curvature information? His claim is, oh, I would just end up in space. But if I'm following the level, I wouldn't end up in space. Makes no sense.
It's been a pretty fun morning.
Now, what you'd rather want is have a gyro, right, to get your horizontal plane, and then maintain your attitude relative to that spin-up plane, and continue in a dead reckoning from that position straight ahead, right? But if your vehicle was able to counteract the forces, right, and keep and maintain that heading, you know, then you might end up in space. But using a level, you never do such a thing.
Did he turn into a robot?
Well, he's named AI for a reason.
I wish we had GIF images in here so I can just post the robots for him.
You can use the. Oh wait, maybe you don't have. I think maybe you need Nitro to use the GIFs from the other servers. I guess I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Check your GIF save section. I don't know. Whatever you have, save them. I have the stuff from the other servers as well.
I don't even have the option to pull them up.
So the smiley on the chat, then GIFs on the very top left. Do you see that? the button for GIFs. Then you have favorites. I have saved mine in my favorites section. Everything from Flat Earth.
Oh, I got it now. All right,
Yeah.
cool. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
That's that is funny. That's what this room looks like.
Cope and seethe, man. Cope and seethe.
Earth is flat. The water is flat
Are
and
you
level.
guys here
and then
just to troll or actually like,
Kumbaya,
convince somebody?
kumbaya. No, we're not trolling.
Yeah,
What's
why?
your act?
But
Can
it
you
just sounds like trolling.
No, see, the thing is, though, for it to be a troll, it have to include you. You
Yeah.
included you. I didn't include you.
you included yourself
Said
into
you
the
guys.
Yeah.
conversation.
How can I be a troll to you if what I'm talking about has nothing to do with you and you've included yourself into it, even if I
Somebody,
don't want to include you?
somebody
get to-
smiling and saying "smarmy," "cope and see," is not troll. That's like actually
Yeah,
like
that's what usually Globers do when they
intellectual
come in. They
behavior.
cope and seethe after that we tell them the
Dude.
water is flat and level. What's wrong with that?
Listen, all our experiences, we
Are
tell
you
people
intellectually
water is flat
challenged?
and
Like I don't
level.
understand.
Dominus, we just had a guy in here this morning who claimed to work for the ESA. And his takeaway was that everyone in here is schizophrenic and should be banned. The channel should be deleted just to save humanity because of the harm that this channel's doing. We're just a bunch of schizophrenics in here talking to each other. How is that a harm to you? First question I'd ask: how if a bunch of people are just on the internet, on the Discord channel, on their own channel, just talking to themselves about a topic they like, how are you harmed by that? Number two, then a so-called rocket scientist comes in here, hears the schizophrenic speech that he claimed, then adjudicated that schizophrenic speech as schizophrenic, and then wants the channel shut down to save humanity. Do you think that's a workable solution? Or is that, which one's more of a troll? People just minding their own business, talking about a topic they like? Or somebody coming in here trying to
I mean, if
mentally
you don't want
figure
people to
out
come and
how
just
much of a
lock the
victim,
channel.
like how much of a victim you are because
If you
I'm
guys,
minding my own business. I'm over here minding my own business. Are you victimized by me minding my own business?
just have a private server. Like, why do like if it's in the politics server, it's a public guest room. People are
Yep,
gonna
and
come
you
in.
joined it. And you joined it in your first claim, if Globetard, is that you're being trolled. Test
What?
that. Test that claim. You think you're being trolled right now. What should you do next? A, stick around and cry victim status until someone mutes you and shows you the door, or show the door, or just walk out quietly and go about your life. Like
Homie,
nothing
I just
happened.
came here to talk about the flat Earth.
Okay, so why are you talking about some sort of victim status and you're being
What
trolled?
victim status? I
Dude,
just said like
trolling.
this is dishonest.
Okay,
If you
trolling
expect
is
to
a
have an honest
very
conversation,
trolling is
yeah,
harmful.
but I
Trolling's
cannot
a
speak. Like,
harmful. Yeah, trolling's harmful. People do. It's kind of got watered down to just basically like people like you think trolling's hearing opinions you disagree with, but
what?
really trolling is a harmful thing. People go there. People are trying to get emotional reaction out of somebody. I didn't join your channel
Hold
or
on,
your.
I got a salient example. So this room was started because some people from the politics server are interested in the topic, right? And they know some people in other flat Earth servers, right? It was started, and then shortly thereafter, right, concurrently, another room was started called Flat Earth Equals Retard, right?
Yeah, by Globers. Butthurt
Okay,
Globers.
so I mean, so if
What
that's
am
the case, when you come into this room, if somebody gets in an argument, right, and then they leave in a way that's like a little emotional, let's say, and somebody responds, oh, you're coping and seething because of the way you emotionally responded, that is not in the category of trolling in the least. So your question is, are you guys trolling? The answer is no. Okay, now that that's established, what questions do you have about the topic?
Do you take no for an answer? How about that? Are you being trolled right now? Even though everyone told you they're not
I
trolling you.
think I might be, like, Jesus.
Wow. Wow.
Brother, you don't need to ask him anymore. I already explained it to him categorically that it's not trolling. If he wants to talk about trolling, he can go somewhere else. We want to talk about the topic. So, brother, if you have a question about the topic, feel free to ask it.
Sure. What do you guys think about the fact that in a big vacuum chamber we put items in it, like small balls or like small whatever, like pieces of matter in a vacuum chamber? There's no gases, nothing, and they always fall down to the ground, to the lowest level in the chamber.
Okay, fine. I'll answer you. Down is on the vertical axis, which is perpendicular to level, which is horizontal. So if things fall down everywhere you drop them, then that means we live on a horizontal plane.
Okay.
So that's what I think about that.
But the force that makes things fall down in the vacuum chamber, what's that?
That doesn't matter, to be honest.
Why?
You just described, because you're describing the directionality. I'm agreeing with you with the directionality that's perpendicular to horizontal. So if we experience things going down everywhere we drop them, which is perpendicular to horizontal, then you have a matrix of vertical and horizontal, which is up and down, which is vertical and horizontal, which means you live in a horizontal realm. I mean, I don't know what more you need to ask after that. So if you want to start talking about this and that, you would have to prove that what we're seeing is something other than what we're seeing, because rest assured, what we're all seeing is things going up and down. That's what we all experience, correct? I would say you would agree with that.
I would. This situation, I would say, is the force that makes things go down in a flat plane or level plane or whatever on a globe would be gravity, no? Gravity can exist on a flat plane and can exist on a ball Earth, right?
No.
Just
Look,
possible.
if you just want to name that phenomenon gravity, and you want to call it gravity, then it would exist regardless. But it's not true that they would exist in the same manner, right? If the Earth was a globe, because then you wouldn't have down experienced everywhere. You would have inwards. Okay, so down is how we explain it. Inwards is an extraordinary claim. So it would behoove you to prove that the object is not falling down perpendicular to horizontal, which is vertical. It would behoove you to prove that it's falling inwards. So now, if you want to make that claim, the burden of proof is on you to prove that that directionality is actually inwards. So by all
Sure,
means,
no. Not even claiming that. All I'm claiming is there is a force that pulls things from somewhere above the surface to the surface with a constant speed per each individual item that you drop, right? You would agree. That force, it doesn't matter if we're on a bowl Earth or a flat Earth, that
That's
force
false.
exists,
That's
and we call
false.
that force
That's
gravity,
false.
right?
That's false, though. I think
Why?
what you meant to say is, I think what you meant to say is acceleration.
Well, yes, it accelerates the items that we.
Also, we know by the equivalence principle that even if you have a vector which you assume is caused by a force initiating it, that it's impossible to tell whether it's a pulling or pushing force. So you're biased by saying pulling.
I never said pulling in the
did
sense
say
of like
pulling,
in the sense of like in the sense of place, in the sense of the specific mechanism which the force executes. It just seems like the force is pushing down or pulling to the ground any item above the ground when it dropped, right?
Well, actually,
It
friend, what we
seems, it
do
appears
know,
to.
okay, what you're saying is it seems that there's a force present because we have definition for force. But all you really witness and observe is an object moving. That's it. Any
Sure.
assumption of a force or what's happening is inference at best.
Sure. but we still have the physical effect, right? You can see that.
Right. So let's say that's true. Things fall down. Okay.
True.
Down is perpendicular to horizontal. If everything falls down and the down is perpendicular to horizontal, that means everywhere you do this proves you're on a horizontal plane.
True. Why do you think things fall down?
Because it's coherent. If everything fell up, we would live in an incoherent world, and that would make no sense.
But why do you think? Like, I mean, what guarantees that things will not fall up?
The coherence of the world in which we exist, which is clearly.
But that's circular. That's circular
Right.
logic.
You didn't even hear what he
So
said. He said,
you're saying the cause, not the why. Okay. I'm giving you the philosophical why, which is true.
So in philosophy, I don't know which framework they want to adopt, but we can argue. There are two types of circular logic. One is vicious circular logic, which is the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true. That is an example. The other one is axiomatic, right? You have an axiom that is justified, right, philosophically, grounded, quote unquote, and then you use that axiom to explain everything else, right? It's a fundamental moral intuition.
no, just a baseline. You start off what we all experience the same.
Yeah, but
thing.
you have to justify the baseline. That's the thing.
Yeah, how do you argue against nature? Can you tell me that? How do you even debate against nature? What we see?
Debate against nature?
Yeah.
What do you
How
mean?
do you go against nature? Tell me.
I don't understand your question.
Self-evident nature, right?
Sir, I'm
Okay, so
not
you're
sure I
denying it.
understand
All
what
right.
you're
Okay.
trying to convey
Okay.
to me.
Are you 100% sure you're here in Discord with us, talking with us right now?
No, you can never have true knowledge, essentially.
Okay,
It
so
can
you,
never be, it
okay,
can
you
never
got the
be
mind virus.
truly,
Cool. Now
truly
we know.
true. From a philosophical standpoint, though, right?
All right.
For
Thanks
pragmatical
thanks
reasons,
for
I think I am,
yeah,
yes,
okay.
correct.
Thank you for letting letting us know. That was nice cop.
I'm happy with that because if you don't have
Did you
true
just call
knowledge,
that a cope when he was like giving you like a legit nuanced point? Jesus Christ, what's wrong?
No one's talking to you. Shut up. Yeah.
All right, who's
so,
coping now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Boy,
Sorry.
yeah, they just go crazy. Here it's flat. That's it.
Uncle, how are you?
What?
I'm talking to Uncle. He's a Hebrew Israelite.
Maybe you two want to go in a private room, maybe have a, intimate talk, maybe? Is that what you have
Motherfucker,
to-
you're disgusting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
I
very
keep
much.
doing that to her all day. She gets muted, goes away, and comes back. Said, "You can't mute me. I'll tell on you." I said, "Go ahead," and she still just leaves and comes back.
Oh, she gonna tell on
Thanks
us.
for coming out.
Thanks for coming by. See you again. Please come again.
Like the guy talking earlier, was that Dominus? I think.
oh yeah, we're the ones
Yeah.
trolling, brother.
So
yeah, that guy at
Dominus.
the bottom. Yeah, the very
And
bottom.
these are initiates, so they just joined this politics server just to come and troll this room, Uncle.
Uncle.
Yeah, they're not established members. Someone told them, "Hey, there's flat earthers on this channel. Here's an invite. Come fuck with them."
Yep.
And what I'm telling you, that my goal here is not to troll you. It is to explain flat Earth, perfect down to the last detail, so you'll know what you can why you disagree. Because right now you'll say that you disagree, and you don't even know what flat Earth is. To
We're
me,
not
that's
disagreeing on anything with the person I was talking to. AI overload and I don't disagree. We're just
I
trying
wasn't.
to suss out, like,
Yeah, I was talking about the other guy, the Indominus or whatever his name.
yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. You changed your name. All right.
Yeah, it is. He has the mind virus, man. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I did.
Mind
I guess
virus?
don't know people. It's kind of new here. Don't know some of the regulars or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, at least the best thing I think we got you took away, right? Are you being trolled right now?
That yet is still to be
Oh,
determined, I think.
fuck's sake!
I mean,
Reset.
To be fair, by his own admission, he could never know whether he's being trolled or not. So his opinion on whether he's trolled or
Yeah.
not is just that opinion.
Yeah, I guess you're right. He wouldn't know one way or the other, but he knows that he doesn't know that he knows that he is not possibly yes.
no, the point is that, like, for example, you have Quetzalcoatl over there, like, like laughing and giggling in the background, like throwing like spicy remarks at me, as
So
if he's trying to do
I'm
like
making you
some
feel
sort of
bad,
a
or what's
personal
going on?
attack or
Your
something, but
feelings
he never
getting
has the
touched
balls to
in
do
a
it. He
different
just
way,
like
or what's going on?
snaps at me, and that's it.
It snaps you. Oh dang! I mean, you're not sure about anything in your life, so how can you reason with us even when it comes to the topic of Earth?
I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure about anything. You made a claim, sir. Prove
I
it.
didn't make any claim. What's my claim?
You said that I'm not sure if anything for certain
Yeah,
is in
I
my
asked
life.
you. Are you 100% sure? You're talking to us on Discord right now. You said no.
I said for pragmatic reasons, yes, but like
Yeah,
truly
basically no.
epistemological.
Basically no.
Do you know what philosophy
You're
is,
using
sir?
who cares?
We're
You
not
basically
talking
said
about
no.
philosophy. He just asked you, are you talking on Discord?
Pragmatically, yes, of course.
Bro.
Oh
Are
no!
you like
What
I
are
would
you
like
mean
to talk to AI
pragmatically?
Overlord. At
what's
least
going
they know
on?
some philosophy. You
Who
guys
talks
are
like
just.
that in public? You walk up to somebody, hey, what are you doing? Are you on Discord?
And he
Well,
tells and he says where are the
pragmatically,
trolls?
yes
Look at him
or
talking.
no, and
I would like to talk to AI Overlord. They seem to know philosophy, understand what I meant.
So no, you're not sure. Thank you very much for the answer.
okay, that was the answer we were looking for.
He can't even say yes or no. He's look at him speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yes.
May I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. So AI Overlord, back to the original topic. We agree so much that it appears or it seems that something is making objects fall onto the flat plane, right?
We know that they move towards the Earth. They're more dense than the supporting media.
No, I mean, that's besides the point. We agree that like if you have two balls, you drop them from two different distances, they both are gonna fall on the Earth, regardless of it being flat or not, right?
That's what we experience, a common experience.
I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I truly am not trying to debate
I
bro
know.
you or anything. I just want to know that we have some common understanding so we can build from there.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's already described as coherent. That's fine.
Sure, I don't agree with anything you said so far. I think we're in alignment, I think. Right. So, how do we suss out what is causing things to fall to the flat Earth or the globe, whatever? How do we understand?
Start off with your axiom.
Axiom.
Yeah, what do you observe in reality when you look out to the
Yes.
horizon?
We just determined that if you drop things, they fall to the ground, regardless of the Earth is flat or not. So how do we understand mechanistically why this happens? Like, what do we do?
Is that the fundamental necessity of a shape?
No.
Okay, so why should we answer that?
Getting a call. Sorry. I have to leave the conversation.
Wow. So, a mind virus guy.
Well, so the correct answer is how do you know anything about the outside world, right? For certain. The only way is if your intuitions and rationalities can lead you to necessary conclusions that the external world exists apart from the mind. Now, that assumes the mind in the first instance as being your preordinate proximate reality. Now, that mental state that you're experiencing cannot be otherwise than what you're experiencing. That's the first fundamental truth from which all other knowledge flows, which means that mind is the proximate cause of experiential reality. Now, lo and behold, the scientific community, not all of it in total, but the pioneers are moving towards the fundamental premise that consciousness is the base unit of reality, not matter or energy. So all energy states and all matters and all types of things that exist in any tangible way are derivative of mind. Mind is not an emergent property from matter. Now that's coming down from the mainstream. Okay, so rest assured that's going to take hold eventually. And why it's going to take hold is because we can't deny the existence of consciousness. And that's just the way it is. And so they need to incorporate consciousness into their worldview as an agent of creation. So, in other words, they have to have a God to create. Poetic, is it not? Now, of course, they're not going to say it's a singular objective agent God, like, let's say, the Abrahamic God or some other specific God. They're going to make it a pantheon or a monistic synergy of subjective idealism. So this guy who doesn't know whether anything's real is actually part of God and part of the creative force, not just an experiencer, but also the creator of the experiences. Surprised that a lot of people on the globe side aren't aware that this is happening in their worldview.
Yeah. So Neon, you here? Can he speak?
Yeah. So in other words,
matter.
ideas.
Yeah,
Oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead, Ed.
Go ahead.
I
I
was
was just
just
gonna say
gonna.
ideas. No, I was gonna say. No, you were gonna say. No, I was gonna say.
Yeah. Matter is an emergent property of consciousness. That's all. Go ahead.
No, derivative from consciousness.
Okay, I'll take that.
Wow. I just watched this amazing video. These two deer were stuck antler to antler, and he couldn't get close to them because they were just frantic. And he shot a bullet and hit the antlers that were locked together, breaking it off, and the two deer are separated. The best part about this, he took no account for Coriolis or rotation of the Earth.
You hear about the new world record shot of like 4 miles?
How long ago was this? A couple years ago, right? Or is it something new?
Yeah, it was a couple years ago.
Yeah.
What was that? A long distance observation shot? What is that? 4 miles?
No, a sniper shot. The 50
Oh, sniper
caliber
shot.
rifle.
Oh, okay. No Coriolis effect taken into account.
Nope.
I'll be right back.
You can't leave. Just
Don't everybody speak at the same time.
I'm back.
Get a mic check. Am I
Mic
coming in
check.
okay?
Coming through.
Who's coming through?
Whoever asked if they were coming through.
Oh,
I
sweet.
said I'm
I don't know
back.
if I'm coming in quiet or too loud or roboting.
You are roboting.
I am?
Well, not really. It's more just kind of distorted.
It might be my connection. I'm in a I'm in an arms room, so it's all concrete walls.
Oh, bro, my homie.
Just gave me PTSD. Dang it. Oh, for real. So when I was in the army one day doing an inventory, so I had a Dr. Pepper cold, and I kept setting it down in the corner. And so one of the other guys had a similar bottle that he was spitting his chew in, right?
Oh,
And so
dude.
I'm super hot because the military doesn't like to turn the AC on unless it reaches certain things. You can't control your own AC, and like you said, it's a concrete bunker basically. So I'm reaching for my drink, taking cold sips every so often, and one of the times I reached and grabbed that dude's chaw bottle and I just guzzled it. Oh man, it was traumatic. And again, it was bad enough, but then you're super hot. You're thinking you're getting refreshed. Oh man, it was horrible.
Dude, well, when I was at Fort Hood, we had these two guys who was always pranking on each other. So, we worked on helicopters. So there was one of them was out on the flight line working on the aircraft. The other one was in the office dicking around. And so he took his monster bottle and poured his dip bottle into it. And so when dude came in from the heat, he chugged on his monster and then vomited and laid on the floor until he was done cleaning out his stomach. And then so what the dude did was he took uh, the guy's um, picture and his phone number and put it on Craigslist and said pick for pick. And so dude kept getting dick pics from random strangers from Craigslist.
Oh man, sounds painful.
Yeah, great.
Are you still in service? Or are you out?
I'm out. I've been out for 3 years.
How long were you in?
10 years.
Yeah, that's 4 years longer than I did. Army?
Yes.
That's like why
Okay.
10? Like, I mean, normally people are like, one tour or two, but I mean, at the point of 10, it's like I mean, if you don't mind me asking, if it's something personal, you don't have to answer.
I really wanted to get out. Like at first, I wanted to get out and then get an electrical engineering degree and then support my family off of that. But then it was more economic at the time to stay in the army. And then I wanted to get out because I wanted to talk about God the way I wanted to instead of having to do it under restrictions. Um, and then I'm glad I got out at the time I did because they started mandating that thing around that time. And so I didn't have to get a dishonorable discharge. It worked out for me because I was not going to get the thing. And my son, he already went into the army and then was kicked out because he didn't get the thing.
First floor was 6 years. Then when it came down to, if I wanted to sign up for another 4 years, I figured that's going to put me at 10 years. If I'm going to do 10 years, I'm halfway to retirement. So if I'm going to do 10, I'm going to do another 10. I mean, that was my outlook on it. Didn't want to do that, so I got out.
When I went over to Bragg and I was doing the in processing, they were talking about how you could change your retirement plan from a 20-year to a 10-year, and I probably should have done it, but it don't matter really.
Well, everywhere I went, man, I was bumping into contractors. I was just making bukus of money, right?
Yeah.
I'm doing the same amount of work for like pennies. Like, I'm doing something wrong here. So
Yeah.
I made a commitment to get into contracting. Like there was a group of us that wanted to do contracting. Got out, and out of like our group of friends, like I was the only one that actually did it. Everyone else went back to the States, stayed at home.
Hello. You guys hear me?
We hear you, hear you.
Sorry.
This is Wendy's, yes.
Right, Karen, I was just checking my mic. It's all good.
But you wanted to do contracting?
Yeah, so I got out in 2013. My first contract with Saudi Arabia. There for about 5 years. And after that, the contract went away. Got another job in Kuwait, 2018. I've been here since. Well, I haven't been back to the States for my whole tour in the Air Force. 6 years that I was in was also. I got in 2007. So I haven't really been back stateside since 2007.
I like talking to vets about this topic. Free speech is really what this boils down to. The veterans took an oath to protect the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And you get a bunch of atheists run in here telling you that free speech is harmful to humanity, to the society. It really adds a lot of context. Like they have no idea what type of dragon they're going to awaken if their worldview ever becomes fruition. Because there's a lot of people out there who disagree with what someone says, but they defend with their life, the right for them to say it.
I mean, that's pretty obvious. I get it. But I feel like this is pretty hypocritical since you silence anyone that opposes you in this chat.
True.
But see, that was one of the reasons why I got out.
Is that a guy
catering to all these snowflakes.
Did I just hear a guy opposing us? Doesn't sound like he's silent.
Yeah, I know exactly.
But
He's so
You all know
silent.
what I'm talking about, right?
He's so silenced.
There's literally a
that he's able
person
to come
muted
in here
here
and
right
just
now.
talk
Like,
shit.
and the first
we
day
can
you
see
guys
we
had
can
this
see someone
room,
muted right now. We can see two
Yeah.
people muted. There you go.
like the first day you guys were here, like half the room was muted at some point.
Yeah.
It to get control because a lot of the things
Especially
like
from you,
people
Crit. You
so
seem to
freedom of
really hate
speech,
opposing
okay.
views, man.
was based on.
You've yet to actually prove that gravity doesn't exist. So what?
You know what?
What is it?
We seem to hate twats that just interrupt everybody in the middle of their sentences. So then they get muted,
And are
and
you
then they
talking
come
about
back
free
and
speech or
cry.
flat
See,
earthing here? Which
exactly
one is
like
it?
that. Exactly like that. Who is that motherfucker?
Flat Earth
Am I gonna
is
get
free
muted?
He'll do it
speech.
again. He'll do it again. I'll see.
You can't prove a
He
negative.
wants to get banned because he then will think he
But
won
you're the one talking
internet
about free
privilege.
speech.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
it's Schmacko. That's why you get muted, because you have no ability to control your own voice, so we have to control it for you. Do you think you can take another crack at it? Speak in turn, let people finish their sentences. If you can, then you're good to go. We oppose people who can't let people finish their sentences, so that's the only problem.
Really? Are we pretending here that like the flat earthers were not overtalking globe heads?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for unmuting me.
Are we pretending here like that guy wasn't just over talking everybody?
I mean, I just
'Cause
heard
we're dealing-
Crit talking
that's what
about
happened.
free speech. And I
Yeah,
was
there's
like, it's being
another
hypocritical.
channel down below that says Flat Earth is retarded. How about go there? See what happens.
Right.
Go there and straw man Flat Earth. Go down to
I didn't see
the
the
Flat
chat.
Earth is retarded channel.
I didn't see this chat. Where is it?
Yeah, well, maybe someone took it down.
Okay, so you're just talking gibberish again.
Oh, that is a testable claim. Right there. That is a testable claim. I love that. When you're able to say it's gibberish and your understanding is also free speech. And it's been adjudicated as
What do you
silencing
think of
your
free speech,
opinion.
Crit? What's your opinion?
Same answer.
As?
It's a God-given right.
I don't see God. Wait, you deny the globe, but you believe in a God? You deny gravity, but you believe in a God?
Crap. You
guys
you believe in the Bible and all that crap, and you believe in a globe?
Yeah, and it makes sense.
Wait,
The
I don't
globe
believe in a God.
is. You would need the book of Enoch, really, but just the Bible by itself. If you just take their word for it, systems of authority have used the Bible to justify their mission to space. They put a Bible on the moon. They took communion. They gave the first time they ever
Who
went
did?
into space. They read from the Bible and gave the glory to God. The
I
current
don't think Yuri Gagarin did that. To be fair,
the current director of NASA
I doubt it.
has said that God handpicked
Do you
him.
find that
He
often you say
personally
things that are
spoke
just
to-
gibberish?
Yeah, but
He
Crit, well, by the
personally
way,
spoke
here's
to
the
God.
thing. Look, this thing. I still don't get what's the motive behind people in power.
I don't know why we
Like to lie
interrupt
about the
people.
shape of the earth to begin with. Like,
If
doesn't
I
give them
ask
any
them,
power.
You think flat is a shape, huh? Is round a shape too?
Okay, so let's
Yes.
say them lying about the shape of
is
the earth.
flat
What
and
it
round
is.
mutually exclusive?
They're adjectives, right, to describe a surface?
It's like how your talking points are gibberish, an adjective.
Because things go down, Earth is a ball.
What? Can someone
What?
answer my question though? Like, I don't know. Like, what
Why?
is the
Yeah.
motive?
Why do
what
you
is the
think
motive
round
for
and
people in
flat are
power?
shapes? Let's
Can you
start
explain
there.
gravity, Crit? Can you explain gravity or not?
They can't. I mean, they deny the existence.
Explain gravity. It's to do with mass, but yeah.
Just mass.
Are
That's all.
adjective shapes?
Gravity is a force.
Yeah.
Are adjective shapes?
I'm asking Crit. Explain gravity, Crit.
I've thrown some shapes
Are
in
Yeah,
dance.
inside
before,
your
but,
worldview, you
Inside
shouldn't
your
ask me
worldview.
anything at all.
Your worldview.
Yeah,
Asking for
your
worldview.
worldview. Inside your worldview, you've added
Why can't they answer a simple
attributes.
question? I don't get it.
You've added attributes to me that would prove that you're not even listening to you if you ask me another question.
What?
See, you want to spurg out. You want to tell me all about me, then ask me questions when your worldview is directly contradictory for ever asking me anything at all.
Why?
But you
sounds
not,
like a whole
but
bunch of semantics there. But go on.
you
like
don't
code.
even
This just
listen
sounds
to
like code.
you. You're
You're
not
not gonna
even
explain
listening
gravity?
to yourself.
You're not going to explain gravity.
Things
You're
go
not
down.
even listening to yourself.
So are you going to explain gravity or not?
Are you going to listen to yourself?
Explain gravity?
Yeah, you're not even listening, are you? Are you going to listen to yourself?
Are you going to explain gravity?
Okay, we can keep going around and around. You're not listening to yourself. I'm not
He
listening
wants
to
you
you.
to answer
So
a
you're not
question.
answering his question.
Yeah, he wants something from me, and he's not even listening to me.
I am.
Well, which
Imagine
gravity
that.
does
He
which
is.
gravity does
Why
he
are
want
you?
explained? Which gravity
I'm
does he
literally
want
asking
explained?
you
There's like
directly.
50 different claims for it.
I'm
I
asking
like
what the flat
specific
Earth.
gravity.
Asking what the flat
That's
Earth theory is for gravity.
He's not claiming
specific.
gravity. He's not claiming gravity. So why are you trying to put the burden of proof? But
Can you
things
mic?
like when gravity
If
is.
you're like your mic is like horrible.
All I said was follow your worldview, and let's see what you do next.
I mean, can you not just answer a direct question? Can you explain gravity?
Yeah,
by
let's
itself?
follow that. Not answering a direct question means something in your worldview. Let's test you. Are you listening to you?
Are you going to explain gravity or not?
See, It means something in your worldview of not answering a direct question, and you don't.
Man,
You
I
don't
asked
That's what
answer
you're
direct
You're
doing.
questions.
extremely defensive
You're
for somebody.
dodging his direct
Why?
question clip
You're
this whole
just
time.
dodging, dude.
He's not
This is
listening
I'll
to
see.
you.
done.
I'll see if I can explain. Gravity is downward, right?
Yeah.
Downward?
Up and down is perpendicular, horizontal, right?
Well, it's attraction to a certain mass, but yeah.
I'm just wondering if up and down is perpendicular or horizontal.
Those are descriptions for
Is up and
direction.
down perpendicular to horizontal?
Well, perpendicular is a descriptor. Something
Yes.
is perpendicular
So would you
to something
describe
else.
perpendicular
It's also relative
in this
to
case
something.
as being
gravity.
up and down relative to horizontal?
No. Oh my God.
No,
Can
it's
you
not
answer
a
the
relative
question?
term. It's not a
Well, isn't
relative
that
term.
funny how they're grilling Crit about how he couldn't answer a
So
question, and
you
now
Well,
let's say
you're
literally
asking your
can't answer a
question.
question?
Your question is
Yeah.
Answer
Okay.
the
So how
question
about
with
I'll
a
ask it this?
It's
question.
nice, isn't it?
I'll ask it like this. I'll ask it like this. Up and
Why
down.
are
Is
you
that vertical?
answering
Up
question
and
with a
Hey,
question?
shut up, dude. Up and down. Is that vertical?
Can you answer the question?
It's up and
Yeah.
down
Fuck you.
vertical. That
Is up and
makes no
down
sense.
vertical?
Yeah,
What
if
do
you
mean it's
don't
up and
answer
down
questions, you
vertical?
just get muted so you can listen.
Okay. Is up and down vertical? Because we're gonna have to break this
Do you
down
mean
into
by
baby
it's up
steps
and
for you
down
guys.
vertical?
He doesn't know
If you
what
want an answer to that
vertical is.
question, okay, I'll
Okay.
give you
So
an answer. I'll give you an answer. Is
you're
up and
talking
down
to people
vertical?
now.
No.
No. Okay. What is it then? It's not vertical?
You're asking me to define words like up and down.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
I mean, he's muted
Yeah,
himself.
up
Yeah,
and down.
I mean, in
Something
terms of
goes.
gravity, yeah, it's physics. So yeah, up and down is really
It's
fucking important.
there.
Yeah.
You go. So
It's
is
gravity.
that
It's all
God.
physics.
perpendicular? Is that perpendicular to horizontal?
Perpendicular to horizontal
Where
what?
you are on the globe. It depends where you are on the globe.
What globe? Can you show me that? Before you tell me like where I am on the globe, show me the
So
globe
now,
that
so
we can...
you can't explain gravity without.
Wait, you're
Yeah.
on
Well,
it.
up and down, perpendicular to horizontal, as far as I know.
Right.
Okay.
And
Okay.
therefore what?
Well, then what's the problem? There's no globe in that picture, is there?
What?
You failed to provide any
What?
proofs. What you're discussing.
What the fuck was
You-
that?
Well,
What
are
does that
globes
mean?
flat and horizontal? Do globes have flat horizontal surfaces? You just described planarity. So gravity works perfectly on the flat Earth. Thanks.
No. Are you
Wait,
familiar with
Gravity
how the
doesn't work.
fuck?
How
Wait,
does
how the
gravity
fuck
work
is
on
there?
the flat Earth?
Yeah, how is there gravity to flat Earth?
Well, gravity is straight down. Down is perpendicular to horizontal. I don't see any curves or globes in this. These guys are just kind of
We're literally
like on
on a
drugs or
curve.
something, I guess.
But you can
Oh,
go.
really?
We
Can
go
I
for
see that
hundreds of
curve?
miles. It curves.
Can I see
It
that?
does though.
Can I see that curve? Can I see that curve?
Can you see the curve?
Right.
Yes. Can I see it?
Again, there's
You're
images.
making the
Yes.
claim that I'm on
Well,
one.
I mean,
so
it's
just show
like
it to me.
it's hundreds of miles.
Plenty
So
of
like a
images.
curve,
Oh,
you have
that
to be
sounds
like
like a no. You can't
either
show
really
it
you have to be
me.
far away from
we
the
just said there's
from
hundreds of
the
images.
planet
It's
in
hundreds
order
of
to
miles.
see
You
the
can't
globe.
see it. You can't see it. So how
Well,
do you know
okay,
it's
wait.
there?
Well,
But you can just
wait,
see the
Harry.
curvature.
Can you tell me about the last time you were hundreds of miles away from the globe to see that it's a globe? Because I've never been hundreds of miles away from this globe that you imagine.
So you
Okay,
only
wait.
I
believe the
mean, you
things
only
that you've
have to
seen
be
with your own
about.
eyes. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, so
Have
you
you ever
only believe
seen?
in things. So you only see things with your own eyes and then believe that it's something other than what you
Are you
saw.
changing the see how I
Right.
changed the subject about from
It's
gravity?
slippery.
See,
Well,
yeah,
but
but
if
you
you
see how
if
you
your
guys
premise,
see
well, hang on,
something
let's
and then you
take the
go,
whole
no,
thing
it's
with the
not actually
curve
that. Then I ask you, how do you know it's not
because
actually that?
because
And
the terms you're using are too
then you want to
abstract
ask
to
me more
define what we're
questions.
discussing here. The
Seems like you
terms you're
jumped in way
using.
too soon.
I mean, just
Okay.
tell us. Explain
And the
gravity.
Well,
question was to
if up
crit,
and
by the
down
way.
is actually not
Never
really
mind
up
that.
and down, who cares who it was to? If it's not actually up and down, if it's inward towards the center of a ball, then just show me that ball.
It's
I'm going to
actually
show
a
you the
picture,
ball.
you know.
Yeah, show me
saying,
the
dude?
ball that you think up and down is actually inward relative to.
Show you a picture of the Earth. Is that what you want?
No, not a picture, because pictures are, that could be in cartoons, movies,
Like a
paintings.
photograph?
Yeah, if you can verify that it's a photograph.
Yeah.
How can you verify
We
it's a
can.
photograph?
What would you class
That's
as a verification?
that's gonna be your issue.
Okay, wait. So if I ask you to show me that you have a car and you post a picture, do I get to ask you, hey, can you verify that it's a picture of a car?
Yeah, you can come
Yeah,
here
you
and
can
take
ask me that if you
a picture
want.
of my car.
And how can you prove that?
You can come here and take a picture of my car.
Oh,
I
okay,
mean, we
so
went to the
unless we
moon.
actually
But guys,
go there.
we went to the moon and took a
We
picture
went to the
from the
moon.
moon of Earth.
We
And so, like, you can
There's
see the
the-
moon, just
Oh,
like
so-
like us as a
okay.
country. in,
So
like,
which
in
one are you,
history.
Buzz
And the
Aldrin, Michael
other
Collins?
country which is
Which one
No,
are you?
hostile
I'm
to
neither of
America.
those people, but those people exist, and they took pictures, and they went to the moon and back.
And
Oh,
when we've
those
seen it,
people
so
exist.
let's
So
go.
those people. So it started out as
Right.
we. Now
Why are
it's
you
those
lying to
people.
people?
Yeah,
So it's
we.
not us.
I'm an
It's
American,
not
so that was
we.
part of my country's history. Was
Why?
someone sending a
Why are
person
you
to the
lump?
moon? So
Why are
Okay,
we
you
did
lumping?
that
so
as a human race.
I got a
As a human
question,
race,
Heretic.
we did that.
Why?
Are we made
Why
up
are
of
you
atoms or
lumping
not? Are
yourself
we
in
made
with
up of
this? Why are
atoms?
you?
Are
Why?
Because
we
we're
made up
all
I
of
the
have no
same
atoms?
idea.
human race.
Why
We're
are
all
you
the
Are we
lumping
same
made up
human
of
yourself
race.
in with
atoms?
the 24
Because we're
crackpots who say that they
because
stepped foot on the moon?
the same
Dude,
species
pump
of
the
mammal
brakes.
as
How do you know
me
that?
went
No, the we only included the people who actually did it. Anyone
crit.
else is living vicariously through them.
So you're
We
saying
have
because we didn't
evidence.
take the picture, it's not true. Is that what you're saying?
Nixon was the shot caller for that. Nixon's
Right.
we was a very small group of people.
So
What's
if
He
that's the
would
Nixon?
not
case,
he would
you
not have
believe we're made
included
up of
left
atoms? Yes or
wingers
no?
or atheists, the
You believe we're made
Vietnamese,
up of atoms? You haven't
Cambodians,
seen atoms. Are we made up
all
of atoms
those
or not?
people he would not have included in his we.
My
Oh,
God.
So
they
if
No,
you
deny
I'm
it.
want
including
to
everybody.
include yourself into his we, he'll
So,
just simply tell you no. You're
so
a
unless
communist sympathizer. He wouldn't
what do
even
you,
recognize you as
Communism? What the fuck's
American.
this got to do?
I'm talking about we as in like the human race, like the human
Yeah,
species.
and you
We
had
did that.
nothing to do with it.
What do you mean?
What's
I'm
it
a
got to do with
human.
Fred, if
communism?
that's the
Another
case,
human did it, so I'm responsible. So like
Yeah,
I'm
and the
involved. Like
people
I'm
who did it
related
would not
to
have considered
the
you part of it. They
person.
don't even know who you are.
Well, we are part of it.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
We're
We're
In
humans.
what way are
different
we
Crit,
not
than
part of
Crit,
humanity?
Crit, do
Are
you
we
believe
not?
in the
Yeah.
stories
How
of
are
the
we
Old
not?
Testament?
Look,
Are we not humans?
Crit, do you believe in the stories of the Old
Are we
Testament?
Follow
not men? Yeah,
your
Devo.
worldview. That's my
Okay.
answer
We
to
are
Answer
you.
the
all. Are we all
question. Do you
humans? Yes or
believe in
no?
the stories of the Old Testament? Yes or
My
no?
answer is follow your worldview.
Were you there when
You've
the events
got
of the Old Testament took
claims on the
place?
table that
Okay.
suggest
They went to the
you
moon.
should not ask me anything.
Why not?
Follow that.
Heretic, do you believe in the stories of the Old Testament? Now your mute button's stuck on, right?
Nobody should believe in the stories of the Old Testaments because that's exactly what you said. They're stories.
That's a
I'm asking
problem
them.
because if you believe the
Just
moon, they took the Bible to the moon. They read from the Bible when they went there and
What's
gave
your
the
Right.
point
And
about
glory
so
to
that?
what?
God.
So
So
what?
if
so by
you're
They
the
part
also
of
took a
your
picture.
if
They took a
your
picture.
we does not include people who believe
Have
the
you
Old
ever have you
Testament,
ever have you ever
Say
traveled on a
Yeah, you can include those
747
people.
across the ocean?
yeah, you
Crit,
don't see
you're
curves.
You
willing.
see the curvature of the Earth on a
No, you don't.
Crit,
747.
No, you don't. You're
so
hallucinating, or you're just lying about having ever been on an airplane. That's all.
heretic,
so
heretic, heretic. Do you believe in the stories of the Old Testament? Yes or no?
Oh
No.
my God! Why do
You're
you ask
not a
that?
very intelligent individual if that's what you say is as a response.
Okay, well then go tell Neil deGrasse Tyson. Send him an email telling him he's not a very intelligent individual when he said that
Neil
128,000
deGrasse
feet above the
Tyson
Earth's surface. Shut the
Neil
fuck up
deGrasse
while I'm
Tyson
talking.
spouts a lot of
128,000
bullshit.
feet above the Earth's
no,
surface. Yeah,
he's
okay, well
correct. He's
here's what he's
correct.
got
Look,
for you.
he's
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
You cannot perceive it
128,000 feet, that
from
stuff is
from a
flat. You're 2
plane.
millimeters above that beach ball. You're not going to see any kind of a curve. So why do you think that you can see one at 33,000 feet?
However, though, we
What's the
have
matter with you?
photographs. However, though, we have
I've
photographs.
been
That's
on a
just we. Tell me about the
747.
photograph you took.
I mean, you can see the curve just
Do I
from
have to
being 5
take it
miles apart.
myself? Wait, so
with the
wait, so
flashlight.
Well,
you
you
heretic.
should
Wait,
be
heretic.
included
Do you
in the
believe
group of
China
people who are
exists?
alleged to have taken it if you're going to say we took it.
Hey, heretic. Do you believe China exists?
Yes.
Have you been to China?
No.
Oh, then how do you know?
That's such a great. That is beautiful.
China's not an extraordinary
Idiot.
claim. I've met Chinese
Wait,
people. Lots of them. I've seen
Says
Chinese
who?
passports. I've seen pictures
According
of
to who?
China.
Oh, the government made papers for it that there is China. How did you
Yeah,
know?
that's
It's
okay.
not
It's not an
most
extraordinary
America.
claim. It's not an extraordinary claim. It's just a landmass with people in it.
To most people,
Yeah.
it's not an extraordinary claim that the Earth is round
But I mean, you
either.
can see
It
you can
is.
see the
It is.
curve
That's on
on the
par with
ground.
saying that it's a pineapple. That's a
Man, you can see the
ridiculous
curve,
claim.
heretic.
So,
You don't need to be
oh,
in a
you
To
tall
can.
most
building.
people, it's
You
You
not.
can. A
But
minute
I
ago.
know
Wait a
it's
second. Hold on.
to
You're all going to be
whom
quiet
is
now.
it an
You're all going to be
extraordinary
quiet now
claim?
because we're stopping right there. We can see it. A minute ago, You were all waffling on about how the curve is
All you
over
need is get
hundreds
top
of
of the
miles,
Eiffel
and you
Tower.
shut the fuck up. You were all
Top of the
waffling on
Eiffel
about how
Tower,
the
you can
curve is
see it.
over hundreds of miles, and you can't
Yeah.
see it. Now
Can
Schmocko's
see
here to
it.
tell me you can. Now
No,
Schmocko's
that's
here to
for
tell
the
me you can.
round.
Go on,
That's for
Schmocko. Show
seeing a
us the curve.
globe.
Whoever's talking, shut up. Schmocko's going to show us the curve that a minute ago he said is over hundreds of miles and you can't see. He was asking me, "Oh, you don't believe in things you don't see?" But now he's saying you do see it. Go on, Schmacko.
With the Eiffel Tower, you can
The
see the curve.
horizon, you can only maybe
What did you say?
see out
Shut up.
20
Someone talked
meters.
over Schmacko. What did you say, Schmacko?
Above the Eiffel Tower, you can see the curve.
Oh, you can see it over the Eiffel Tower. So we just established a minute ago that Neil deGrasse Tyson is correct, 128,000 feet above the
We
surface. You won't see
established
any
none of
visible
that.
curve. Shut up. Shut up.
No,
128,000
you
feet
We
above
did
shut
the
not
up.
surface.
Stop
establish
telling people to
that.
shut up.
Shut up,
128,000
dude.
feet. Okay,
Yeah.
that guy's going on mute. 128,000 feet above the surface. You don't see a
I didn't
curve.
establish
Now he's
that.
telling me you do see one
I never
from
said
the
that.
Eiffel Tower. Is the Eiffel
Never said
Tower
that.
higher than 128,000 feet above the surface, Schmacko?
What I'm saying is, the top of
Schmacko, what you're saying is not an answer to the question. It's 128,000 feet where the Eiffel Tower is.
B.
Yeah, yes or no? Eiffel Tower
No.
elevation,
Just say no.
128,000 feet higher? He can't say it because he's trapped.
No, you're not.
I mean-
you didn't trap anybody, dude. You're trapped.
Did you?
Oh, he's
Did you
trapped.
actually? You took that seriously, did you? I'm sorry you took that
Yeah.
seriously. But
No, I didn't, because I don't take you guys seriously. Your globe is a joke. That's why you're joking instead of providing evidence for it. So no, I didn't.
So it's 1,000
Okay,
feet.
so now we
Eiffel
got-
Tower
now
is
we-
1,000 feet in the air.
now we got over
Yeah.
the fact
So
we can't see
okay,
it.
now let's get really remedial. Is 1,000 feet less than 128,000?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, let's get even more remedial. Is 1,000 feet even less than 250 miles altitude?
What? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're definitely not
Okay.
seeing any curvature from 1,000 feet.
No,
Because
you
Paul
can see a
Larson from the
curvature.
planetarium tells us you're not going to see it at 250 miles altitude
Heretic.
either.
Heretic, you're confusing the 2 points that were made. One point for the really the high distance, like the 250 miles, 60 miles. That was to like see the actual globe itself, because like when you go far enough away from a globe, you can see the whole thing. But the curve you can see from the ground just by using really powerful flashlights. There's like tons of ways
No.
to see the
That was
curve
my
on
point.
the ground.
That was my point.
You can
I'm
see a
not confusing
sailboat.
anything.
So Heretic, you can see.
Okay, I'm not confusing anything. For
That was
one,
actually my
the
point about the
250
Eiffel Tower.
miles
So
wasn't
Heretic,
to
you
see the
didn't
whole
realize
globe.
either.
You would never see the whole globe. You would only see half of it at best. The 250 miles was to only see 3% of the surface, which wouldn't be enough
Basically,
to
you
see
can see it
a
from the Eiffel
visible
Tower.
curve. And that's your ISS altitude, by the way. So you're going to have to do something about those videos you keep pushing, that you keep
You
posting here in these chats
can
telling
see
us
it
that
from
you
the
see
Eiffel
visible
Tower.
curves, because that's 3% of the surface, not the whole thing, like this guy just said that I was trying to say.
The space station revolves around the Earth like every 2 hours or 5 hours or something. So
Do you
like, you can
see
just sit there
curves?
long enough and you can see
you
the
see-
curve.
Okay, you can see the curve. So do I see the curve if I'm just like looking at 3% of this ball?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Okay,
can see
well
the
then,
curve.
okay, can you send Paul Larson at the planetarium an email for me and tell him that the 1,200-mile horizon at that height it would be too far to actually see the visible curve?
What? No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, well, whatever. Just you're gonna have to argue with him then, because he
Uh,
says that 3% of the surface isn't enough to see what you say that you can see. So how do we solve this? Maybe you could just go up there and check.
I mean, you're appealing to authority.
I'm appealing to the math that he did
Hey,
actually.
Talon, can you
Okay,
send me
yeah,
a link
that's
to
what I'm
that,
talking
to that
about.
space station imagery? Is it real? Can I say that?
All right, so what
Yeah.
else? You bozos can't decide if you do see it or if you don't. So you guys have gone back to, yeah, we do see it. We see boats getting obstructed. You see them getting obstructed by a geometric horizon? Oh, nobody wants to answer now.
That's a loaded question. Like, go ahead and try to use it. Cut the complicated words from your question. Just ask a simple question.
Complicated words. Your religion sounds complicated to you?
Oh,
You guys aren't the ones.
I mean,
He wants us to dumb it down.
Flat
Yeah.
Earth,
you can,
baby.
dumb it down for us, Heretic.
Geometric horizon, that would be the ball Earth curve horizon that you see blocking ships as they go away from you.
Uh-huh. So like,
Right?
because
Does that
we're a
exist?
3-dimensional, land is 3 dimensions.
I don't give a fuck if we're 3-dimensional. Does that
So
exist?
a curve,
The curve
going away. So what's a
Alan
what do you
is
think a geometric curve
destroying you,
is?
Heretic.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Alan is destroying you.
Does the curve ball edge horizon exist? That's what the geometric
What does
horizon
that
is.
mean?
You don't. Okay. He's retarded. He doesn't even know what he came
You're
here to
retarded,
defend.
dude.
Schmacko, you're going to take it up for him because he doesn't even know what the geometric horizon is that he tried to defend. Do you?
Whoever's
Or are you
defending
a,
the flat Earth is obviously retarded.
So Schmacko, are you as stupid as he is, or do you know what the geometric horizon is?
I think Talon's point was great. Continue, Talon.
He was correct about what? He doesn't even know what the
Why are you
geometric
muting?
horizon is.
Why are
Do you-
you?
Shut up. Do you know what the geometric horizon is?
Why are you muting someone who's?
Do you know what the geometric horizon is? That's not the answer. Why are you muting isn't the geometric horizon. Do you know what it is?
Why are you muting Talon? It was Talon's point.
Do you know what the because he doesn't know what a geometric horizon is, so we're moving on to you who wanted to white knight for him. Do you?
No, I'm just listening to his point, and I agree.
Do you agree with what point?
Talon's point.
What was his point that you agree with?
You could see the curvature from the space station.
From the space station?
Whatever the satellite was, he was discussing that.
How much of the
Earth.
surface of the Earth are you seeing? Surface of the alleged ball Earth are you seeing from that altitude?
I don't know. That's why I asked for a link.
You don't know after I gave you the answer like 10 times, but you're sure that's enough of the
I
surface
trust
to
your
see
answer.
a curve? You're sure that's enough of it to see a curve? It's not my answer, it's Paul Larson's. Now you don't trust him. He's under the bus, eh?
I just don't know whose answer. It's your answer right
No,
now.
he's a planetarium director. That's one of your boys, but you're going to have to throw him out, I
posted
guess.
it.
Yeah, I already told you how much of the surface
it?
you see. You have no idea, but you just blindly believe however much of it is, it's just enough to see it curve. But you don't know how much it is, and you've never been up there, but you just have a religious gospel that you believe blindly, right, Schmacko?
So I am a Christian.
Okay, so yeah, you're a retard. You don't even know what it is you believe. And now I'm going to ask you if you know what a geometric horizon is, like the other guy didn't.
So are you going to
Yes?
unmute Talon and...
You're fucking retarded, aren't you?
He has
Do you
no
know what a
answer.
geometric horizon is?
do it? Unmute Talon. Let him continue his point. That's
No,
fair.
no,
That's
you're
fair.
going to continue his point because you wanted to white knight for him and he didn't know what it was. So we're just going to ask you if you know what it is.
So I'm white knighting in what way? Because I suppose...
That's not the answer. Do you know what a geometric horizon is?
Are you going to unmute Talon?
No,
Schmucker,
I'm
are
going to
you gonna
unmute
fuse?
you and you're going to tell us because you wanted to white knight for Talon.
No. Why
Talon
are you
didn't
muting
know.
someone who's covering ground against you? It's hilarious. Like
He didn't
he
cover any
literally...
ground. His ground against me was not knowing what his own claim is. That's retarded, dude. We
Let
can
him-
unmute him.
let him
Okay,
show-
you're gonna sit on mute, and then he's gonna try again, because you're too stupid too.
He left.
Oh, he's gone. So it's just up to you now.
A geometric horizon?
You go.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, you guys can
picture-
Google if you don't know.
That's just a fancy term for what you see from your standpoint.
So the picture
the
I
border
posted-
between the
Oh
border
my
between the
God.
land
Yeah.
and the sky.
This guy again.
That's great. The picture I posted, that curve there, is that the geometric horizon of Earth?
What?
About, bro.
That's
Someone just destroyed you. Here,
That's
unmute
from
him.
How did he
I
destroy
answered
me
that
when
Earth.
he didn't know the answer?
From
horizon.
Earth, it's a geometric horizon.
Alan, continue your point, man. Talon streaming. Everyone watch Talon stream.
Yeah, farming simulator.
Talon doesn't have a
Talon's-
point.
See,
Talon
Talon's
didn't
actually
know what his
perfectly
point
displaying
was.
it. No, we're watching
Talon
his stream.
didn't
It's
know
actually a
what the
great
point
point.
that he came here to defend was. We asked for
Streaming.
clarification on it, and he couldn't even give it to us. He doesn't know what it is, so why would we
He's
ask
streaming.
him?
He's streaming it right now. Actually,
He's streaming what?
curvature.
Oh, that's lovely, but he doesn't even know what the curvature is.
Where's the
We
magic
asked
Just
him
proving
what
you wrong, even on mute.
we
It's
asked him what the
proving you wrong.
geometric horizon was, and he had no
Proving
clue.
you wrong on mute.
Schmucko,
That's hilarious.
Schmucko, we need the
Okay, can you
measured
verify those
curvature.
images that he's streaming?
Can you verify any image or you've shown us
Yes,
so far?
yes, you can. Yes, you can, and that's what the geometric horizon question was for. We can use
Okay,
that
why don't you,
to
instead of
verify.
trying to out that
Stop
I don't
talking
know
to
a
me.
specific term, why don't you tell me what it is in simple terms? Go ahead.
Well, you don't know your own religion well enough to at least know that.
No, he's just berging out.
No.
So yes, we can test the imagery
Go
that
ahead.
he's showing us. If the Earth does have a curved surface, as he purports it does, right? It must be curving at a certain rate, and the geometric horizon must fall at a certain distance given that curve. That's what we can go out and test to verify or falsify that image that he's streaming.
And have you tested it?
Yeah, that's what we can do.
If the
Other
Earth
than
was
that-
if the Earth was round, why don't we have like rounded shoes?
Heretic, you're being very condescending right now. Just to let you know.
I'm just responding in kind.
Oh,
I,
hurt your
well,
feelings.
but like
Oh,
still,
no. Oh, no.
you would have a better
Appeal to feelings.
conversation.
Appeal to
if you
feelings
didn't. If you
now.
just
Follow
right
It sounds
that.
you and me could probably have a better
That's
conversation.
all.
I don't
You
know
I thought
about
I'd
me and
chime
some of
in.
these other guys.
I'm just listening. Go ahead.
No, you white knighting. Come on, answer. No. Boy, these guys
Well,
are
I
funny.
again, I was just an aside. I was
Strong
just
belief
trying
in
to...
something you don't know about. That's fabulous.
Oh, so no, I was just commenting on the way Heretic was acting. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's amazing, isn't it? Anyway,
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Imperative
amazing.
Daddy.
Get on your
Imperative
high
Daddy.
horse, dude. Relax. Jeez, it's
Imperative
just Discord.
Daddy. Imperative Daddy.
Yeah.
That you said that was a geometric horizon, right?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
What? Sorry. Could you repeat
In
that?
the picture I posted of the whatever that is from the wherever that is that the geometric horizon of Earth?
No, that's the curvature radius. A geometric
So,
horizon is a fancy word for what you see from a standpoint on the ground, on the planet. The line that splits the sky between the line that is between the sky and the ground. That's the geometric horizon.
so is the sky the black part and the ground the Earth there in that picture?
No, that's the curvature of the planet.
Is the sky the black part?
What do you mean by sky?
Oh,
Do you mean
boy.
the atmosphere to a certain level from ground, from sea level point, or what?
I guess. I don't know.
Then that is not the sky.
Oh, okay. I guess.
I mean, he
All
just
right.
trumped you, so.
Yeah, I'm trumped.
You see how you laugh? Like this is
You're
convincing me
laughing.
that you guys are like not here in good faith. You're just here to like
No,
mock and
That is
bully.
a testable claim.
Every time someone,
You're just here to talk
shut
about
up,
us,
Crit, with your
not
testable
your
claims,
religion.
man.
That if you think no one here is in good faith, what should you do next?
I said you guys, not
Yeah,
no one.
what would you do next if you think that's true?
For example, I can record and then through multiple days and then present a video of you guys acting snarky and in bad faith to you at some point in the future.
And then what do you do after that?
And then I say, hey, you guys are not in good faith. You're consistently trolling, mocking, bullying. Right? That's not what a decent person would do.
Are you just gonna join this VC every time and talk about your own feelings?
I mean, I think his
this
feelings
is not
are
what
valid,
the VC is
man.
We're
for,
not
you know?
talking about
This is not the VC is
feelings.
made for. It's not 24/7 your feelings. Okay.
We're not talking about.
Okay, so fuck off then. Jesus Christ.
No one's going to believe you if you can't even convince yourself of you.
We're talking about the
shit
topic
are
of
you
Earth, and this guy
talking,
comes
dude?
in with feelings. Holy shit. Yeah, Shmako. So, I mean, if you don't know anything, just say I don't know. That's the most intellectual answer you can give.
I think
anyone.
the last
Don't
time I
you
said
agree?
last time I said explain
you
it to
agree?
me, you guys laugh and say, "Oh, you don't even know what you're asking." So it's a bit, you know,
Yeah,
of a
when you keep on
deterrent to say,
rambling,
"I don't
when
know."
you keep on rambling and dodging the questions, yeah, we're gonna laugh at you because you don't know.
I
If you
literally
don't,
said,
if you don't honestly
okay,
answer back with an honest,
sure. Let me answer what you just said then.
honest answer
I
back.
literally answered back saying, "Hey, don't know that specific
No,
definition
before
of that
that.
phrase."
You wanted someone else to speak for you instead when you asked
I
about
didn't.
the-
I was listening to his point. I
Okay.
said, "So what's wrong with that? I can't listen to an opposing point."
No, you kept dodging the question. We wanted to talk
There was
to
no
you.
question asked to me except about geometric horizon, to which I said, "No, I don't understand the phrase."
Okay, so is it hard for you to look it up? What it means?
I mean, I can look it up as you're talking. I could ask you guys to explain it. What's the difference?
I mean, are you here to just believe us, or you want to know what it is?
I did look it up, but I did look it up, but he asked me in the moment, and if I don't answer instantly, he mutes me. Like it's, you know how unfair that is. It just doesn't work well that way. So if he wants to have a conversation, sure, I will look it up, learn it, and then come back. But for the sake of continuing the flow of the conversation, I said, "Tell me what it is." He said, "Oh, you don't even know your own religion," and backed out.
That would be a problem.
Like it's just. Guys are getting a rep throughout the entire server, by the way, of just muting opposing views. You should probably change that up.
That is a testable claim. Let's see what you do
Dude,
next.
can you stop saying that's a
We
testable
don't
claim?
mute opposing views though. We're trying to get your opposing view, and then you try to
Okay.
evade when we ask for it, right? And interrupt us, and then we mute you.
Heretic. If that's the case, so be it. But I'm telling you, out of good faith that throughout the server, people are literally saying, "Have you guys been to the Flat Earth server?" Those guys just mute. It's not just me.
Well, they keep coming back, so I guess they love it. We'll just keep doing it.
Yep, and that is a proof in the pudding.
Proof in the pudding of what?
If they think they're getting muted, they wouldn't come back. They keep coming back, so they're not getting muted.
Your goal to have people in the chat or to win people over? What is it?
We don't care about winning people over. Win yourself over.
Winning
Why are you
people
doing this?
over.
What's the point of this channel?
In fact, we want you to win us over. Win me over to the globe. Show me a geometric horizon or a measurement of
goal
the
of the
curve.
channel?
That's what I came here for.
What's the goal of the channel?
For you to win me over to the globe.
Genuinely, what's the goal of the channel? Genuine question.
Yes, that's it.
Bets? Is that the goal?
That's it. That's my goal.
Bets?
That's the goal.
What?
That's why I'm asking
goal. What is your goal? What's the goal of this channel? What's the goal of this channel?
Why do you keep asking the same question
Asking
that I've
you, dude.
answered like
I'm
6
asking you.
times?
He's bricked.
Okay, I mean, you've been here like this is not your
3
first
times.
rodeo. You've
Yeah.
been here quite a while, I would say. What do you think we're here for? After all the
I
talk we have?
genuinely thought you were here to have a discussion and win people over.
Win people? No. We're not here. I'm gonna say this. This is for myself as well. We're not here to convince anyone. We're not gonna tell you to become a flat earther because we say so. We are only here to point out the flaws and the logical fallacies in the globe model, and then we present what we have based on the information we acquired and the experiments and everything, observation, experiments, anything that goes along with that we have to debunk and falsify the globe model. So,
like my problem is that my problem with that is that like Talon seemed to be
No one
very
cares what your
genuine.
problem is.
Talon,
See, like this is just ridiculous, dude.
No, the problem is that we just needed to gain
you guys do
control
not
over
let
the room
people get a
because you
word
guys
in.
were all chanting all over each other all at once. And then when it came down to it, Talon didn't even know what the horizon we were asking about was. And you seemed to want to stick up for him. So just to keep the general flow of the room working, we just went from him to you. Put him on mute and we'll talk to you instead so that everybody's not talking at once.
So your logic in a debate is that if somebody is supporting someone who's making a point, they are then qualified to continue the point.
What?
What's the difference
me, Dave.
between being an interruptive and having a conversation? What would be the purpose of leaving somebody unmuted if all they want to do is yell over the other person?
Yeah, because when we have when we have you guys all unmuted though, you all want to pile in at once. So then when we put people on mute so we can get it down to just one guy so that we could have a coherent discussion, then he doesn't want to talk about it. He wants us to go to the other guy that was yelling over top of him. So that's why we do that.
Here's the goal
What do you
right here.
muted me?
Just to get you to understand that flat is an adjective. That's my only goal. If you can walk away from this discussion
So, Heretic,
knowing
Talon's
that the
unmuted
word
now. Continue the
flat
discussion
is an
then.
adjective, I will consider a successful operation done here today.
Thanks for that, Crit. So
In
Heretic,
round. If you that would be double. That would be like a double victory. Or the last thing would be to understand your worldview and then hold your feet to the fire to get you to follow your own worldview. That'd be a side quest.
I will.
Thanks, mate. Talon's unmuted. Can we continue the discussion now?
Well,
No, I got it.
if Talon knows what we're asking him about, then I suppose
Go
it
ahead,
is
Talon.
possible to continue that discussion.
I've been answering your question in the chat for about 20 minutes now. I had the picture up.
I've been not reading the chat for about
The
30 minutes
picture.
now.
Oh well, I also streamed the evidence of the geometric horizon, so to speak, and showed that the view of the horizon includes a curve because when you actually look at power lines going for hundreds of miles, they curve over the horizon and you no longer see them. It's the same thing with the sailboats. That's one of the ways that we figured out the curve of the Earth was the sailboats.
Great. So then we're back to the exact same question. Sailboats,
Okay.
they go over the curve, i.e. they go over the geometric horizon, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So can we verify that that is in fact a geometric horizon?
I posted
Okay. Sure.
I posted the picture he was streaming for you so you guys can look at the curve.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about the.
You,
But
you
yes,
guys will have to.
he's like stuck
I'm
on the
just sort of
geometric horizon for
no,
some
but I'm
reason.
not stuck. I'm not stuck on it. This is the whole
Okay, so
crux of your
proceed.
claim.
So
It's the
proceed.
entire crux of your claim. If
Okay.
somebody wants to post
And
the black swan, we can proceed.
all right, so go ahead. What is the issue with the curve? So clearly you
I
can see the
posted
curve.
it for you. You see it?
Yeah, it's right there.
That's the one you were showing. You see the curve there?
The power lines are curved. They're not flat.
You see the curve?
No, you're. It's so funny. Like FEG keeps saying he's only looking. So there's 3 dimensions, right? There's the x-axis, which is what Feig is cherry picking. There's the y-axis, which is up and down. There's no obviously that's just space. So there's no nothing to see in the y-axis because we're talking about the we're talking geometry. Heretic is super. Heretic has been
that curve over the earth, and all of a sudden these are just straight as far as we can see. In fact, we can see the shit on the other side. There's a white dot. You can see there's land back there. Isn't that amazing?
I wonder how that happened.
I'm sorry. I don't understand what that has to do with the curve of the power lines.
Well, it means that there is no curve. But anyway, keep not understanding. That's a point in your favor.
So then, how come you can't see the? How come you can't see the power lines?
That would
forever?
be a burden reversal. Listen, here's what happened. You came in and you made a claim about why we can't see X or Y. We're trying to verify that claim that you made. Now you're throwing it back to us. Hold on, I'm not done. Now you're trying to make it about us making a claim about why we can't see X or Y. So that's a burden reversal. We don't need that.
No, you stopped me in the middle. You stopped me in the middle of my point. I wasn't done with the third.
Yeah, but as soon as you say, "Why do you think?" you're already reversing the burden, and we're already done with that.
No, I don't know why you're talking. Is really the problem.
Well, because you want to keep talking so that we can get away from the crux of the issue here, which I keep trying to bring it to, which is the geometry of the horizon, which must exist if the horizon is a product of Earth curve, like you say it is.
So we're talking. So let me talk about the axis. So I'm talking about
no,
axis.
because I've been trying to get to a point with this for like the last 20 minutes, and it just keeps going like this. So if the geometry of the horizon that you claim exists, no, I'm getting to it right now. If it exists,
how? You don't even know what I'm going to say.
If it exists, because this will deal with whatever it is you're going to say. If it exists, it must be a certain distance away, based on the rate of curve, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And the formula for that derived from the radius 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Okay.
I mean, I put it in the chat. It is an equation. I don't know if you're right or wrong.
I can post citation from Washington State University for that formula. 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Geometric horizon formula for a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles, like you think that you're showing me in those NASA pics.
I mean, I could stream it if you want. But
yeah, that's the claim. 3,959 miles, which gives you 1.2 mile geometric horizon distance for, like, let's say a 1 foot observer.
The numbers don't really matter. You're just talking about an equation to measure the point of the horizon from a certain height.
Yeah,
that's all that
we're
is.
going to get the number for that point, right? So that we can test the geometry of the horizon to see if it actually is that.
It depends on where you are.
Earth.
That doesn't matter. We're on Earth.
I mean, no. I mean, what you're saying, doesn't matter.
No, what I'm saying does matter. Because
it's all about mind over matter.
This is going to be
we haven't
test.
gotten to we haven't gotten to the number that I'm talking about.
We're getting to the test. We're getting to your test right now with this. 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer. It's a function of observer height. Obviously, you're going to see further the higher up you go. So you count for the observer height, and we're going to find out how far away that horizon must be if it's a product of curve, like you keep telling us it is. You already agree with well, I don't know if you agree with the formula, but it is the formula.
So the formula is the formula. What does it have to do with the fact that the Earth is curved?
We're going to test it and see if it actually is curved.
But you're just talking about a perception of the horizon.
No, we're talking about where it must be physically and geometrically if it's a product of curve. Yes.
Okay. But that's just a distance. All you're doing is measuring a distance.
You did already concede that number's correct.
All we're doing is checking if it is in fact a product of curve by checking whether or not it's limited to that geometric distance.
Right. Well, because a curve it curves, right? So you can only see like when a hill is in the way, you can't see over the hill, right?
Yeah, we know that. That
so
was
then,
like step one. That
Okay.
was like the first thing that we set up here. Now we're just getting the
Okay, so we're
distance of
all
where
okay.
that
So we're
point
all
is.
okay with the idea that you can't see over a hill, correct?
Yes, of course. That's why
Okay,
we're
so
checking
what
for
is that
this.
called? So what axis is that called in our
No,
three-dimensional world?
listen. Now you're trying to get off of it again, right? So
No,
the
this no, I'm
tangent
actually
point, the
well, I
furthest
mean,
point that you
listen,
can
I let
see
you
over that
interrupt
curve.
me. I let you
No,
interrupt me.
no. Listen. I'm not
You
letting
wanted
you
to
take it
talk.
off this point.
I haven't finished
I'm
my
not letting
point.
you take it off this point. No,
I
I'm
haven't
trying to
finished
finish
my
my
point.
point.
You've derailed my point.
No, I am the one who's making the point here, and you keep trying to derail that. It's not going to happen. So it's
Dude,
1.2
stop
miles
fucking
for a
muting him
1 foot
when he's.
observer. I'm going to mute him because he's trying to get away from the point. It's 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer. We just hashed this out over and over again. We all agree on exactly what the horizon must be if it's a product of Earth curve, like he keeps saying. So now all we have to
Good
do
look,
is
Heretic.
see if it's actually limited to that 1.2 mile distance that we keep discussing. All the other shit that he keeps bringing up is completely irrelevant. Do you agree that it's time to check and see whether or not the horizon is limited to that distance?
Great.
Talon.
Well, wait a minute. You're gish galloping, so let's just break down what you.
I'm not
Oh,
gish galloping. This is literally the only point I've been making for 30 minutes while you try to keep gish galloping away from it.
So your point is that you can see the horizon. What does the geometric horizon have to do with the curve? You said if
Wow,
it's a
dude.
curve.
We've said you've agreed like 50 times already that the geometric horizon is a product of curve. That's what it has to do with it. That's why I keep muting you, because you just seem like you're literally a retard.
Geometric horizon is a product of curve. Like, what is it? Why is that relevant?
And you said that
Why
number
is that
matches.
relevant?
See,
Because then,
this is
why is
great.
that relevant? Because that's your entire claim. Like, dude, do you need to take meds or something? You sound demented.
Okay. Well, let's reset. Right. I've agreed to nothing you said. Let's just assume that everything you.
No, I'm done with you, dude. You're fucking crazy.
Reset.
All right, next.
Yo, this is not a
Yeah.
good look.
Yeah, Schmucker, you
Not a good
see,
look.
that's fucking retarded,
No,
man. How can you
no,
repeat
no.
yourself
the
50 times and it still
geometric
doesn't
shape
get
of
it?
the
It's
Earth
not a good
has
look for you
everything
guys to
to
just.
do with the claim that the Earth is a ball. The
Schmacko, do you think
geometric
that...
claim has everything to do with it.
Exactly, it does. It's obvious. Schmacko, do you think what he just did there was a good look?
What I saw there was. It's extremely frustrating because it sounded like he was genuinely trying to get common ground first to get to his point. He wasn't
Yeah,
able to do that.
he doesn't understand his own claim. That's why we can't talk to him. It goes nowhere because he doesn't even know. Like, it's like he resets after everything we say to him.
But but you got to understand, like from an outsider looking in, it honestly looks like you are stopping him from finishing a point, and he can never get a fully coherent point out. According
I
to
am
you.
stopping him because he's trying to divert, right? It's just one point. The geometric horizon must be at this set distance, right? It's really simple. We're just trying to get it to that. Then we're going to go, okay, is it at that distance or not? Let's go check. And then he keeps wanting to go to all these different places and take it off of that, right? So
But don't you think
I'm
he's
not going to
doing
humor
that so
that.
that he can make a proper point as opposed to a half point? Like he wants to
No,
get
trying to
everything in
take
order
it off
first?
of the point that we're discussing isn't making a proper point. Like, we could
Why do you?
just finish this and then he could go wherever else he wants to go. It won't matter after we finish it, but like, let's at least finish something
Okay.
before we go in
Okay.
like 10
Okay.
other
To make
directions.
all right, let's do it this way. Heretic, make it clear what you think has not been like where you want the conversation to start, and then Talon will start there. So let's just make that clear so we can have a proper discussion from there on.
I don't know how
He's
much
done
clearer I can make it.
Just like for the sake of trying again, can you make it clear?
I have to say it all over again.
Oh my
It's a
god.
reset.
Could I just ask some questions, Heretic, and I get
No,
just a straight
because you
answer?
won't answer
Okay,
any
so
of
then.
mine properly, so no.
Oh my god. Well, because I'm trying to understand your really complicated questions, and we could come to a conclusion, and we could come to an agreement on what we're talking about. But you don't seem to
Okay.
even want to talk about what my claim
I
is or
will.
point.
I will answer if the questions are relevant to the point I'm
Okay.
trying to make here. If they're not, I'll just say it's a red herring and no, we're not dealing with that.
So, well, what is it like? Because I don't know if that was projection, but like because you keep hitting this geometric horizon thing, so that's just a equation for like a measurement for how far away you are from the horizon.
Okay.
If it's a product of curve.
Okay, so that's the thing. If it's a product of curve, so we are taking the geometric like that's the part where like I don't understand what you're saying. So I keep saying that like a person standing on the earth, right? And you can measure like from their eye, from their vision to the point where the curve is at its highest point, right? You know how curves work with the highest points? That's like a tangent, right? And
Yes,
that's
I
what
do know.
that's
That's
what you
why I've
think
been trying
the
to tell you how they work for like half an hour.
but so that
Yeah,
proves that there's a curve because you're saying if there's a curve, then that would make a
No,
geometric horizon.
it doesn't prove it. Well, it would if it actually is at that distance every
Okay,
single
but
time.
and when you do the equation, you the product of the equation is a curve, right? Because you get the measurement of like the highest point of the curve.
The equation is just calculating for the assumption that the horizon is a curve. We haven't proven anything about it
What?
actually being that. We're just testing this idea whether or not it actually is that.
Okay, so we think that it is because when sailboats sail away from shore,
Wow.
you can see you slowly see the boat disappear, but you can see
I
the mast
know.
and the
I know.
sails, and then suddenly you can't see anything. So how do you
I
explain that?
know.
How
I
do you
know
explain
that's
that?
what you think.
You're
Now
going
it's a
to do
burden
the math
reversal
here in
again.
seconds for him.
You're
That's how
you're
you
the
want to it for us.
This isn't a burden reversal. I'm just asking you to explain
It
why
is
sailboats
because
disappear.
we didn't try to explain why they did that. You did. You came to us and said that they do that because they're obviously going over a curve. And then we went, okay, if they're going over a curve, then the horizon is a geometric tangent with the observer's line of sight. And we can calculate how far away that tangent is supposed to be. And then we can just
Yeah.
go and check if it actually is that far
Yeah.
away to verify this interpretation of boats going over the curve.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Stop right there, both of you. Now, you just agreed it can be shown Heretic is going to talk and he's going to ask you some questions. Just answer them without talking about something else or simple questions.
Okay.
Go.
All right, go ahead.
If somebody posts a black swan, we can talk about that. Is it posted?
I'm trying to just maintain like understanding of what you're saying.
I don't have that one yet.
Well,
Because I mean,
black
we're still
swan
on a
is
curve. It seems like. I mean, it seems like everything. Like you're agreeing that the math is correct and that the geometric horizon
posted.
shows
It's
the
posted.
curve.
It's posted.
No.
It's posted.
Thanks, old dude.
Okay.
It's double posted, yeah.
Yeah, so we've already done the formula. The 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet. Camera's placed a foot off the surface there. So that gives you a 1.2 mile geometric horizon distance if the horizon is in fact geometric. We can see the horizon in that picture. Can you see where we see it? Well, use the rigs as mile markers there. So the furthest one is at 9.4 miles. It's a known distance of 9.4 miles from where that camera was placed. Do you see the horizon before or after it?
I'm sorry. What are we looking at exactly here?
Well, we just want to see if the horizon is in front of or behind that rig at 9.4 miles.
The horizon is in front or behind.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so one of them is farther away, right?
Yep. They both have their mile markers from the camera.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
and what? The one
Where's the horizon at?
on the
Behind
right is the one on the right farther away than the one on the left?
Yeah, that's the distance from the camera. Where's the horizon in that picture?
But I mean, you can see how like the one on the right is higher than the one on the left. The left one's lower
Where's
in the
the horizon
horizon.
in the picture? We're not talking
Like you
about
see
the
how
oil
like you
rig.
can't
Those
see
are
how you can like
mile
see
markers.
the
Horizon's
top.
behind the
Oh, I'm sorry.
second rig.
Yeah,
There you
behind.
go.
Yes,
Okay, good.
the horizon is behind the
horizon?
second rig. Exactly. That was the
But
question that was asked.
look at the rig.
That's
I
why I
mean,
get
let's just ignore.
frustrated with you.
Talking
This is why I
about
get
the oil
frustrated with
rig.
you. Because it was a simple question of whether it's in
Okay.
front of or behind it. And now you're talking about, well, look at that other rig and look how it's higher. Yeah, it's closer to you. I didn't ask anything about any of that. The horizon, like the gentleman said, is behind that rig.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because the
So then the
horizon's
horizon,
past.
yeah, the horizon's further than 9.4 miles.
What I mean, I don't know the. It depends. Like, well, I don't
It could
understand
be,
what
but
your
is there a
the
source
issue
to this
is.
What do
picture?
you mean it depends? It's
Oh,
further
I mean, are
than
you talking
something
about
that
how like
it's further than something that's at 9.4 miles, right?
So are you saying that are you saying that the rig should be disappeared completely?
No,
If
I'm
the
saying
Earth
that
was
the
curved,
horizon is further than 9.4 miles.
According to this
I-
picture, yes. Go ahead.
Yes,
According to this
it's
picture,
further.
yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, it is.
hold
I
on.
might
Let
have
me,
misjudged Schmacko earlier. He was actually kind of capable of talking. There was a lot of heat going on in here. Maybe sorry about that.
He's kind of bricked in victim
so hold on. I want to
status.
see I just want to understand what you're trying to prove.
Well,
One
I'm
more time.
proving that
Let
the
me bring up the
horizon is
picture.
further than 9.4 miles.
Okay, according to this picture.
It's
Well,
from
yeah,
a
that's
video. The camera's 1 foot off the ground. It's
then-
from a video. There's more to it than just a picture.
So we know.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.